Chinese Dota, and we have many matches coming up today. But firstly, how's it going, gentlemen? John, let's start with you. You're always very perky in these sessions, but I guess it's not like 4 a.m. for you, so you're pretty amped and ready to go.
Yeah, we're in normal Southeast Asian time, which is in line with China time, so right at the perfect moment for these games. And we do have pretty interesting games today. We had a great run yesterday. We had an interesting series with LBZS versus Meteor, and Pope did manage to beat out Mystique as well very cleanly. So I'm keen to see if Mystique can bounce back today, and we have them lined up first here as well. I mean, up against Cloud, who aren't looking the hottest as well, but did lose out to arguably the best teams in China for this division. Who knows what happens?
Yeah. Meanwhile, I feel like we've kind of starting to form the line here, and I believe that line is kind of Vici Gaming and YBB, and also maybe outsiders from China, and then we've got the line below them, and then LBZS are kind of in the gray zone. I don't know, Elizabeth, would you put LBZS in the top 4 or in the in like kind of the bottom 4?
Top 4 or the bottom 4, like. They can be the bottom of the top 4 or the top of the bottom 4. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
which do they want to be?
I'm not sure which ones they are. Like I think LBZS can be the bottom of the top 4. Like can they? Maybe they can even climb higher. It's possible. Is it likely? We'll know in a couple of days when they play versus outsiders from China. I feel like they should. If they are strong enough, they'll battle it out with them for that spot.
Well, let's have a look back on those games we saw yesterday, as we did have a full day of games coming up. 2 of the series went to the full 3 games, but this one did not. This was Poke versus Mystique, and this was just kind of the battle of the late game. I mean, Faceless Void being the absolute most important hero of the series, and that's pretty much what it came down to in both of these games, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this one in particular because first game we had a Slark that was way ahead of everyone else and just didn't want to fight at all into a Faceless Void. And then I think the second game was a Drow where he started rotating into the mid lane at like 5 minutes. So it was a very weird series here by the side of Mystique. But, I mean, Poke, I can't say they were playing amazing though, man. I think they just had a draft that scaled better into the late game, and well, for the side of Mystique, they kind of just allowed them to run that style of late game. So, props to Poke. They made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is a story we see a lot when, you got the bottom couple of teams fighting off. And to be fair, these teams were able to get quite a few wins so far in the tour, or at least... Actually, no, they weren't. Sorry, that was the other series. No, these guys have had no wins. So when you see the kind of the bottom 2 teams facing out, it does tend to kind of go with the teams who have the late game draft, because the games aren't going to be clean, it's going to be messy, and we're going to end up basically taking it long, and that's when the Faceless Void is king, and he was able to kind of be the boss in both of these games. Did see some interesting stuff coming out though, Mystique aren't afraid of taking it left field. They had a LC position 5 in game number 1. They're also the team which is running an Arc Warden and a Pudge, so, but they're not afraid to get fruity, which I always appreciate.
Yeah, it was an interesting approach to the game, right? Like they played that into the Broodmother. It kind of looked nice. Overall, I still feel that Cloud might be a little bit stronger just from the teams that they played. Like Cloud literally played the top 3 teams. Mystique played Poke, LBZS, and Meteor. So, like, these 2 teams are on the bottom, but for different reasons. So maybe Cloud is a bit stronger, but you never know. I was just discussing this with John just before we started. Like it's very hard to decide which one of the 2 bottom teams is stronger, because it's called Toilet Bowl for a reason. It's always fun, right? Like you never know what you're getting.
Is that what you describe a toilet? Toilets are fun?
Yeah.
All right.
It's one of those God-given pleasures that we don't really appreciate enough,
You know what? That's a great point. Thank you. That's something we all need to. Everyone listening, when you're on the toilet, just sit there.
Yeah, close your eyes. Just imagine not being on the toilet.
Yeah.
No, not being able to go to the toilet. That's when you start appreciating it. That's what it is. You don't appreciate it until you don't have it anymore.
True.
Exactly, and there are tiers to toilets, right? Like if you've been to Japan, and Mike can attest to this, Japanese toilets are on a different level, guaranteed. There are
Can you
even
two
tiers
stop?
to toilets.
So, no, man,
What?
stop this. What's this conversation? Cut this crap out.
I'm the host. I get to decide,
put it
and we'll
in the
stop talking
bowl.
about toilets when I decide we stop talking about toilets. We've got another 10 minutes of this planned in my run of show, which production hasn't been. But no, LBZS versus Meta. We should talk about this series because this was this was an interesting one, and I think that is the kindest word we can use. This was just messy. Backroom, these were two guys which had gotten drunk and were just fighting around the back of the pub. And it was great. I absolutely love this series. These guys just kind of blitzed it out with each other, non-stop brawling. Very, very fun. Yeah, I don't know. What was the kind of take-home from that series for you, John?
I still can't fathom it. I think, yesterday I was like, Lizard just said, just accept it, experience it. It's a fleeting moment and just accept what happens, because we saw some weird stuff in that game. We saw our NPTP mid die out, and it was just a lot of brawling. And in this series, which came right after VG versus Outsiders from Prime, I think is probably, again, your top two teams right now. That's the most interesting to watch. VG did take that one fairly cleanly, but it's quite the brawl as well. And it's it does set a good tone for VG coming in, but Outsiders, they're not to be underestimated for sure.
Yeah, I think VG do have some drafting things to work on. In this game number 1, they went for this OD, which we were very unsure about, and it looked a little bit strange. And it didn't really work out for them. The whole draft just felt a little bit too slow versus an extremely fast-paced draft from Outsiders. And VG did actually drop game 1, which I think might have surprised some people, but when you know the players on the side of Outsiders, then you'll know that they are capable of taking games of VG, and that's exactly what happened. But in games 2 and 3, VG just came through and delivered some absolutely tier 1 performances. Like, it was just very, very brutal. Like, there was a couple of moments in this third game where it looked like maybe Outsiders come back into it, but ultimately VG just laid the smack down on them 2 games in a row and reminded us why we shouldn't doubt them from being in that top 1 position. And this is how the leaderboard looks after day number 4. LBZS in the top position with 3 wins in the end, but it has been a bumpy road for them. They've lost 2 games so far out of the 3 series they've played, and they have been some pretty easy series if we're being honest. Meanwhile, VG, they are 2-0, Meteor 2-1, YBB only 1 series played so far, but they did clutch out the dub. Outsiders are 1-1, but of course they played against VG Gaming, so that L might be the only one they get depending on how things go. That's going to be very interesting to find out today, in fact, as they play up against YBB. Then we have Poke at 1 and 2, we have Cloud at 0 and 3, and Mystique at 0 and 3. Wouldn't it be a shame if neither of those teams got a win? Well, don't worry, guys, because they're playing against each other, so someone's going to have to win. Quick predictions for that first series before we talk about the second and third one. Mike, why don't you give me your thoughts on this one?
No, I think it's going to be mostly about draft between these two teams. Like Mystique, I think we were talking about it yesterday, but they tend to really enjoy drafting around these, I wouldn't say rat heroes, but these kind of high tempo push drafts. You tend to see a lot of Prophet, Beastmaster, DP. And we saw yesterday against Poke, when they don't get those kind of drafts, they kind of just fall apart. I think when you look at Cloud's drafting pool, it seems a lot bigger. Like they're still sticking within the meta, but their hero pool just seems a lot wider. And at the end of the day, like we mentioned, they've gone against harder teams throughout the Div 2 DPC, VG Gaming, and of course Outsiders from China. So if I was to favorite somebody here, I'd have to say Cloud.
Yeah, they're the guy who stumbled into the pub and picked the fight with like the 3 toughest dudes and gone absolutely hammered, and then they tap the shoulder of Mystique and go, "You're next." And Mystique are like, "Is this guy insane?" Or
5 seconds remaining.
So we are into the draft already for this series. So we'll chat about VG versus Poke and YBB versus Outsiders another time. Let's talk about the heroes that have been picked so far. Lizard, talk to me about some openings here. What are you preferring?
I'm not sure. Like, I like both of these openings. I was just looking at, because I missed the game, VG Gaming versus, what was it, Outsiders yesterday. I was looking at the drafts, and like that game, that game had a completely different, I don't know, feeling to the drafts than everything else that I've seen in Division 2 so far. It's like there are teams that are just picking meta, and then there are teams that are picking meta and switching it up a little bit, like picking a Naga and then the Naga is a support, not a carry, you know, something like that. And
Yeah.
then there are teams that are doing neither or that are doing the same, but on top of that, they're countering the meta and the switch ups. Like there are layers here, and Vici Gaming is probably on the best layer. Like that's why the OD pick, but sometimes that doesn't work. Obviously, you try to, you try to go against the meta, you get wrecked. It is what it is. But Team Mystique and Team Cloud are definitely teams that are in the meta. They're not even switching things up. They're just going with the safest mode. And I like it. I think it's the safest way to play the game if you're a Division 2 team.
Yeah, I think it's always fair to just kind of play it down the line. And, you know, you don't need to get super smart with your drafting. You know, sometimes it's just better to work on the in-game stuff and kind of, you know, obviously still have good drafts, but don't try and push the envelope there. Don't try and get the better of your opponents by out-drafting them, but instead outplaying them. It's a great way to learn as well. A great way to improve, I would say. I used to be one of these guys which really loved the crazy cheese picks and like, you know, all the different stuff, and that's an adorable blanket thing in the background there. But anyway, I used to be a guy that loved all these crazy cheese picks, and I still do, but I can also respect a team which just wants to play it. Like, play what's strong and just play what's good, and Mystique...
What is this?
That's an interesting one. I'm guessing this is a support Sven here, John?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's looking like it. You know, it's support Sven, the offlane Marcy coming out again, the Drow once more for Team Mystique. I'm not sold on this, Mike. You had some strong reactions there. What's up?
Yeah, because they chose Sven. Like this is a garbage hero right now. Like we saw it in NA Div 1, it does absolutely nothing. It looks like it's a support Sven to make matters worse, which I don't know. Like how valuable really is Warcry? I kind of get the feeling Lizard's about to defend the Sven pickup, but
Yeah.
I'm going to just interrupt right here because Sven is complete trash. Go on, Norman.
It's his fellow beefy boy, you know.
Yeah.
He's gonna defend it. It's a natural
yeah.
reflex.
Look at those striations on his pecs, man. I can't go against him. But that's like the Sven idea is experimented with a lot of teams right now. Basically, it's picked into SF. It's picked into minus armor heroes, and it's picked into Tusk with tag team, like the Warcry with the Drow. Drow only needs a bully on the mid lane, right? Like someone that stands in front, soaks up the damage, and Sven is good because of that. It gives you a stun, but the Warcry is the main reason why it's picked. So into the SF, I can see it, but they got Darkseered afterwards, so it might be a bit. It might be an issue. Like this Darkseer might be an issue.
Can you defend the win rate of Sven here, Lizard? I think I saw 0%.
I mean, I just presented the idea, like that's
Okay.
that's why it's picked. But if it's 0%, then you know it doesn't have to be in scrims. Like that's the defense, right? Like the teams are obviously scrimming with it, figuring it out, thinking that it's good. Maybe it can work. Would I rather see a 3 and sure, but it's banned, right? Like maybe an Undying even, but Sven is all right too. It has his positives. It's not all that 0% trashy.
Yeah, 2 picks, no wins, unfortunately, so far for Sven in the China Division 2.
It is what it is.
I don't know, like this is a
It
pos
what
5
it
Sven
is.
as well, right?
Yeah.
Like
it's a
you're
fight.
running it with the Drow.
Yeah, it's
But
a
yeah,
fight.
like you said, like they just Darkseered, so it just I don't know. It seems pointless now, right? Like what are you gonna do?
Like a carry Sven into Darkseer is actually good. Like you get to farm under the tower. You actually can do decently well in the lane. You just push out against the Iron Shells, but a support Sven with a Drow into Darkseer might be, that might not be that easy.
Yeah, so Team Cloud played the Sven on Starif, actually, in their series versus YBB. So it would have been in support there as well. Didn't win. That was when they got...
Do you think that Starif is like a mix between Sheriff and a Star? Like
Yeah, like a sheriff of the
Star
stars.
Sheriff? Okay.
It's pretty cool.
Uh-oh.
Darkseer.
Darkseer.
Yeah.
Not even picked.
0% win rate. Trash hero. Get it out. GG.
Yeah, but this is just about Division 2, right? Like, that's what we're looking at.
Yes, these are Division 2 stats. Absolutely.
Because we've seen a lot of Darks here in Division 1. We've seen a lot of Sven Drow in Division 1 as well. Sven Drow Marcy, like, buff up the Drow. Like, it sounds solid. There's good reasoning behind it. I'm thinking Team Cloud might even put SF mid here into the Lash. Let's pick a playmaker, but probably just putting the SF on the safe lane is the safest choice.
Yeah, like I don't see Mystique kind of bullying out the SF in that lane. Marcy off lane is... It goes off to a slower start. We saw NJ play it last time, and he held the lane decently enough, but, you know, you don't really contest the farm all too well. With Rubik, you could try for playbacks. They will switch it, though. They go with a Void, and that is the SF mid, so... Faces Void with the Darkseer. There's a lot going on for Cloud. I'd have to say, I do like Cloud's lineup. You have damage into the Chrono. You have pretty decent lanes coming out. There's a lot to play for here.
There is indeed, yes. I mean, this is going to be a kind of callback to yesterday, I would say, as we did have Team Mystique getting absolutely obliterated 2 games in a row by the Faceless Void. But they say losing is learning, but have Team Mystique learned their mistakes against the Faceless Void, and will they be able to beat it this time around? Lizard, tell me, which way you going?
I'm not sure. I like the Darkseer Tusk combo into the Drow. Like, I want to see the way that lane goes. I also think that Lash pick was kind of decent, but they're lacking a hero that goes in first on the side of Mystique, right? Like, they have this Lash. I think they needed a playmaker. So SF is a solution to the Lash in the mid lane. He will kind of stop you in your tracks. You have rotations from Tusk. I don't know. I'm leaning slightly towards Poke.
Leaning a Poke, okay. Wait. You mean Mystique or Cloud?
Sorry, Cloud.
Okay.
I keep on mixing up Poke and Cloud.
That's
Cloud.
Understandable, I guess. I think I'll go against you. I'll go Mystique for this one. I think they're going to be able to bait the Void, because if they don't, then that would be really sad for them. 3 losses in a row versus Face of the Void would be tragic, and I don't want to see that happening. So we'll throw it over to our casters for this game number 1, MLP and John. Bye.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 1 here. Of course, it is their 3rd game in a row against the Void. John, I'm going to be quite frank with you. I think Cloud might just have this one in the bag, if I'm completely honest. I look at the draft of Mystique, and while I appreciate the concept that Lizard provided us with this Pos 5 Sven, I don't have the faith. I mean, it's a lot of armor, John, but I just don't have the faith in it.
Yeah, look, we've seen a lot of these physical cores struggle against, you know, casual plate mill pickups and all of that. Sven just gives you that for free, then you get the shard. It's way more armor when you throw the Warcry on, so they can slow down this mid-game tempo, but scaling-wise, I don't know if you have enough. Like, you tie in that durability with a Slush up front, it could be enough, but then you're playing more with this potential of the Lush to just snowball hard, maybe have the Drow on the sidelines, and kind of try to take it there. If Cloud somehow allows all of that push to come true, that's when things get disastrous. But you've got some punish here. I mean, you've got the Darkseer, you've got the SF, who can be online a little bit quicker on the mid, take some activity for the team, and even contribute into those team fights with Chrono. So I think you've got some good ways from Cloud. And again, we've seen this from Mystique. If the game drags on too long, this game, I mean, you've got the Void. There's still no Void answer, per se, coming out from Mystique. I mean, armor is nice with Warcry, but that's just not going to be enough towards that late game.
No, certainly not. At the very least, during the laning stage as well, like against Tusk and Darkseer, it's a pretty hellish lane to try and play Pos 5 Sven into, but let's see what kind of impact it will have. For now, we'll start, of course, with the mid lane. You're going to have Zone against Butterfly Effect. It does feel like the SF's going to have the advantageous matchup in this. SF just so darn strong at the moment in the current meta, and of course, in China Division 2, they seem to love drafting this hero. And against Leshrac again, John, I just think it has an inherent advantage. It's kind of hard to get close to the SF because you are at risk of taking those 2 raises. And with the recent buffs to raise, it is kind of a ridiculous spell.
It is. Like, you just stack a couple down, you have your mangoes, just harass out, you've got a lot of play there for the SF. There is some counterplay that Zone can do. I mean, his own lane control, it's not too bad, but trying to bully out a fellow ranged hero tends to be where Leshrac doesn't shine as well in comparison to a melee matchup. So you can just work around this for butterfly effect and stay more passive farming if you want. But down the line, when you get a rotation out with your Tusk as well, this is where Mystique support to it just doesn't feel amazing. You've got Rubik Sven. It's just not the best at trying to combine onto the mid. Maybe you can get a little bit more play out of DQQ, but certainly not from the Sven. Although, butterfly effect.
Yeah, it ends up going down. Zone able to pick up the kill by himself, which is a pretty concerning sign. Butterfly already going down, and that's a massive win for the side of Mystique. Meanwhile, bottom lane, CSJ is going to get chased down here for a moment. It's going to be fine, as top lane is where the kill happens. Starif ends up going down, and I was going to point out, John, that the top lane, the duo that they've got at the top lane is really strong in the Marcy Ruby. And it seems like they will punish the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it's much easier to bully out the CM in comparison to, say, I believe we saw this matchup versus a Treant last time. That here just hits hard back, even with a Fade Bolt up. CM's a lot slower. You don't have that much follow-through from your Faceless Void here. I don't think Andy will go for a time dilation in this matchup either. So he's not going to go for too much offensiveness unless he can get a lucky proc on the time lock, which is not consistent. So you've got a slower lane there for the CM, and Mystique can certainly look for that bullying out. This momentum for NJ is important. We talk about that Marcy and its timings. NJ did meet a really good Armlet timing yesterday, but it didn't feel like he could tie into that quite fast. So he has a good start here. Maybe goes for something else. Maybe just, say, Phase Boots BKB or Casual Orb Corrosion on top. You can certainly just make these plays. Jump in. Get the sidekick onto your Drow when she's ready to go and just play that momentum game.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that point, because the armor rush is nice, but without the BKB, you can't really jump in safely and just unleash and hit people. So I feel like the Orb of Corrosion phase boots into the BKB does seem like it might just be a better route for the offlane Marcy to go down. We'll see how it pans out, of course. We are going to have that build coming in for NJ, so we'll get to see exactly how useful it is going to be here for the Marcy. Goes back down to bot lane, CSJ and Mercy. Still kind of going at it here with the Drow. Of course, MMM, I mean, he's farming very effectively for now, but they are going to try and make a jump in. Snowball will be there. They've got the shards up as well, but they'll wait for a moment as the Gust is going to fly out from Triple M. And, well, with that, they aren't able to secure the Drow, so instead they'll go after Ray. A nice vacuum, though. That's a perfect vacuum onto the Drow Ranger. And eventually, they will let Ray go, but what does it matter? You got the much bigger target.
Yep, you're happy, and that's the aggression we're looking for from this lane for Cloud. It's a Darkseer Tusk. You can just be on top of the Drow. There's not much a Sven can do outside of just throwing Stormhammer and Warcry and try to back off. They can try to punish here, though.
CSJ will get chased down, but you don't really have enough, I don't think. They'll keep trying. Mercy's going to intervene as well, but will be zoned out by MMM. It seems like that's going to be about it. Meanwhile, top lane, Andy's in big trouble. Chase is on, no time walk available, but he does have the stick charges, so is barely going to be able to walk out of that scenario. It's like Starif doesn't have any regen to hand over to the Void, so he's kind of stuck on very low HP and DQQ. He is currently waiting for a Fade Bolt. He just needs a bit of vision on the Void. One Fade Bolt would do it. It looks like he's not going to have the opportunity. Back down to bot lane. Chase is on again, onto the Drow, and MMM, well, he's going to try to run, but with double Iron Shot, it's going to be rather hard.
Oh.
They do at least get CSJ. In fact, he does survive. Mercy, the one to drop. 2 kills to go back the way of Mystique, and, well, it looked like a guaranteed kill, but it just doesn't happen. Meanwhile, top lane, Starif. Starif caught out again by the lift and to dispose of MJ. Andy cannot help out in the Void. He's just forced to run back. And this Rubik Marcy lane, again, proving to be quite detrimental here to Cloud.
It's going a lot better for Mystique this time around, running that NJ Marcy coming here. And they're able to work that lane a lot better. They're slowing down Andy's farm. This is one thing as well with the Drow versus Faceless Void core matchup. The Drow farms a lot faster than the FV, even without items. You have the multi-shot, you're going to be able to just clear out camps, you're clearing out the creep waves a lot faster. And the Faceless Void, he's going to need a couple of items. We tend to see stuff like the Mask of Madness, the Maelstrom, and he's nowhere near, say, a very quick timing on that. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for Andy to try to get his own momentum going here.
NJ with a very aggressive jump in onto Starov. Actually gets away with it because he knows Andy can't really punish him without getting some lucky bashes in, and level 1 time lock, not the most reliable, that's for sure. So NJ feeling extremely confident on that Marcy. Well, but bottom lane once again, like, the thing is with this Drow, it's still farming extremely well. As top lane, Andy's going to get jumped again here on the Void. Starov will be around to try and help out, but there is still some time for the time walk. So he's going to be able to walk away, but still has to hold on to the damage he did take. And Andy, I mean, I talked about the Drow slowing down in farm, but Andy's having an even worse time on the Void.
Yeah, and again, the core-to-core matchup, the Void is going to farm really slow in comparison to a Drow at equal farm, just because Drow has a multi-shot always to play with. Andy's going to need a lot of space for himself. He's going to need some opportunistic plays with a Chrono to kind of get that initial injection he'll need for these items. And it doesn't feel like the team's quite ready for that on the side of Cloud. You've got a slight net worth lead on Mystique. You've had a great time mid for Zone. Butterfly Effect is farming well, but he's been dipping into the jungle a lot more often in comparison to Zone. They're making moves again.
Yeah, I mean, Ray's got to be careful here. He's quite an aggressive position. Starov goes down top lane, but Ray ends up dropping bottom. And I was about to praise Ray because he's making this bottom lane actually work out in their favor. He does end up dropping here, but nevertheless, like, the amount of space he's given MMM, considering how many times they could have probably killed off this Drow now, it is still impressive.
Yeah, he's just the body forward in that lane, right? Like, you want to be copying the hits, you want to copy attention away in that lane and just ensure Drow is farming. You did take that loss on earlier on, but he's just farming up fast. Level 6 up, he can clear quite quickly. A bit of a rotation mid, but that was spotted by a ward. So Zone manages to just run onto the other side and just kind of waste time. Butterfly Effect is going down, but again, these wards coming out from Mystique, it's spotting everything. All this movement across the map, it's just not going to line up.
No, it certainly isn't. Well, they should at least not be able to get away with it. Like, MMM is still there at the bot lane, but he's just hanging by the tier 1 tower, and I'm sure he's kind of told Zone, get ready to TP if necessary, and, well, there's Zone right there. Speaking of the devil, he does TP down in preparation as Andy's going to show up on the Void. They'll start on Ray. He's a tanky boy on that spin. Ooh. The Razors will do some work, but look at the damage they've taken here on the side of Cloud. They are just melting. Snowball's there, though. Requiem committed as well. Maybe they do get the left track. Oh, no. MMM, the chase is on. Ray may get caught out. There's your Chrono being committed. They just want the Drow Ranger, and they should eventually have him, but no, never mind, Andy. He's the one to go too far. They don't have the follow-up damage. So Chrono committed, but I think the Iron Shore took a little bit too long to get put on the Void. He just couldn't get the damage off in time.
It's a super awkward angle as well in that tree line. So the padding for everyone to just kind of go near and try to drop their spells was not ideal. Like, we only got one Shadow Rays coming out from Butterfly Effect as well. The spacing just was really awkward, really good position for him to find. And good punishment coming out from Mystique once more. Again, using their vision well, collapsing onto the Drow. You lose Zone, but you find the Void kill. And this is what's painful for Cloud. Like, your Void is still pretty poor. Andy doesn't have any of his farm items up. He's at 2.5k net worth. A good, decent chunk behind on the Drow. And that gap will just grow. Like, this Drow will just keep farming jungle. You don't have the aggressive wards you need to contest that farm coming out from Cloud. And you're going to be farming on Butterfly Effect as well. So you've got two cores that are just constantly farming. Butterfly?
Yeah, mid lane, just going to get chased down. He's not having a very good game, I'll tell you that. Zone able to just take him out very easily on the Leshrac. Had the backup of MJ if they needed it, but they did not. And with that, they can slowly start moving into that mid-tier 1 tower. There is a siege creep on the way here for the side of Mystique, and with the Diabolic Edict going to come off cooldown, it's not going to take too long. They'll be around to defend here on the side of Cloud, but there's nothing they can do. I mean, the mid-SF's gone, their Void has no farm at the moment, so you're not going to be able to defend that mid-tier 1 tower, and considering how high in the net worth board the side of Mystique are at the moment, Cloud are looking in a rather challenging scenario now, John. It's pretty rough to come back unless they get a couple team fights to go their way.
And they do have the team fight combo on hand. You know, you could go for the Vac Wall into Requiem. Down the line, it's not that you have any of those tools ready to get that combo off. No blinks up, no early way of just tying into that. And there's not much space for Andy. Like, he's forced to play bot. His jungle's taken over by the SF. They are trying to smoke into that bot lane, though, looking for a kill here.
I mean, they'll try. Maybe you can find DQQ. NJ's going to be there to try and help. Dispose is out. Unleash committed. A bit of time now with the snowball being committed as well, as you do have Ray rotating in. NJ's still taking damage, but he'll jump in again with the rebound and secures 1 kill. Zone has also shown up, but he's taking a fair bit himself. Requiem committed. Chrono now committed as well. Andy going to try to move in onto Zone, but they're lacking so much damage. He's literally doing nothing in these Chronos. Like, the Warcry is one issue, but the Leshrac didn't even have the Warcry in that Chrono. He has no farm on the Void. He can't hit people.
Yeah, he has no output. Like, he has level 1 time lock. He's still level 7 on Faceless Void. He has no other items beyond Power Treads and Wraith Band. That's just not enough.
I mean, they catch out the Sven. I don't think Raymind's dying too much, and he won't. You kind of tank the gank for the rest of the team, and at this stage, he's just a walking stun and a walking Warcry. Like, he doesn't really care to be alive if there's no fight to break out.
Yeah, you're just a body, right? Like, you do your job when you cut off these angles. They missed the vacuum there.
They do, but they'll still find NJ. And these are the kind of engagements they desperately require here on Cloud to try and secure that bottom tier 1 tower and buy a bit of space for their Void to actually get some damage items up. Then they go again. And the funny thing for me is, John, Andy, he had queued up a Mask of Madness. He's now going the Midas route, which makes enough sense because he's quite behind. But, you know, without any kind of magic damage to come in, like, you can rely on the time lock as much as you want, but without something like a Maelstrom to back you up, it doesn't feel like they're going to have enough damage throughout these Chronos. Like, the Warcry is going to have added value if you don't pick up something like a Maelstrom or you don't get super lucky with time lock.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to play with the SF outside, but we've seen that spacing issue come out with these Chronos and targeting issues as well in that last fight. We saw the Requiem pop. No one else was chasing NJ, so he backed off. No one else was contributing to the Chrono. So he had 2 fronts with no damage. There's a bit of a disconnect in Cloud in terms of syncing up. They've got to play together, right? Like, if they are going to take a fight, they have to take these fights as a team and try to find that burst target at the same time. This is one issue with their draft here on Cloudo. Like, you have 2 farm-heavy cores from mid and safe. And you have your safe laner that's not a particularly fast flash farmer on top of that. So Andy's just taking the hits for the team right now. You are giving all the space, all the stacks, all the triangle farm over to Butterfly Effect. He does have the Dragonlance up. He's going to go for the disassembly play into the BKB, it looks like. Once you've got that, you have a lot more front line. You can tank through the Lesh. You don't care too much about getting held in place for the setup, which can be a massive help, but here's that big spike we were looking for from Zone. He's got the Bloodstone. He just needs the BKB on top. You're going to be able to run around. NJ's more than ready. His BKB is not too far off either. So you're hitting that point for Mystique where they're going to hit critical mass. They're going to start pressuring onto tier 2s after team fights. And you still don't have this clear solution coming out from Cloud. And they find Ray.
Yeah, Ray, down to that bottom side. Should die, but no. They didn't get the frostbite. They didn't get any bashes. Like, yeah, he's a Sven, but I believe they're just afraid. Like, they actually did have the vision on the high ground as well. That's the worst part. So it feels like they could have probably kept going, but just maybe afraid of who's behind Ray. Andy.
Smoke out now from Mystique as well.
And if they land the initial stun, he's as good as dead. NJ's right behind Andy. No, he's not gonna... Oh, he does react!
Huh?
I could have sworn the stun connected before he time walked, but apparently not.
The stun was flying out as he time walked. I think it landed right as he casted. Like, it was set to land on him when he casted, so it landed on his start position. And I guess he time walked it off. Gets his Midas up, so he breaks the smoke in a very unexpected way. But, you know, if it works there, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it does work. Give him that. Obviously, he is going to build into the Maelstrom. We kind of already went over this, John, but pretty important here in terms of farming aspect and damage aspect right now for Andy. Definitely can't really afford to go for something like an MOM this game. Nor can you afford, obviously, a Battle Fury or anything like that. Maelstrom is definitely the way to go against this high armor kind of team of Team Mystique. And for Mystique, this is where I start to get concerned, right? Because they had a pretty decent lead, all the team fights going their way, and now it seems like they've kind of accepted the fact that they want to slow the game down. And this is where I start to have my doubts with these guys. Like, do you not want to pressure more? You found the top tier one, you found the mid tier one, but they're staying on their own side of the map. Do you think they should be doing this, John? Do you think they should be pressuring? I'm not 100% sure on this.
I want to see them pressure. And then look at the vision they have. They have this really great ward in front of the tier 2 mid. They've got a nice forward ward in that ramp area in the dire jungle. They have all the info that they could possibly need to get aggressive in that top area, cut off the farm sources, go for a tier 2. And they're clumping around it. I think for Mystique, they might just be waiting for those key BKBs to come out on NJ and on Zone. So the Leshrac and Marcy BKB timing is what they're going to be looking for. Smoke out here from Cloud, though. But
I'll pull that top side. Well, CSJ's being chased down. It seems like either side are happy to fight, or maybe not. I mean, Ray's the one caught out, and no one's there to back him up. They just leave. And that's a weird kind of disconnect between these people as well, right? Because, like you said, they broke the smoke. They knew that they were running towards that top lane, but they just kind of let Ray run towards the Darkseer and then die.
Yeah, like this passiveness from Mystique, it's not the end of the world for them, but it's certainly leaving ways to come back in for Cloud. Like the lead for Mystique has shrunk down. They are catching up well on Andy. He's only about a K behind, which, considering that slower start from Andy, it's a pretty huge recovery for him. And you are trying to stall the game against two big scaling cores. Whereas you've got Drow, you've got Marcy and Lesh. They scale decently, but we say this all the time, Faceless Void does break the game as the game goes later on, and you don't have a direct counter for the Chrono. Outside of maybe a stolen Chrono from DQQ, but in all honesty, that still helps Andy more than anything else. He's not going to be speeding around in the Chrono, but he's still active to take some hits there. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for Mystique if Cloud manages to get their farm and coordinate on these team fights. For now, the timing's the BKBs. If they still don't make a move with the BKBs up on Mystique, that's when you have a problem.
But look at this, John. Like, the mid-tier 1 tower's under siege, and they just don't want to defend it. Like, theoretically, Mystique are the stronger team right now. They should know that as well. But the tier 1 mid tower just goes down for free. They want none of it. No defense coming out whatsoever. Maybe they were waiting for the mech to be finished on Ray, and now it is, but it's too late. And they look almost lost here. Like, okay, we got the lead during the laning stage, and now we don't know what to do with it. NJ's going to be chased down. This just shouldn't be happening. It should be the other way around. NJ and his team should be chasing Cloud at the moment. BKB's up now, so this is the timing you just mentioned. And NJ somehow is actually going to juke them out down at that bot lane, is able to TP away, and it seems like instead, Mystique are going to try and take Roshan, which, you know what, this is a great move, because they know that the whole side of Cloud are on the other side of the map, and there's no way they get here in time, surely.
Yep. They've got the room, they've got the damage coming out. There is a smoke out from Cloud. They're rushing into that area. They got a good read, but it's too late.
Way too late. So they are still playing conservative. Like, Mystique are definitely choosing the safer options. Just avoid Cloud altogether and just take Roshan whenever you can. Is that enough to win them the game later on? I don't know. I still have my doubts about that. As they smoke again. Cloud sees Zone in the mid lane. Zone's still trying to farm that creep wave, may get punished. Mercy's in. He's got the Warrior's Punch to set up. There is going to be a Stormhammer, but a nice snowball dodge, and Zone is healing up nothing. The Bloodstone is doing literally nothing for him. As Ray will try to run the best he possibly can, but it seems like they've noticed the Drow arrows. Mercy's going to have a look around, but can't get him in time. Instead, they'll accept Ray's life in return. And it's going to be 2 down for the side of Mystique. And Cloud, again, I feel like they're just getting away with way too much.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are in Cloud's end. I mean, they're finding these opportunities really well. But from Mystique's part, with these 2 BKBs fully finished on NJ and on Zone, they've got to play. They've got to do something with this. Like, this is their power spike. This is when they can just take these team fights. The only thing they have to worry about is Andy and his Chrono. And even then, this Faceless Void still doesn't have its BKB. Still lacks the Ogre Axe Gold and the Recipe Gold. So it's still a ways off. And that's still a lot of time for Mystique to take over this map. But if they keep playing this way for the next 5 minutes, if they dodge these fights, play on the defensive while these BKBs are fresh, then you start to see Cloud kick into that scaling. The SF just gets more valuable as the game goes on. Andy's chrono threat just grows bigger. Heck, even the positioning coming out here from Starif has been pretty excellent on the freezing field. He just stands far back enough, and his team just gives him space to channel fully. No one cancels it. It's a lot of magic damage when you ignore that CM.
It certainly is. And Cloud, less than 1k ahead right now, looking very good again. I mean, they've got the late game. The SF's top of the net worth board now. Butterfly Effect having a really rough start, but having a great comeback. And Mystique, they are still just nowhere near interested in trying to force a fight. It seems like maybe they'll try something here at the top tier 2 tower. I wonder if Cloud even want to try and defend this. They might just go for a bit of a trade, but no, they are grouped up. Mid lane, they'll smoke up as 4. Up towards the top lane they go. MMM's going to be very cautious not to get caught. Even with that Aegis up, he's quite susceptible after losing that first life. Ray does a great job, though, of breaking the smoke initially, so they found the Sven. They want to try and burst Ray down. Ray is still going through this, but eventually will drop. Meanwhile, MJ doing a hell of a lot of damage on this Master with the Chrono. Is in Andy. He found 3 of them, but he has no follow-up damage to it. Requiem will come out, but they just want NJ, and they aren't going to get it either. Ray... You know, I gotta keep giving this man props in the past 5, John. He's playing a hero that I called garbage, but he's making it look really darn good.
Yeah, he is. And it was his ward that spotted that smoke as well. That ward in front of tier 2 was his plant earlier on. It makes them prepare for the smoke. They get the counterfight they need. And they're playing around this timing well now. Like, this is what we needed to see from Mystique. They finally get the angle they need. They didn't even have to pop the BKB on zone. Only NJ's BKB had to go off. So you're really happy on the side of Mystique right now. And if you're Cloud, the Chrono doesn't go according to plan, and he still doesn't have damage even with the Maelstrom up. He needs a BKB to weather through the damage that zone has even in the Chrono. And it's going to need a little bit more patience out from Cloud. Couldn't really connect either. Like, this time around, they managed to pin down Starif. Was a lot closer than I think you'd want to be on the CM there. And just couldn't get the channel for the damage in the end with a Chrono. So, all things lining up for Mystique. They're going for another push on the mid-tier 2. It doesn't take too long here.
All TP's in, but they do see the tusk. Zone was raiding. With that, Mercy, I mean, he's still got a bit of time. He'll try for a snowball back the way of the Drow, but should eventually just drop here and will. No helping out the tusk in that scenario. And going back to the Void point you were just making, like, Andy's been finding some really good Chronos this whole game. It really is just a matter of they're never in position to fully capitalize, because you want the SF right outside the Chrono hitting people. And it just hasn't happened. And here we go again, Mystique. They're feeling confident now. Down towards the bottom side of the map, they'll have a look for the Void. Sadly for them, Andy has left the building, so they won't find anything down at this bot lane apart from a creep wave. And well, speaking of Andy now, he does have the full BKB up. The question is, can he find a Chrono that allows Butterfly Effect to just hit people from the outside? Because that's what they really need at the moment.
It's difficult. You're going to need maybe setup from CSJ. Like, try to get... It sounds really optimistic, but get a Vac wall and then get the Chrono on top and have Butterfly Effect. Get some hits, channel the Requiem as the Chrono fades. That's like your ideal perfect team fight. So you get a call for a pause. Bit of a reconnect from Ray. But the execution for that is, it's just extremely difficult. It's down to how Mystique is just positioning themselves. They are way more declumped. They know Cloud is looking for these big team fights where everyone's kind of stuck together. And they're just not giving that angle. Like, even in these really good Chronos that Andy's finding, the distance between each hero in that Chrono is pretty damn wide. So the SF can't confidently just hit in every angle from outside, because some of them are deeper in the Chrono. He can't reach there, even with a Dragon Lance. He's going to have to walk around, waste some time. And Mystique are just reading this quite well. Maybe, again, learning from their mistakes yesterday when they lost to the Faceless Void twice in a row. They've changed up their playstyle to match that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the go-ahead here from Ray, so it looks like whatever issues were concerning him are now over. I just really do think, like, at least one target, right? Like, you just need at least one target down to these chronos. And whether it's zone, whether it's MMM, it doesn't really matter. It just needs to be somebody that goes down during these chronos. And we just haven't seen the luxury of having Butterfly Effect able to hit anyone in the chronos yet. It seems like Mystique, they're going to group up and go for a 5-man smoke. Once again, through the mid lane they go. This one was not scouted out, but Cloud are ready to try and fight back. It seems, in fact, never mind. They want out of this. It's not the fight they wanted. The Darkseid does get caught, though. Permanently stunned up. He is going to drop. Ray, he will just chase for more, putting his body forward, feeling very confident. Doesn't have the stun available. They'll try for the rebound instead, but MJ just not close enough. But now Mystique really starting to control this map. Looking a lot more confident. They'll take the outpost. And at this stage, this is the point where you could sit back and farm and just wait for the next Roshan, I think, is Mystique.
Yeah, you've got really good map control right now. You don't have the best reach on Cloud to keep the farm game going, especially to sustain 2 big cores in the SF in the faces Void. You do run the risk of, if you play this farm game a little bit too much and wait for the next Rosh, the Rosh fight for Cloud is not to be underestimated. It's Chrono, it's Requiem, it's Vac Wall. So you need to maybe look for that pickoff game first before gunning for that Rosh in the next fight. And Cloud, they don't really have the best wards right now. Look at all the vision. It's mainly coming out from Mystique. They've got the aggressive vision. They've got 1 million sentries down to prevent any sort of information coming out onto Cloud. And they're still getting a steady build-up. Like full basher on NJ. He's had for a while, going for the Blink next. They're going to have that straightforward frontliner now for them to start these fights off, get the chase going. Side of Cloud just getting a little bit of a push going down bot here. Do you have the output coming out with Butterfly Effect? Yeah, they've got the 15 talent. Presence Aura in the buildings. So they can get that done quite fast. They give themselves a bot jungle to work with. And they are actually closing the net worth gap a little bit here, Mike. From 3k down to 2k, not a massive swing, but you can see what happens when you do decide to play the slower game. And it's still a Void, it's still an SF. With the items they have now, they can certainly farm a little bit faster than the opposing side at this moment.
That's the thing as well. You've got the Hyperstone up on Andy into the Mjolnir. That now you're definitely going to have some damage in those chronos, and yeah, just a higher chance of actually hitting those time locks as well, which is always very nice when you're in the chrono. So we'll see how Mystique trying to deal with it. I think Andy, at the very least, as long as he can continue to land those chronos, this time around he should be able to just delete somebody within those ultis. There's your full Mjolnir up. I have Skadi's next item here for our Void. MMM, still farming very well himself, is going into the Silver Edge. Pretty standard itemization here for the Drow. And look at that, John. Roshan, going to be up in a minute and a half. Double damage already spawning up, ready to go for them. Gaben's Blessing, as we like to call it. Cloud, they've smoked up, assuming Roshan might spawn soon. And they want to fight, because they want that next Roshan. And in we go. Ray, he's still in a perfect position to tank the gank. He'll take the Walrus Punch, he'll take the death, but the rest of his team wants to try and fight. NJ will jump in. Buyback is immediate from Ray to try and reinitiate into this fight as Starif. Starif might just drop here to zone, and will do so. Andy is still trying to fight, commits Chrono, but he's going to have no damage. Oh, and he's been lifted up. Oh, no. I don't know about that. I do not know about... I mean, Butterfly Effect wasn't even there anymore. He just ran.
Yeah. Yeah, he bailed out. And we've seen this with Voids before. Up against the Lesh. Once you have even a plate mail item on Lesh, it really nullifies a lot of Void's output. And he has the full Shivas up on zone. He just doesn't take damage. Even with a Mjolnir up, you're really banking on these time locks. And it's just not reliable. It's not enough to consistently drop zone down to 0. He has way too much EHP going for himself. They forced the buyback out from Ray, but it's more than worthwhile. And now Roshan's only 15 seconds away. No Chrono. You have Requiem, you have Vac Wall, but without that Chrono, it's just awkward.
I can't believe, like, looking at this replay, you see the SF get caught out, Butterfly Effect just goes for a run, and this is the disconnect, right? Because Andy's going. Andy's trying to fight, barely survives, gets a Chrono off, but Butterfly, he's just running straight triangle. I don't blame him, John. I don't think it was the fight for a Chrono, but You know, without the SF, you just don't have the damage.
Yeah, like if he was around, maybe getting a couple of right clicks off, passing off that presence of the Dark Lord aura, you might have been able to do it. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. If the second Roche goes the way of Mystique, Aegis back onto once more. And it's not an unwinnable game for Cloud, but they really have to win this team fight.
I mean, they kill Ray again, but this is kind of the point. Ray's just doing a really good job of tanking every gank.
He is. He's just cutting off all the smokes, cutting off all the attention, and he's just doing his job. Like, he's this sacrificial body. From the laning phase, he's been doing this. Cloud, they're just not working as a team, it feels like. The disconnect between all the players is just pretty wide for a lineup that's relying on these team fights to connect. You know, that you need to connect your chrono with your positioning on the SF, set that up maybe with a vac wall. None of that is coming true. Maybe you could simplify this process with a BKB on CSJ. He is going for the Aeon disc, which I guess is another way to just survive through that initial burst as well. With the Darkseer surviving the initial onslaught, because we saw him just die out last time, if they do manage to get the vac wall to punish, maybe then you can get your positioning right for the chrono and for the SF to get the hits in. But again, the coordination has to be there, Mike. And just so far, we've been saying this about Cloud. In the past 30 minutes, it just doesn't feel like it's come out at all.
No, it hasn't. They're still grouped up. They're still running towards this bottom side of the map here, Cloud. They aren't able to find anything. MMM, he's underneath the ward right now. It's a prime opportunity to make a jump in, but to be absolutely fair, she does have the Aegis up, so they don't want to risk it. Team right behind her now. Mystique gonna run right into Mercy. Ray not gonna have the chance to throw the Stormhammer out. Still, the rebound is there. Disposes out. NJ catches him from a mile away. Of course, the Marcy with the blink up now doesn't really have any issues closing the gap anymore.
No. She's got that reach. She's got the range. Butterfly effect. I mean, he could try for a cheeky Silver Edge play if he wanted, but I actually don't know if that's worthwhile even risking.
Starif is around as well in the CM. Looks like Butterfly Effect's going to stick around and try to skip the creep wave. NJ is still pushing it out. Tier 1 bottom tower now under siege here by MMM as well, so the Drow is just going to take care of that, no issues. And eventually Butterfly Effect does show himself to take down the wave. Could just TP out as well. There's not really much of a chance of them catching him here if he does. And in the meantime, Abyssal Blade now up on NJ. So things get infinitely more challenging because this Marcy is a real problem, right? Like, if she catches you, you are as good as gone. There's no escape.
You're not running. MJ's got the burst damage on hand and the control. With the last outer tower gone, high ground is the name of the game here. 2 minutes still left in the Aegis. This is where Cloud can shine, but again, they've got to work as a team to get these plays.
Here we go. Jump in on MMM, but there's no backup. There is zero backup. So Mercy's just gone. Like, you force the BKB usage out of NJ that was kind of unnecessary and do actually somehow force them back. I don't know, did Mystique need to back there? Like, you've still got Aegis up. You still got the BKB on MMM. It's a 4v5 scenario. Feels like you could have gotten away with forcing a buyback here from our Tusk, but they won't bother for it.
They respect the team fight, right? Like, if you are that far out of position, you get chronoed on top, back wall. There is damage to be done here. Again, if you look at the net worth balance so far, you're not too far behind on Andy and Butterfly Effect still. They're doing a great job of just keeping up in farm. The big differential is really coming out from CSJ. It's our Darkseer that has kind of suffered for these two cores to shine, but he can do his job without too much more itemization outside of maybe one more defensive item here. Inside of Mystique, yeah, they just regroup. Aegis will expire now, so high ground sieges most certainly stop. And that will lead to Cloud, again, having this opportunity to gun for Roshan. They've got a Clef Ward at least watching the Rosh Pit. They've got the team fight to put into that Rosh Pit as well. And we just need to see that execution kick in. The Scotty being worked on here by Andy. He's going to have quite a fair bit more stats. He's going to cut into that regen. GR getting out here with the Leshrac, so it's going to help the cause there in these prolonged fights. I don't know, we just need to see them work together. That's it. Like, It hasn't
Literally.
happened yet in the past 35 minutes, and Mystique are going to go for it again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, if Cloud aren't coming to them, they'll come to Cloud, and well, here we go. 4-man smoke up, the Drow, the only one not with them at the moment, but she can always join in pretty darn fast. Aegis will expire, so instead she'll push out the mid-creep wave, but they have found Starov. That's 1 CM gone. NJ gonna make a jump in. Mercy's gonna try and tank the gank here, but needs his own way out as in comes Zone with all the damage necessary, but misses the split earth. Chase is still going, Cloud trying to scatter and get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, towards the north, it seems like Andy's been caught. Andy's gonna try for the chrono, but there's no damage. There's no damage, and now the chrono's stolen. Oh, he doesn't use a spell after. So they're gonna lose Mercy eventually, and Andy has still been caught. Oh no. We haven't seen one chrono where anyone else has hit anyone in that chrono. It's literally always just Andy.
Yeah, it's so disconnected. Like, they had this moment where Andy was like right in between all these heroes. He had a good angle for a chrono, and he had butterfly effect around, and they just didn't. They opt to retreat in that moment, giving the angle out to Mystique to get the initiation first, leading into this catastrophe onto the high ground. Butterfly effect isn't even hanging around the area to try to defend. They're surrendering 1 Rax, but the side of Mystique can just take everything. They have the push to back this up. It's not going to take too long to melt this high ground.
No, it certainly is not. 2 racks is down at the very least, maybe even a third if they really feel frisky about it, but the glyph is going to be forced out, which probably will just enable them to hold on to 1 racks here for the side of Cloud. But it's still a very dire kind of situation for them to try and come back from. So they might dive in now. MMM, he's going to blink out. Zone, he's fine. He's got his BKB. Has the Bloodstone ready if he needs it. Again, they're just going to back off, maybe wait for the next Roshan. There's just no reason to rush this game now. 12k ahead. And Cloud. I mean, you know, we're broken records in this game 1, John, but the answer is kind of obvious as they do make the jump in again. Chrono committed by DQQ, catching 3 of them. And now the jump in from NJ. Look at the damage. Just, it's time to call it. You've got to call this game. I mean, they're 4 down, they've got buybacks, but there's no way. DQQ, what a setup.
Yeah, I mean, it's so sad when you see that same playstyle with a chrono from the enemy team with a Ruben.
Oh.
But he gets this big chrono, he's getting damage out from his Lush Wrap, from his Drow outside. They're not even buying back. Cloud. And the support Sven does its job. They had lanes that felt like should have gone a lot better. They'll try here.
One more time. P4 towers were on the siege. They might play it safe. Oh, that's a big jump in. Now Chrono. Andy, you missed your Chrono there, sir. He's going to try anyway, but MMM is just running. Mercy's down with Starif, and well, here come the diebacks. They've caught the Void. That's going to be him gone without buyback as well, and GG is called. Oh boy, that is a very, very rough way to end the game with a Chrono like that. I don't know what to say here, John. I'm going to try and be positive. Ray on this Sven did a fantastic job. I would like to say he's probably the MVP of this game 1.
Yeah, he played spectacularly well. The whole side of Mystique kind of fixed the issues we saw from yesterday, right? Like, they play a lot more aggressive, they play around their timings. They looks like they wait around a little bit, but once they had those 2 BKBs into the Roche, they had everything they needed, and they started playing in control from there. Cloud, we need to see their coordination kick in. It didn't feel like a team there, Mike.
It certainly did not, John. That was a, to say the least, it was a little bit rough. We've got our panel here who might be able to soften the blow for the side of Cloud. I mean, boys, that game 1, like I said, I'm praising Ray. This is the 2nd time in a row where I've called his hero garbage, and he tends to prove me wrong every single time. So, I mean, you know what? Ray's looking like a Div 1 support.
That's right.
I think Ray's doing a fantastic job.
I think you'll find I was right, actually. They beat the Faceless Void. They did it. My boys came together, they worked on their loss from yesterday. They put all their heads together, they had the meeting. They said, guys, let's put the Dota aside. Let's talk about friendship. Why can't we beat this Faceless Void hero? It's because he freezes us all solid, and we're not connecting, we're not communicating. But they came together in this game and they said, look, we're going to beat this void, we're going to come together, we're going to have a great time, and we're going to do it as friends. And that's what Team Mystique did, and I'm pumped for them. They beat Andy, they beat the void, they beat their big zeitgeist. They managed to destroy it, and I that's hype for them. So good job, Team Mystique.
Yeah, like their coordination was just so much stronger. You can definitely see that improvement in their comms coming through.
I love the hype from Nomad, Sean, don't you? Like he's the ultimate hype man, right there.
Look at this. They're like, he just chronos. He gets nothing. He gets killed off.
Look,
they're just like feeling so good.
I was
smashed yesterday.
I was so wrong when I was thinking about which team is gonna win in the drafting stage, because I kind of thought Cloud is just a stronger team. You get baited into that line of thinking, and then you're kind of going all in. But what they did, remember during the draft, I also said, okay, they picked Lash, but now you just put SF into him on the mid lane, and that should be it. Like, when I said that, I meant it in a way, okay, you put SF mid, and then you pick a playmaker for the safe lane that can do stuff. Like, you picked SF and the Void on the safe lane. Now you have two heroes that are AFKing throughout the mid game, throughout the early game. SF also makes a little bit of a blunder there on the mid lane, so he dies to the Lash. Suddenly you have an SF that's going right click, and you have a Void on the safe lane. Both of these heroes, if they decide to, like Void can't decide, he has to do that. But if SF decides to go for the right click build, which is the right build at the moment, like he comes online way too late. You aren't able to do anything. Like, you can't defend your towers, you can't fight afterwards. Like, you're banking on this idea that eventually you're gonna pop the chrono and hit everyone with SF. I think he just needed to go. I know it's a bad build, but I really think he needed to go like Blink and just play around his ulti while Void was getting far. He needed, like, in a game such as this one, you need the Magic SF as bad as it is. Like, if you aren't going for it, you're just gonna be feeding anyway. Like, you're playing into this Marcy that's just gonna jump your face every fight. I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna need an MLP MVP.
Oh, I give it to Ray, honestly. As much trash as I talk about this Pulse 5 Sven, I don't know, the guy tanks every gank, he makes plays, he makes space. Yesterday, the Pulse 5 LC, I thought the exact same thing. Like, this guy making me look like an absolute fool on the panel. He's done it again to me, and I think this guy's great. I think this guy's making it impossible for teams to actually just, catch the calls that they want to catch.
Yeah, and beyond that as well, draft as well, right, John?
Yeah, the draft came out pretty strong from Mystique, just going back to the Drow, going back to the Lesh. But the one thing is about Ray as well, going back to him as a player, like, his warding was fantastic. Like, that tier 2 ward in front of the tier 2 tower in mid, spotting out that smoke play, and then immediately breaking that smoke, having his team around him in the area as well. He just set up so well for these moments to come out for Mystique. And Cloud, I mean, we just haven't seen that same coordination. We haven't seen that same being on the same page here for them in comparison to Mystique. So they've got to kind of recover in game 2 here.
They do, yeah, they do. And I feel like it almost felt like they were going for the Faceless Void, because they were like, hey, these guys got 2-0'd by a Faceless Void yesterday. Should we just take it and get the free W? Yeah, sure. Didn't really work in their draft. Didn't really work in the game. But what I was alluding to with, like, the fact that Ray is just kind of playing all these strange heroes, he's playing the Legion Commander yesterday, playing the Sven today. It does make it hard to draft against this team as well. You're never really 100% sure what they're going for, and they will pick these heroes and just kind of throw out curveballs like this. And I think that's a really good point for Team Mystique, and something they can definitely work on and try to improve upon. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Team Cloud, a little bit just down the straight and narrow. You're kind of always aware of what they're going to do, and that predictability can be good for helping them work on their gameplay and kind of figure things out, but also does make it pretty easy to get the advantage of them over the draft, at least so far as it seems. But we're going to be back for game number 2 very shortly. Liz, before we do that, what's the main thing you want to see Cloud work on in game number 2 besides draft?
Besides draft, like, it's
I'm
hard.
not giving you the easy one. Come on.
It's not like this game, like, it's bad, but this game comes down to not having a playmaker. Like, I would say, make that mid game look cleaner, playmake, do stuff, defend your towers. But you aren't able to do that if you don't have a hero that can actually do that, which they didn't have in this game.
No.
You had a Darkseer that's kind of left on an island, no one to play with.
There was like maybe a universe where they can like play the map or something. You know, Dark Tier Ags travels on. It just why put yourself in that situation though? It becomes very very difficult very very quickly, and you're just basically not playing Dota anymore. You're playing this weird different game you've made for yourself. So doesn't really work out for Team Cloud in this game number 1. Will things change in game number 2? Well, my friends, you have to wait. We're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we'll be back with the second match of the day. Hello and welcome back to the China Division 2. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by Lither, John Xfire, and MLP here on the panel as we jump into game number 2 of the best series of all time. And yes, I am paid to say that. It's Team Mystique versus Team Cloud here in a best of 3. And we're already way into the draft. So I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Lizardo to talk about what we've got going on so far.
What we have so far, my dear gentlemen, is that Lina and Tree have been banned out in Phase 1 by Team Mystique. Meanwhile, Team Cloud setting their draft up with banning a Ricky and the Primal Beast. Now, what did happen? I guess the Broodmother was the first pick. So it got answered by the LC and the Rubik. It's like position 5 LC and the Rubik 4, whatever. Or mid maybe, but probably 4. And then Team Cloud says, yeah, we really like this Morphling for some reason, so we're gonna pick it. I'm not sure about the Morphling pick.
Yeah.
The play around the Brood is obvious, but Morphling, I don't know. They just wanted it.
Well, they're Team Cloud, and water evaporates into clouds, so...
Oh, I guess. in that role play, it works out. I'm curious why they prioritize it so early, though. Like, maybe it's just a favorite pick for the safe lane. They're forced to protect it, right? Like, they immediately have to ban out the AA, take out the Bat Rider, the Ursa's gone. There's still some answers on Mystique. And just want to dominate that lane. You already have the Rubik to help you with that. So just kind of run from there. I love that Mystique are allowed to go into that flex LC again. We saw it.
Doom.
Worked out well enough, and I like that Doom. There you go. There's your answer.
Doom.
Sweet. So they're not even playing the games at the moment. They're not even being like, ooh, is this LC elf lane? Is it 5? Who knows? No, they're just like, yeah, it's 5.
I think it's obvious, yeah.
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 No playing games. And the answer is going to be Dawnbreaker and, ooh, Shaman. How interesting from Cloud.
Huh.
They are shaking the tree here.
I
Why
think
Shaman?
they actually ran a similar draft yesterday with this Morphling. Sorry, not yesterday. They did this against outsiders from China. Didn't work out. I believe it kind of fell pretty heavily. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any faith in this draft.
Wasn't it?
Cloud, I'll be frank.
Why
Wasn't
not?
it carry against outsiders? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was from 5.
Why have you no? Oh, ye of little faith. I don't know. Like,
I can't doubt the pos 5 LC anymore, dude.
yeah,
I can't do it.
I can understand that. Team Mystique should just pick a Slark here. Just go for it. Just go for it, man. Just do it, man.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect.
Yeah, just believe in yourself, man. It's really good versus Morphling. It's good versus Brood in the lane. Eventually, Brood takes over, right? But okay, they go with the Pango instead.
Tis an alright pick. It's alright. It's kind of gives them the team fight, covers the Doom's weaknesses quite nicely. A nice early timing on this guy. What I want to know is, you know, we always have like the TI secret shop and stuff. You know, some nice branded stuff. We had like a Hoodwink Polo new to it this year.
Mm-hmm.
We know bidets are like really fashionable at the moment, especially in the West. It's like kind of taking over, you know, all these stream. Why don't they release a Morphling bidet? That'd be great.
Bidet?
Yeah.
A bidet?
Like for the toilet, right?
Yeah.
What's
Morphling,
what's
a
with the
Morphling
toilet?
themed bidet.
What's
TI secret shop.
The toilet bowl toilet theme. Morphling bidet would be great. More
It would.
people should use bidets.
Feel that waveform,
you want
baby.
the sense. Yeah, with waveform. Oh, that sounds a bit rough. You know, the bidet is supposed to be
Wait,
a
silencer ban?
comforting experience.
What's happening?
I mean, they don't want to get their ultis cancelled with the.
But you already know
Dawnbreaker.
Rubik and LC are the supports. Why ban
Oh yeah, good
silencer?
point. Mid silencer. Let's go.
I mean, I don't get it.
No,
But
I don't get it
okay.
either.
You're-
Like I thought two heroes are a no-brainer bans here for Team Cloud. Naga and Slark. I feel like those two just destroy you. Like if Naga is on, she pretty much wins the game, I guess, versus the Viper versus the Viper banned out. Okay, they want Spectre. They want Spectre. That's a good one as well. That's a solid one for Team Mystique.
Yeah, it scales really nice. The core-to-core matchups, not too bad. You can hunt down the softer supports. You say softer, Dawnbreaker can be a little bit annoying, but Shaman doesn't take too long to dispose of in the middle of these fights.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Cloud and their bans, like it does raise questions. Like, were they expecting something like, say, I don't know, safe lane Doom,
I don't know.
Anglia or elsewhere? Maybe just flexing. It's not something Mystique would do. I mean, they're pretty hammered in.
Just ban.
SF again.
Oh god. SF Morphling. Okay, let's go. SF Morphling Brood.
I think it's the same kind of a deal once again. These heroes are not super active. Brood wants to take over the map. The good thing, at least Brood kind of connects, I guess, easier a little bit. Just take the tier 1 tower. I don't know, like, Pango should be able to defend that tower. Like, LC for the lane, Pango post lane. And I guess if your team is Mystique, you still go for the Spectre and you just farm her up. Like, Pango and everyone else just defends forever.
They go fight though. Yeah, they just take Slark and fight.
I'm surprised. Why take Slark if you like? Why bend up? Yeah, whatever. In any case, Slark is also good. Like they're Slark, Naga, and Spectre. I think on the same level of goodness here.
Yep, I think I agree with you. They pretty much had like a nice slow ball draft there for Mystique. I don't think there's anything they could have picked in the carry role which would have been massively wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel like Team Cloud have improved upon their mistakes of Game 1. I feel like they've drafted almost like a very similar thing. Maybe they've got more active supports this time, but it doesn't really matter if you have active supports when you have Morphling SF. Like, when do these guys start playing the game? It feels slow and awkward. I don't know. Can one of you guys, John or Mike, either one of you, can one of you be a spin doctor and just try and sell me this Team Cloud draft? Make me believe, because at the moment I'm worried. I'm worried.
Go on, John.
Yeah, it's if they push really hard with the Broodmother and play with his global presence from Starif, you can kind of get running. You know, maybe Butterfly Effect plays a little bit faster, not necessarily magic build, but just joins these team fights a little bit earlier to buy space for Andy. Then you can push quite fast with Shadow Shaman, Brood, and SF. So there is that. Like, you can play this tempo. You're going to be farming on a Slark and Doom. You're going to be getting Midas on Doom. You know, it can be a little bit slower, but the timings are still there to play with for Mystique. But that's the mindset I can see in Cloud, at least.
Too many kindas and maybes in there for me, John. Yeah, I think we're all leaning Mystique for this one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, Elizabeth, if the lanes go really well for Cloud, is there a possibility of them taking this?
Yeah, if the lanes go well, there's definitely a chance. That's what they can hope for. Like, you maybe crush the Slark. We've seen some Slarks that never joined games, right? So maybe like you get a really fat Morphling, really fat SF, you can take the game. I still think that Mystique have better chances. Their draft is better rounded.
Yeah, and it was, of course, Mystique against Poke where the Slug didn't join the fight, so maybe that'll happen again. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's jump into game number 2, MLP and JXF. Take it away for this second match.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We'll go into game number 2 here between Mystique and, of course, Team Cloud. John, they did raise one good point at the end, which is the fact that the Slark was seen yesterday by Mystique, and they had a huge advantage, never pressed that advantage. I wonder if MMM has learnt from his mistakes from that previous series against Poke, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, at least from game 1 of this series, from what we saw, I think what you have to be more worried about is Cloud being able to get their stuff together, because this draft that they've gone for is really greedy in comparison to game 1. And if it's anything like it was game 1, I feel like it's going to just fall apart.
Yeah, it's still a too big farming course on mid and safe. This off lane that's not necessarily a playmaker, but more of a space maker. Same thing with the Darkseer last game, just in different ways. So I don't think the draft fixes that many issues. There's maybe a little bit more play with this Shadow Shaman and the Dawnbreaker combo. Like, these two can set up for the Broodmother quite well, and you can just play make off of that, but your team fight presence, it's not really there in comparison to the rolls, the duel, plus the cores hitting down on you, the Doom coming out from NJ. There's a lot more team fight coming out from Mystique up against Cloud. So for Cloud, they've got to play this early timing, play the pick-off game once they hit level 6 in their supports, run around, maybe just build off the Broodmother, as based on what we saw last game, no one else wants to be active. Butterfly Effect wants to farm, Andy wants to farm. So you just go all in and playing with CSJ once he's ready.
I love that name, by the way, CSJ. It's just it's just hard, because you know what it sounds like. It's hold that thought, because mid lane, Butterfly Effect, he gets a level 2 kill just spamming all the raises with the bunch of mangoes he had. And well, that's the thing, even level 1 raise, it's just so much damage because the bonus stacks keep happening and the slow is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not a matchup that Zone will feel pretty good in. Even once he has the Swash, Ray's cooldown is pretty good, so you can just look for that window when Swash is down, harass out the Pango. The durability of Shield Crash, it's not going to do too much to prevent that from coming out here. And Zone's just going to have to pace himself. We saw Zone get the early kill earlier on in the last game. Now Butterfly Effect finds his revenge. We just need to see this laning performance translate to more activity later on.
What about those side lanes? Like, what's going on bottom lane? Ray and MMM against CSJ and Mercy. In fact, hold that thought, because top lane's the one we're going to have a look at here. Starif and Andy against DQQ and NJ. I mean, it does seem like a pretty easy lane for NJ to farm in. It's a +5 Dawnbreaker, which, let's be frank, this hero right now does need levels to be very effective during the lane. Especially with Celestial Hammer being nerfed so much. And back at that mid lane for a moment, Zone is really copping it here on the Pango, but going back to my point, John, it does feel like NJ is going to be able to farm quite effectively here.
Yeah, it's not going to be held back too much. The threat of a kill coming out from Cloud is pretty hard to pull off. Maybe once you're level 4 on Andy, you can start to feel better. And level 3 on Starif for a little bit more damage there. But you're not going to be able to stop NJ. This Midas timing's going to come up. They have at least blocked off the large camp. So no sneaky creeps ready to find. They are getting aggressive bots as well.
MMM just ran back in. He had literally less than half HP. He went after CSJ and, well, he saved Ray at the very least, but it's not really worth the life of the POS1 Slark.
No, certainly not. And again, this is what we need to see from Cloud. Just play aggressive, kind of take stronger positions in the lane. Does not have the Dark Pact, so if he does get shackled down, he has no real save. And well, you have to press the attack, but if that's off as well, and you're kind of stuck in a pretty bad position. So just have to watch your spacing there. CSJ, off to a pretty good start for that kill under his belt. You're still farming well on and when Pounce comes in, it's a bit tricky here.
Well, they're doing a lot of damage here with the Essence Shift. Mercy is there to try and help out, but it is going to be purged off the shackles, that is, as Ray's always going to have to press the attack to spam here on the Slark. I mean, the only option you really have is to try and shackle the LC if you really want to get away with it, but then you're going to have the problem of MMM just jumping in, just hitting you. Still, I suppose if you are Cloud, you'll just be happy with the fact that the bottom lane is still kind of going your way. Considering the matchup, it really shouldn't be, but that's what's happening right now. It seems like the Brute and the Shadow Shaman duo just doing a better job.
They've got some good presence here. And this does pile on as the levels go up. Once you can threaten with Spawn Spiderlings, once you say you have a value point in the Hex, chain stunning and holding down becomes a lot easier. You're not going to have all the saves in the world, especially since you still don't have the value point in Dark Pack for so you just need to get that leveled spike on Mercy. Zone again.
Zone
and that
again
lane is
gets
just
picked
atrocious. It's just not a fun lane. You're a melee hero against SF. It's so hard. And the Pangolier is so far behind in CS as well. Like, this is going to be a massive issue for Mystique. This is the hero that needs to be online fast because you have a Slark and Doom. Doom in particular is just going to go for Midas and wait for the BKB blink. So until that point, your play is coming in from mid. And with this kind of start for Zone, that start's going to be stalled off. Butterfly Effect's level 6, while Zone's level 4. It's pretty...
Ouch.
Not gonna lie, it's atrocious on mid right now for Mystique.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's not like any other lane's going much better. Like, only the off lane right now is going decently. As MMM, you're getting way too aggressive, sir. He'll pounce away, he'll barely find the angle, but CSJ's still on the chase. Mercy has shackles up, but can't get within range. Meanwhile, topside, they do get Starif. So again, the saving grace right now for Mystique is the fact that the top lane is going extremely well for them. Though I say that, Andy is top of the CS board on the Morphling, so it might be going okay for the Doom, but it's going even better for the Morphling.
They're not really able to stop the Morph.
MMM? He's going to pounce away again. He's really playing on the edge here on this Slark, and the one thing that scares me, John, is there's going to be a time where CSJ gets in the way of the pounds, and you're not going to be able to run, and here we go. CSJ, not going to try and dive tier 1 towers yet, but will continue asserting dominance here down to the bottom side of the map, and this is without level 6. Once 6 is up, he's going to have the burst potential.
And it's without the Shadow Shaman either. He's just free to get some hits. He doesn't even have the shackle to set up for him. And Cloud have recovered pretty well from game one. They're running stronger lanes. They're coming out a lot stronger in this laning phase. They have this 3-man rotation onto mid. Both supports kind of showing up, just looking to further bully out zone and secure the bottle rune here. DD for butterfly effect. No vision to spot them here either.
Here comes the push into mid. Double damage activated on butterfly, so plenty of damage for this tier 1 tower to take so much. And it will. Problem is the creep wave is going to be dragged over by zone, so they won't have the defensive capability with that creep wave, at least for the SF. Bit of a wraparound. They seem to want to kill zone off again, and well, zone, he's going to get hexed up, he'll get shackled up, and they have plenty of follow-up damage. Butterfly effect, able to get his 3rd kill of the game already. Meanwhile, bottom lane, MMM is trying to force a fight against CSJ. Luckily, he will have the backup of Ray on the LC. But CSJ, he's still keeping up quite effectively in farm, and well, again, every single lane so far has gone the way of Mystique.
7 minutes for mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
7 minutes for a mid-tier 1. Strong start for Cloud. This is actually very difficult for me to see Mystique recover. Like, maybe you can play ultra aggressive once zone has the roll, and you can just try to play around. They do get the shackles out from the NJ though.
They're going to reveal they had some vision on the high ground at least. NJ going to try to fight, but is just going to drop. Ouch. And
yeah.
I mean, getting caught like that, it's a bit rough.
It is. I mean, it's not too bad of a movement from Doomrat. You're flanking around. You're getting these jungle camps. You're getting your farm. Trying to work towards Midas. It's just the aggression from Cloud.
I mean, Mercy's getting away with way too much here. Zone's going to drop now. He just hit level 6, which is the saddest part. Meanwhile, bottom lane, MMM's getting dived by CSJ, but CSJ going to leave him be again, just more than happy to keep hitting creeps. But yeah, a really awkward start for Team Mystique is CSJ again going to try. Ray going to spot out Mercy, so they can't cut him off. Slark going to be okay. Meanwhile, top lane, Doom was committed onto the SF, so this will be a huge kill if they can secure it, but NJ just doesn't have the damage. Scorched Earth on cooldown, so he could not chase him down. Is anyone going to deny the SF? Barely unnecessary. He will survive on 40 HP.
Yeah, he had like 12 in the last tick. So, on edge, but Butterfly Effect knows just how much he's going to take. Mystique, this is looking like a very different team from game 1 here.
It is.
Maybe it goes back to the draft, right? Your mid got totally stomped. Zone is not dominating like he did on the Lesh. Can't even get the roll off with Mercy around. The shackles don't come out, so he should find a free... Oh, no, he's not.
No, perfect position for Mercy, knowing he's going to get knocked to the high ground. Meanwhile, Ray, bottom lane, just knows he can TP away from CSJ. Nothing he can do about it. It's,
Hey, Mike, what do you think the C in SJ stands for? Cantaloupe? Slam Jammer? What other fruits do we have?
I think he's just a massive BSJ fan. The C just stands for China. Like, he's just the Chinese variation of BSJ. I mean, why not, right?
Could be, but I'd like to think he's thinking of fruits. What else starts with a C, Mikey? Calamansi. Calamansi Slam Jammer. There you go.
What is Calamansi?
Very sour. It's a tiny Asian lemon lime. It's more like an Asian lime. Very sour. Used a lot in Filipino cooking. Very nice.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Zone, mid lane. Get chased down a little bit. It's going to be okay to just bounce his way out. Deny is there on the bottom tier 1 tower here, so Ray, he's denying something away from the side of Cloud. Being very annoying against the Brood, as he's meant to be. Meanwhile, Mercy mid lane. Look at this guy. Look how confident this Shaman is. He's just literally walking in. Into the mid lane. No punishment to come out. You do have NJ around, but they're just not confident. In they go, they're going to try for something. They don't have the Doom available, so they are playing with caution. But Mercy should just fall. He's still trying to run. They'll allow Zone to have the kill, which is absolutely fair enough, because he needs it. But it's a very concerning sign, the fact that Mercy's just allowed to roam around in that area freely like that, and quite frankly, almost got away.
Yeah, he's... just shows you how far ahead Cloud is. I wanted to take a look at here, Mike. He's queuing up a Radiance in the Slark. which in a way makes sense against the Spiderlings. At the same time, it's a Radiance on Slark. So
When have we seen that?
I'm trying to
He's
recall
not
if we
really.
have. I feel like we've seen it once because it's so strange, but I just can't remember where. But I think we have seen it at least once. Mind you, that was a Slark winning. You know, it's a Slark picking it up by, say, 13, 14 minutes, right? Like a really quick Radiance time. This is not going to be that. It's going to be Brown Boots, Wraith Band, Soul Ring Slark, into Radiance, so 0 contribution from him for a while. And you have a Doom that's also just going to be farming in that same time frame. It's a lot of farming time that Mystique will have to take, which Andy is going to enjoy. On the side of Cloud, Butterfly Effect's going to enjoy. You've got the Brood Mother eating up a lot of the space that you'd want to eat up on the side of Cloud with his farming pace. And it concerns me for the side of Mystique. With this kind of laning start, there's defaulting to a slower playstyle. And that's where the weakness of Cloud is, right? Like the early to mid game. Their cores all want to farm, and theoretically there's someone that connects to the Brood.
Ray's trying to get a duel off, but he got hexed and now he's been shackled up. They've even got the backup of Butterfly Vector. A nice press the attack is going to save him for now, but the chase is still on. Ray surely cannot make it out. They are still zoning, but it's not going to be enough. CSJ able to secure the kill with the Spawn Spiders. I'm still waiting for MMM to unqueue that Radiant. I'm thinking this is a complete bait. There's no way he continues building it. I mean, I understand why he might think it's a good idea. I just can't see it being a good idea.
Yeah, it's a new tech. You know why he's doing it, Mike? Because he stopped calling him
Well, John, you know, does he really want
He's
to be
listening
called
in.
that?
He's listening in. Yes, it's his name. It's his name for a reason. He wants everyone to just say shush when you say his name.
You know how hard it is to say every time you're doing play-by-play? NJ's going to move in. Oh, no Doom out. Mercy going to get the Hex off in time. They're still going to try for something. Zone's going in by himself without rolling Thunder at the moment, so he's forced to back off. And I suppose at least they got Shackles for DQQ. That's kind of nice. But they will lose NJ on the Doom, and, you know, NJ may be a little bit unlucky there, considering Mercy just tumblers toyed up the staircase, but at the same time, I suppose he probably could have waited for his team to group up first.
Yeah, a little bit of coordination issues right now for the side of Mystique. Ray does manage to TP away from the clutches of our spider friend CSJ. And Cloud, they find themselves in a really good position. Andy, number 1 in that word, not too far behind his Butterfly Effect, BKB coming out for him sooner rather than later. And you're going to have the Manta style into Ags for Andy. So we will have the Morphling Eggs coming out. Very nice for the stats you're going to steal. Especially since, well, you're dealing with 2 big strength heroes for the most part. So you're going to have a good amount of stat resist there. Going to be hard to pin him down. And Smoke Player.
Here we go. Top lane, lift up from DQQ, Shackles, but immediately cancelled off by the Hex. There will be a chase for the Shaman, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to control Andy. In fact, Mercy's fine. Mercy survived through it. They are going to back off. Again, brighter side for Team Mystique, John. They got the strength morph here for DQQ, so he is going to become a hell of a lot tankier now for himself. But Roshan's going to get started here because, well, Team Cloud, they understand how powerful they are in this game number 2.
Yep, they've got all the room in the world to get the Roche down. Shaman Ward's down as well. Not going to take too long to mount that objective, and Mystique don't have a play in there. You could try to roll, but that was just used up by Zone. So freebie Roche coming out for Andy with a full Manta up. And he's just going to rush into that Ags. And it's a tough one. Is still going for Radiance, by the way. Like he is legitimately approaching the Sacred Relic Gold, so...
Look, I understand some of it, like, the evasion's kind of nice as well, because you're against 3 right-clicking cores, but I'm with you, John. I'm trying to look at any kind of, you know, any kind of bright side here for this itemization.
You have the LC for clearing out the Spiderlings, theoretically, with the overwhelming odds. You don't really care for the right-clicks of the SF, because he has magic on hand, so if you were really worried about damage, you maybe rush a BKB and get some more stats up to not die from the burst. Morphling is just Morphling. You know, it's like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on.
NJ, he's going to drop. Neither am I, John. And I'm
really
literally
not
just trying to find any reason for it. NJ gets caught completely, on the wrong side of the map here as they're doing. Defense is still there from Ray at the very least. He's got the max overwhelming odds, but it does seem like if Cloud really want, they can just... Oh, that's a lot of damage. Whew, my goodness. But yeah, it just seems like an easy push for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and they still have the output. They still have Aegis. There's nothing to be scared of in this lane.
Starif?
You're just gonna get
They
worked.
do at least get Starif.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it's an important kill for Zone to find. That's his full refusal coming out, and you have the blink up for Ray, so he can initiate for the team setup with a dual hold.
Dire's top tower is under
It's going to be a bit tricky to find the damage to kind of focus onto one of these heroes, especially since you probably don't want to pop Doom on the dual target as well. Seeing as that's also your secondary big controlled spell that you'd want to toss out onto Andy. They will smoke around these timings though. No roll for 40. Can be a bit awkward in this bigger fight.
Cloud. I mean, if they catch Butterfly Effect, that's a great start. And oh, this is where I'm going to start getting critical. This is where I get a little bit upset, right? Because it's like, you're ahead in the game, but why be there? The whole map is free. They're going to try and get aggressive now, but they're lacking their SF. DQQ is going to run and is going to get taken down, but now Andy's in trouble. He'll go for a run himself. He's got the Aegis up. They'll go after MJ, who has committed a Doom. Looks like Andy, without mana, going to be forced to just get away. Agi morphing at maybe the wrong time is going to be in a little bit of trouble. MMM, though, is still going to have the Dark Pact, so he's going to get out of the shackle. We'll pop the ulti straight away, the Shadow Dance, and just try to get the hell out. CSJ able to pick up zone on the Pango. And so you got the SF, you try to force the fight, you still end up losing the fight. And now MMM, Dark Pact committed, he's okay.
Dire's
Or is he?
top tower is
Butterfly
under
effect right around the corner, but nothing going to come out of it. And you kind of look back at Cloud and you're like, Cloud, you can't throw the game like that. It's, those are unnecessary plays.
Yeah, they're clumping around together as a team now on mid, so they should be able to find this push. And you're just healing right through the harassment. The Spiderlings don't get taken out as well. You do have balloons still ready to go. Rubik webs, I'm pretty sure the Broodmother enjoys the web benefit of the Rubik, right? So
I
by
don't think
dropping
that's how it
webs,
Dire's top tower
you sure? Because, well, I'm keen to see. Because Chrono, right? It's the same thing. Rubik drops Chrono on Void, you can still move in it. It doesn't get the bonus, but he still gets to move.
Well, hold that, but we'll see in a moment, John. They are going to make the jump in on DQQ, so he might lose those spiderwebs anyway. In fact, no, not quite yet. He's on the high ground. He's going to survive. In goes the side of Mystique. They will at least find Starif, but Butterfly Effect. He's got a very nice Requiem out. They can chase down Ray. In the meantime, Andy's chasing down Zone on the Pango. Andy, does he have the damage? It doesn't seem like he will, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1. I'd argue it is kind of in the favor of Team Mystique here, as they're the ones that are kind of capitalizing off the kills a little bit more than Cloud. But with that Cloud, they're going to have to back off, and this Aegis is eventually just going to expire on Andy.
Yep, they do manage to force out a pretty decent fight coming out from Cloud. I mean, you only trade supports. Mystique, you feel pretty happy about that overall. Any kill you get is a big boon for you. You have the full Radiance up on So this is where it's interesting. I mean, your farming pace is pretty good with it, I suppose, along with your Dark Pact running, so you can clear out these camps rather quick. The full effect, I'd still want to see just how much it really impacts in these fights. We saw it a little bit in the last fight, and he will smoke up. They've got the blink off on NJ, and he has Doom ready, so they can take a pretty big fight here.
They can. Let's see what they can find. Jump in. Oh, they found the Broodmother. CSJ, not a bad target to start on. Jewel will lock him down, ensuring there's no chance. Ray picking up his third Jewel win of the game, but more importantly for Team Mystique, they've bought more time for themselves. Allow more time for MMM to get to that point where he's a bit more of a nuisance. Because right now with the Radiance, he's not that scary. At least he can farm a little bit quicker, I guess.
Yeah. His farming pace is good. They are smoked up here on Cloud.
Oh, blink right into the triangle. Ray will get punished, though to be fair, he does tank the game.
Yeah, he's doing his job. Just ensuring that no one else dies out for the cause here. Just ensuring that the chorus can still get that build up. Mind you, you still have some good timings left for NJ and for Zone. So Basher coming after the Pango being worked on. Should help with some of the control issues they're having here in terms of finding more heroes than one. And NJ with a BKB will allow the Doom to be more confident in the middle of these engagements. Like the BKB into Octarine into potentially the Ags for NJ is really the scaling you'd want to see. Because the Slark will scale no matter what. But once the Doom hits these critical items, that's where the lead for Cloud, it feels like it's just going to be nullified. They need to just keep playing while they're strong. They will. They'll take that last outer tower here up top. No contestion.
Radiant's top tower
And
is
they hunt Ray.
Ray's going to be alright. He blinks out just in time. So important Ray survives for these high ground defenses because they do need the overwhelming hots to try and clear out all these spiderlings and creeps. Kind of the one spell that it seems like Cloud might actually respect here against Team Mystique is
Radiant's top
Rolling
tower
Thunder's going to be
is
popped pretty early on. The whole team's not even there yet. Won't really amount to much, but it does force them away after taking that tier 3 tower. Meanwhile, MMM somewhat cautious because Andy's got the axe up so he can chase with the pounce. Does get the initial pounce off. There is going to be the Shadow Dance into the Depth Shroud and the Starbringer is going to land. He's forced to cancel the TP off. MMM will go down. So important for this Slark to stay alive, but
Dire's
it's just
bottom
not
tower is
happening.
under attack. Dire's
Now,
bottom tower
he's trying to sneak some farm away. Can't really go for the pick-off plays with the Radiance build up unless you catch something like Mercy solo. Even then, Mercy's just
NJ?
not presenting that, although.
Now they're getting caught out left, right, and center here. NJ, top lane, all by himself is dead. They got Mercy in the middle lane, at least, and the Shaman, but these are not good trades whatsoever if you are Mystique. Cloud is probably very happy with themselves right now.
Yeah, you're killing off the Doom. You're stopping that timing for the BKB Octarine to come true. I'm rather curious about what he's trying to do on the Slark. Going for the Blink next. So he wants to be able to jump into these fights, use the Depth Shroud, use the Shadow Dance, and try to burst someone down. Get some good burn damage in the middle as well, and over these prolonged fights stack up on the permanent, on the Essence Shift Agi. It could pay off. Like this lead from Cloud, you have to remember it's been 5k for a while. It actually hasn't grown. Right? So what that indicates is Mystique is actually keeping up in the same farm pace despite losing out most of the map. We've got some good forward wards now to watch themselves while farming. This is... It's not to say that Mystique is in the clear, but if they do have a fighting chance, because this net worth, as long as it doesn't grow, you're not getting any major advantage on top of what you already had previously for Cloud. So it's not unplayable for Mystique. It's still certainly a difficult game. But if they ride through the storm, then your Slark, your Doom in particular, can really provide you with the answers you need if the game does drag on.
I suppose so. Jump in. CSJ could be a target. They'll land the Infernal Blade, but that's going to be about it. He'll still just go for a runaway. In fact, here they come again. Lift is up. They'll try to jewel up the Broodmother immediately and try to burst her down, and it looks like she's a bit too tanky with the Solar Guardian. It's going to land on two. It is stolen by DQQ, though, so they are going to try and turn this one back around. Starif is down. DQQ really saving the day there on the Rubik. Keeping his teammates alive and finding a positive trade for them, though NJ is still very far forward. He might just go down, and he does. Here we go again. Cloud. It's such a back and forth, but it seems like Mystique are just getting too confident after taking one support pickoff, and Roshan's up again.
It's not going to take too long to melt that. Big props to the itemization here coming out from Starif. Like, he immediately has a whole lock at that healing that came through from the Solar Card, which is huge. And he's going for the Ags. And just full support. He's been allowed to build up this way as well. And with the Aegis up and running, there should be a set of racks coming out for the side of Cloud and Mystique. And they're not going to have any play until Doom is off cooldown, which is still a minute 20. Quite a fair bit of time until NJ can contribute positively in these engagements. That's time that Cloud's not going to wait. Immediate smoke, look for the pickoff into the high ground, or maybe just sneak around onto the high ground if they want to.
They might just do that. Cloud grouped up mid lane, hoping somebody comes low ground, but they won't. Jay, close enough though, but they won't see him. Wards down on the high ground here for Mercy. Serpent Wards to be committed straight away. Tier 3 tower, not going to last long whatsoever.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
You still have those overwhelming odds to make it as hard as possible. Now a blink up as well on MMM, so he can initiate nicely, but well, Zone, he's going to start the fight. He'll go for a Rolling Thunder. Starif the target on the Dawn Breaker, excuse me, is... Well, nothing really comes out of the Rolling Thunder. That Hex is out. Onto MMM. Mercy, he'll survive. Solar Guardian will heal them up. Requiem committed as well, landing on a couple. It seems like 3 have been feared as they will lose Zone and the Pango. Onto NJ now, who moved back in after the Pango has died. And he might just be set to fall as Andy makes the jump in, but no. The lift away, DQQ is going to save. Problem is, MMM is still fighting. And he is dead. Seems like Mystique... They've kind of dropped the ball here for game number 2. I think we all agreed the draft was substantially better here from Mystique, but the gameplay not so much.
Maybe the mid matchup's the one that caught me by surprise, like Pango versus SF. It theoretically does make sense. I just expected a little bit more play coming out there from Zone. He just got stopped. Like Butterfly Fleck comes online, rips through that lane, gets revenge for game 1. And that's where the cascading effect really comes into. And this lane as well for like he just got run down by the Broodmother, and with all the dispels in the world didn't really save him from that hold, that control. The coordination Cloud is now showing his team here.
Rolling Thunder again. Zone's going to try and initiate. They have Doom up, but Andy had the Lincolns. There you go. It's broken now, so they can throw the Doom out onto the Morphling, but he has Aegis up. He has Aegis up here. He's going to have that secondary life. Yeah. Ray's gonna run. And sure, you've got the Aegis down now, but how do you kill him again with the Doom down? NJ is gonna try to run away. He's gonna be okay to barely survive. They'll actually kill off Starfield the Dawnbreaker thanks to MMM. But now you've lost the Pango who gets shackled up. He'll try to swash away, but it's not gonna be anywhere near enough. Shackles, wards, everything being dropped by Mercy by the tier 4 towers. He's trapped himself in the wards. So he's gonna die. Ask for his team to get back, but Butterfly Effect will have none of it. Still going in for more. Meanwhile, Toprax is gone. Jump in. Andy gives the negative, making sure they know they can just finish the game. There goes another. That'll be MMM down the Slark, though he does have buyback, but doesn't seem to want to commit it. And NJ is going to drop. I think Mystique are about ready to call it, but never mind. MMM will buy back after NJ dies. Jumps in again for one last attempt. Has no Essence Shift stacks his way, though, so he's doing no damage. They will find Ray. That's a godlike spree for Andy. More buybacks incoming. NJ now rejoining the team fight, but is just casually walking in as the Doom and is just going to drop. Not even bothering with the Blink Dagger as MMM is also going to go down.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
And that'll be GG. Ray has called it. I think he's seen enough, and quite frankly, John, I think we've seen enough. Cloud will take game 2.
They take game 2. I'm found for a loss of words again, Mike. Radiant Slark doesn't pay off. The lane for Ray and for doesn't pay off as well. And Cloud looked like a team this time. They coordinate really well. Outstanding recovery from game 1 there.
Certainly was, Jonathan. It certainly was. I know you're lost for words, but 2 people that might not be lost for words here are Lizard and Nomad, who I believe are waiting to come in and bless us with some analysis after watching that game too. Boys, what are you thinking?
Dota 2, it's a video game, right? Video games, they have certain mechanics. And, you might win the draft, but sometimes you lose the lanes, and that's one of the mechanics which you need to get right. I don't know, it's a game of inches and miles, right? Like, you lose laning phase by inches with this draft, you can probably come back, you can probably smack some fools, but you lose it by miles, and things start to look pretty badly. I don't know, I think falling at the first hurdle this badly is a pretty bad look for Mystique, unfortunately. What you saying, Lizard?
I agree with you, my dear old friend. There's nothing you can do when you lose all 3 lanes the way they did. Like Doom keeps on feeding in the enemy jungle. Your Pango is not a hero. SF is taking your tower minute 7. I mean, there isn't really a lot to hope for. Plus, your Slark is going for this Radiance, which is something that I've heard John and MLP like maybe 10 times repeat why, why, and I'm still asking myself why. Like, you guys did see the Radiance, that's correct, you did see it, and it was played quite a bit in the Chinese region, like in Division 1, in previous seasons as well, but this Radiance is usually an answer to a Naga, like a Naga or a PL, something illusion-based. You get that Radiance and you're actually kind of strong, like illusions don't threaten you at all, you have way too much dodge capabilities, right? Plus you're just Slark, whatever, very elusive. But this wasn't the game for it, man. If you're getting Radiance because of a Broodmother, that's kind of, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird for me, man.
Kind of weird. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I did a little bit of the old Dota 2 Pro tracker and had a little look at the Slark Radiance filter just to see exactly what it's being built against, and it's all Naga Sirens. In fact, every single game except one was against the Naga Siren. The one game it wasn't against the Naga Siren. I actually don't know. It's just Arme just really likes it for some reason. He just want to have some fun, just get Radiance, build a Shadow Blade, follow people around, make them burn. But yeah, this game certainly didn't work out too well for but it did work out well for Cloud. You know what? I want to give MVP. I'm going to give myself the power to bless the MVP. And I'm going to give it to Butterfly Effect as well in the SF because he got first blood, and I think that was a pog moment. That made me very excited seeing that. You don't get it very often in the middle lane in the 1v1s anymore, and especially at level 1 as well. He just laid the smack down. I don't know. I'm not really too sure what the Pangler was doing there. Maybe falling asleep at the wheel, another day at the office, and gets himself raised down is what it is. But that kind of just set up the whole game in their favor. Maybe that was the moment that his team, he rallied his team. He's like, guys, I did it. Got first blood mid. Let's go. And his teammates are like, let's go. And they start playing their lanes really well as well. And then they just charge in and get the nice victory in the early late game there. But yeah, I mean, anything else you want to talk about this game before we throw it to a break, Lizard, John, Mike? Any nuggets of wisdom you want to throw out?
It's the butterfly effect, you feed a lot in the first game and it resonates. It resonates into the second one. You come back stronger as the SF. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the butterfly flaps its wings and causes a hurricane. You get first blood and just echoes across the map. Beautiful. Thank you, Liz. John, anything to add?
I want to see Mystique bounce back because game 1 it looked like Cloud were the ones coordinating pretty awfully, right? It just looked like they weren't playing as a team. This time they bounce in and they look like an actual team, and Mystique doesn't look like they're playing the game together. So maybe by game 3 we get both of them on their keyboards. I want to see that. Just be in the game, guys. Be together as a unit. We'll see some good Dota.
Nice. One of the best things about this region, and especially, working with John and Mike here, is watching their slow mental decline as they suffer through some of these games. It's very entertaining. It's my favorite part of these games and these casts. So hopefully they'll have more suffering in game number 3, and we'll be back with that one just after this short break. Game number 3 is on the cards now between these two teams. And of course, Team Mystique versus Team Cloud, battling it out some all-important points here, as both these teams are struggling somewhat. And wow, you've been very good, boys. So we're going to get straight into the draft. We have Earth Spirit and Death Prophet picked up from Team Cloud. Meanwhile, Team Mystique are going to go for the Beastmaster and the Rubik. Out of these two openings, Team Cloud, they've got a bit of initiation, they've got a bit of objective taken. I like Death Prophet just because she's that box-ticking hero we all like to see. Team Mystique, they got a lot of push coming out of the Beastmaster, and of course they've got that Rubik who is just so strong at the moment. But I guess we should talk about this first phase Earth Spirit Lizard. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, MLP. Should we talk about this first phase Earth Spirit? Your favorite hero? Favorite hero of the meta for you as well?
I don't know. It's I don't. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'd have nothing to say about Earth Spirit. Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Empty.
Okay. No, like basically, I've heard MLP talk about Earth Spirit a little bit, thinking the hero is trash at the moment, which is something that I kind of agree with. I don't think that it's the best position for, but it can work. Team Cloud open up with the, this frontliner plus a DP. It makes sense. It's fine. Team Mystique, however, Rubik and Beastmaster, I don't know. Like, definitely a weirder approach to the openers than what we usually see. Like, Rubik and DP are the only ones that are, like, standard.
Yeah. So there are two situations where I like the Earth Spirit, and I feel like both of them need to be fulfilled for me to really dig an Earth Spirit pick. The first one is that you're against like a drow or a sniper or something, which doesn't really like having a hero in its face. That's not the case this game. The second one is that you've picked kind of like a weak offlaner for whatever reason. Maybe it works in your draft better than something strong, and you want to drag the creep wave. Those are the two things which Earth Spirit does very well. He does everything else kind of underwhelmingly, so those are my conditions, but they're not fulfilled this game at all, so I'm not super down. And also now they've got the Undying as well. It kind of looks like a weird support. I mean, I guess it works. You've got the initiation and the stuns from the Earth Spirit. You've got the team fight and the kind of backline support, well, frontline support, I suppose, from the Undying.
Yeah, there's a lot of heals happening, right? Like you have the Death Prophet with the Greaves, Undying with the Soul Rip. Like the lane itself from the Undying is usually pretty damn solid.
Yeah, so zombies and ghosts as well.
He usually sets up for these long-range carries, glass cannons, such as Lina, SF, Drow, Sniper. I think Sniper is a solid choice for them here, but maybe they'll go for Naga, a hero that can deal with Beastmaster in the lane. I'm not sure about the SF. Band? Yeah, and versus SF later on. There's a ton of AoE damage. Wouldn't be sure about that. But they go for the Spectre. This is something that, like the last game, I thought they were preparing for this.
Yeah.
Not last. Was it last? Yeah, last game. Yep. But they didn't get it in the end.
Yeah, and how scary these team fights now as well. You walk in, you're being chased by ghosts, you're being chased by zombies, you're being chased by specters. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in these fights for Team Cloud.
And on the other hand, there's some guy with a riddle. Rubik, there's a grandma. They're not that scary, right? Like some savage from the wilderness.
Yeah, boars, which should be more feared. Boars, like historically, are very dangerous. They kill a lot of people.
I mean, if I had to choose between a boar and a specter zombie ghost, I'd choose a boar.
Fair.
Oh no, there's a hawk flying above me. What will I ever do? Oh.
See, the Australians have a fix for the dive bombing birds. You just put spikes on your helmets, right, Mike?
Oh, yeah, that's a Melbourne thing, Jonathan. We don't do that in Sydney.
Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, they put spikes on top of their helmets so the magpies can't dive on top of them.
Why is everything trying to kill you in Australia? What did you do to your animals?
It's a mistake.
Yeah.
Actually, why do magpies try to kill you? What did you do to them in particular?
I don't know.
That's what I mean. We have magpies in the UK. They don't try and kill us. What is it about Australians? Like everyone says, like, oh, the animals are scary. It's not the animals. It's the Aussies.
I'm telling you, it's only in Melbourne. In Sydney, they don't dive us. It's the Melbourners. I'm not sure what they've done to these poor birds. They've done something.
Some long-standing beef.
Oh, I love it.
So what happens? does, a,
trouble.
does a magpie come and dive on your helmet? You've just got a spike. They have an impaled magpie on your head? Doesn't sound very nice.
No. They're not metal spikes. Like, they're not made to hurt the bird. It's more like, imagine like cable
right.
ties, like plastic little things that are just poking out of your helmet. Like, they can't actually hurt the bird, right? But it does kind of, it's meant to scare the bird, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. That's
don't know
less
if it
barbaric than I was imagining. That's good. Just picturing like a dude just cycling through the street with like 3 dead birds on his head. Jesus, what is this place?
Radiant team ban. Dire team
Well, we're going to have a Puck and a Storm banned out from the side of Team Mystique. They don't want to play against these big tempo-controlling mid laners. Meanwhile, Team Cloud, they're going to get rid of the Viper and the Terrorblade. So 2 different directions Team Mystique could go. And Team Cloud are just covering their bases, especially with the Spectre pick. Final pick now from Team Mystique. Looking like they probably need a mid laner.
Yep.
Although...
They banned out 2, but for me, both of these would be pretty damn solid for them. Like both the Storm and the Puck. Just get these heroes that can get on top of Spectre easily. Okay. Alright, so they're gonna do the SF mid again and pudge safe lane into the DP. Alright, I mean, it's a solid draft from Team Mystique actually. Like a lot of aggressiveness early on.
10 seconds
Beastmaster Pudge comes online. You don't really have ways of dealing with him at the moment.
seconds
Like you have to
remaining.
worry about that now too. This last pick can't be just okay. I'm gonna counter SF. Like you now have to think about the Pudge.
Yeah. And what kind of things are you thinking about when countering Pudge? What do you need?
I don't know. Like usually there are heroes such as Timber, right? Something like that. Something like an Ursa, but you can't go for those. You already locked in your Spectre. From the mid lane, is there anything? Maybe an OD, but not that great.
DP mid, and no, you cannot, but you can put a Zeus mid.
Last pick Zeus. The Zeus initiation, if you guys remember, Div 1 Dawn Gaming. Last pick Zeus to initiate with. But they have Earth Spirit this time around to initiate with Zeus to dish out all that damage from the backlines. But you buy 1 pipe, and I feel like you should be solid. They have a ton of damage and they have a ton of global potential, right? Like with the Zeus and the Spectre. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know which way this one is going. I lost all my faith in my predictions when it comes to these 2. I'm gonna go with the SF and who was the carry? The Pudge. I think their draft looks way more complete. I think they have what it takes to win early on. If they reach some ultimate late game, it's gonna be hard versus Spectre and Zeus, obviously. But I don't think that should happen.
Okay.
Now, teams, prove me wrong, please.
Yeah, make me look silly. My yesterday I said I've got a new rule for predictions where I'll only predict if a team has a melee support, and there is no melee support on the side of Team Mystique. However, there's 2 melee supports on the side of Team Cloud, so obviously Team Cloud are going to win this game number 3. So that's where I'm going with this one. MLP, John Xfire, hope you guys are ready for game number 3. I hope you can stay sane through this one. Enjoy as we move into the final game.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We will get into it. Game number 3 here between Mystique and Team Cloud. I tend to actually agree with Nomad on this one, Jonathan. I think that Mystique have got the better draft going into this. Cloud, obviously, during game 2, looked very, very strong, so I can't necessarily go against him. In fact, I think I misheard Nomad. I think he was going for Cloud with the double support melee, but regardless, I'm on the side of Mystique for this one in terms of draft.
Yeah, I like what Mystique has. I think they've got a lineup that can go online quite fast, shut down the map space real quick for Andy. What I'm keen to see is how much Zone can get in his mid matchup up against the Zeus, whether or not he can bully out Butterfly Effect the same way Butterfly Effect bullied him out in the Pangolier. Not as straightforward. Zeus does have range. He's got the Heavenly Jump to run away from the SF raises, so it's not straightforward. And for some reason, Zone just used the Shadow Rays already, so he, wastes a little bit of mana in a very sensitive lane there. And the tips are out because, why'd you do that? You're trying to pump fake, but you missed. You wasted 70 of my mana.
How much a mistake. It happens. He's going to be able to heal it up before the laning phase even starts, so I suppose it's a matter of who cares. Of course, Zone probably going to be more than happy playing the SF himself this game, considering what happened last game to him against an SF, so see what he can get done. Obviously, probably not going to be as easy of a matchup for him because he's up against Zeus. Meanwhile, bottom side, Starif and Andy are going to take a lot of damage already. Starif might just drop here. A couple more right clicks will do it, and Ray will find it. In fact, NJ, he'll just keep chasing for a bit more damage onto Andy, getting plenty off onto the Spectre, forcing Andy already to buy a set of tangos, and what does seem like his Undying will bring them over for him. But already a fantastic start here from Mystique.
Yeah, they have a solid foundation. They've cut the tree line as well to ensure there are no shenanigans coming in from Starif. I am curious to just how much they can hold this lane out on Andy, because it is a Spectre lane. With an Undying, Undying wants to be aggressive, Spectre not so. So NJ should still be able to just do what he wants here, trade hits, get the farm up, not really be threatened too badly. With level 1 Axis, he can do a good amount of damage onto Andy as well. Try to harass him out. He is ready with his stick, so he can sustain through it, but this time around, I'm expecting NJ to have a much better lane than he did in Game 2.
Oh, absolutely. It seems Mystique really enjoy running this Beastmaster draft anyway, so sure NJ will be feeling very, very comfortable with this hero. See what Cloud can do to try and slow him down or at least shut him down. Of course, top side, you are going to have a bit of a rotation as Mercy trying to chase down Ray. Could not keep up. We'll just leave him be. Pretty important for Mercy to be able to hit that level 2 mark, but at the same time, you don't want to soak too much XP off the Death Prophet. So, you know, it's all about large camp pulls, all about trying to pull the wave back behind the tower if you can. For now, it seems like he is just going to stick around with CSJ, but you do have plenty of kill potential if you can get a nice roll into a nice kickback onto CSJ, but again, you do kind of require the level 2 for that.
Yeah, and slowly but surely trying to soak his way up there. He's not getting the creep pulls he'd want here on Mercy. And you are still having a pretty decent lane for CSJ. There's not much pressure the Pudge can really pump out here. Level 1 to 3 even. It's just, you have a range disadvantage. You don't have the best setup from your snap until Cookie's kind of ready. So you're not going to be able to threaten, but as long as you get that steady build up as well, and once this Pudge can rotate into the camps, hook every so often, get that build up, you're going to hit a pretty decent timing for to rush into a defensive item into that Ags, and at that point where things can get awkward. Of course, that's still a ways off, laning wise, still kind of set to at least have a good start here for CSJ.
Certainly so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aggression here down at the bot lane, not going to lead to too much. Mid lane, of course, Butterfly Effect and Zone still going at it, but Butterfly, oh, I say he was having a good time. He's not so much anymore. So that second raise does land. The slow gets ridiculous. Zone able to get a bit of revenge here onto Butterfly Effect after that game number 2. He's going to be feeling very happy with himself, I'm sure.
Yep, already off to a good start. Bullying out the Zeus. That level 1 heavenly jump cooldown is massive. You can't just jump away safely from the SF. You really need to ensure you're playing quite far back here on Butterfly Effect. Play with your Arc Lightning and just poke and prod. Get that build up. He is severely behind in farm here as well on Butterfly Effect. So Zone, feeling great. And all the lanes so far just looking great for Mystique. All across the map. You're not finding too many issues here. Lane for NJ is going well. It's not being threatened. Zone's overwhelmingly on top of Butterfly Effect. Cloud has to find a way to get their own lanes going. You've hit this level 2 timing on Mercy, but your combination with DP up against something like the Pudge, it can be tricky to look for those angles. There is a lot of punish if you overextend on the side of Cloud, so Mystique just more than happy to play this way and get that initial build up. Down the line, you would want to threaten Andy, but as long as as long as the Spectre is still trying to farm, it's really not a threat until maybe Ags plus Mantis up.
Yeah. I think at the very least, like, you might want to chase Ray down instead, but we'll see. Bottom lane, DQQ trying to get a little bit of aggression out onto this Undying. Starif gonna be fine. The Courier actually somehow still gets away. Looks like DQQ just lost vision of the Courier of the Spectre, so won't be able to snipe that. I'm sure Andy would rather not lose that Courier with his broadsword on it. Be a bit detrimental for him. He'll be able to pick it up, no problems now. 1k advantage the way of Mystique for now, as DQQ again going to try and get a little bit aggressive here onto Andy. Nice little deny on the Hawk as well, though mid lane, or Zone, is just going to drop. Nice rotation from Mercy. able to secure the kill onto the SF's top side. Even a jump being made now on CSJ. Hook is not available, so they can't keep the chase up. But they are starting to try and apply that aggression as MMM, again, with the hook up now, trying for it, does find a very nice hook landing. And that'll be CSJ surely to drop. MMM, he will take the kill, no problem.
That's the one issue when your Earth Spirit does rotate. The DP solo in this lane can come under threat. You don't have a body forward to kind of cop these hits and just play with a Spirit Siphon for you. They even managed to spot CSJ's courier. So a nice little take for additional gold coming out. You do have to respect the Earth Spirit rotations, but they're trying to rotate now on Mystique's and onto Butterfly Effect here.
No, just one lift will kind of do it. You'll get the second raise off, and that's more than enough for Zone to finish off the kill. So a nice rotation now from DQQ. Getting a bit of revenge being kind of brought out here by Team Mystique in the mid lane. Because the more you can do that, the better, because you'd love to start pushing in that tier 1 tower, even if it's just the SF. It's like DQQ even might stick around here on the Rubik, wait out the power rune timing, and maybe even try to kill the Zeus off again once he TP's in. But for now, Ray actually picks up the regen rune himself on the Snapfire. It seems like DQQ has left the mid lane, so not going to stick around to try and snipe the Zeus a second time.
No, they've done their job. Zone's just going to go clear out camps while picking up the bounty rune, get his bottle top up. Again, the game is looking pretty damn good for Mystique to start off with. They're applying that laning pressure. They're finding a strong start for NJ. They're preventing that Spectre Undying lane to feel overwhelming. To be fair, again, the laning combination of Spectre Undying, it's not the most aggressive. So you're just not getting that early presence there.
Bit of a chase out onto the Snapfire, but Ray's going to be okay, and MMM, he's more than happy to just turn back around onto CSJ. So they won't overextend, because the Spirit Siphon's obviously doing a bit too much healing for the Death Prophet. Just leave him be for now, but Ray does remain protected on the Snap. Well, this offlane duo, you know, while they are still finding some decent farm on CSJ, they're not really able to capitalize whatsoever in terms of trying to find kills at the top lane. Meanwhile, bottom, this is an offlane that's looking very strong right now. NJ, second in terms of CS, only behind his own SF. And the Beastmaster timings, they are going to be quite nice, it seems. Helm of the Dominator already up. Going right into the Helm of the Overlord after, I'm sure. And that's when things get rather concerning if you are the side of Cloud.
Got the mana burn creep up, roar at the ready. Can easily just run down a nice soft target, find a kill, go into the push. And that's going to shove Andy away. He does have Blade Mail for farming at the least. Stareth.
He's going to try and soul rip, but it's not going to be enough. At least Ray does go down top side, so it's a bit of a trade going on. Here is Zone. Zone is trying to fight CSJ. A nice hook away from MMM. Going to provide enough damage so that Spirit Siphon won't keep him going. That's a 3-for-1 across the map. Poor old Andy on the Spectre. He's hit level 6, but he's gone no levels in Haunt, so he cannot help.
Yeah, it's what you want to do if you're farming, right? Again, you go for the early Blade Mail, you want to go into the jungle, clear out some camps, you don't have massive stacks for yourself. But you are not tying into your global strat. They get the roar off with the Starve.
Yeah, no hesitation. DQQ, he'll be happy with the kill on the Rubik, and that's just kind of the thing. You don't need to hold on to roar. No need, just take whatever kill you can get, speed up your timings even more, and it's not like Andy can really save this bot lane. Rotation's over from Zone. Andy's going to try and run with the Spectral Dagger. DQQ unable to get in range for a lift up, but it does open up the tier 1 bottom tower completely. Of course, you've even got the Skelly boys here from the Dark Pole Summoner. That's going to be a very quick tier 1 tower to go down. No protecting it whatsoever.
And they've got the output. And the early tempo for Mystique, I mean, taking that bot tier 1, shoving the Spectre away. On the side of Cloud, it doesn't feel like they're able to really relieve the pressure or find map space for the Spec to just farm up in. And again, because you did skip out and Haunt for quite a fair bit of time, you don't have the global strat to play with Thunder God's Rat into Haunt as well. You're trying to shove up top here on Cloud. Gets a good hook.
Certainly does. Chase is on for CSJ, but probably not recommended to chase with that exorcism going. Still, MMM was really taking no damage with the Flesh Shape activated.
Ray?
Now he will, though. It is wearing off as Ray. Ray's going to be chased down. MMM sticking around to try and help out, but does get silenced, so can't go for the Dismember. Now will do so, but Starif's even joined in here on the Undying. Problem is they cannot deal with the punch. He's going to be just fine. to get a bit of a trade his way and just TP right back towards the base to ensure there's no chance of killing him off.
Is under attack.
And this is a pretty fat pudge at the moment. 4 flesh heap stacks up, 3-0-1. They're collapsing onto mid again after butterfly effect, but he does manage to leap away. But the tower is not going to be as safe. They've got the heavenly leap on DQQ as well, so he could get a nice little slow going. Butterfly effect pokes too hard here.
Certainly could. Like you said, like there's no protecting the tier 1 mid tower now because you know they're all pushing the top tier 1. Exorcism was committed earlier. Now, well, he'll take the Arc Lightning for himself, which that's a lot of damage when it comes to a Ruby.
Oh yeah, nice little spell amp. You only have level 1 Arcane Supremacy, but once that's maxed out, stealing Arc Lightning isn't too tough. Stealing the Thunderbolt's not too tough. You're gonna have a lot of good times lined up here. 3-9 rotation bot onto Andy.
Yeah, see if they can find him. Kisses were committed. Andy's okay. He'll just walk out of there with the Blade Mail. Haunt out committed as well, so DQQ's going to go down. He actually finds a kill for his trouble. And that was, yeah, I mean, he just takes a kill and runs. You couldn't really ask for much more as a Spectre.
A bit surprising. You know, NJ didn't go in to commit the roar. They had the kisses flying through, maybe expecting a little bit more, a little bit less distance there to tie in that combination. But not the biggest loss in the world. You're getting a ton of space out, a ton of room for Zone to farm. You've got this Pudge now, who's 3 parts away from Yags. Ultra durable up front, not threatened by the DP at all. And can just hold that lane. Like, even with the tower gone,
Radiant's top
he still
tower
feels
is under
safe
attack.
here. And it takes a lot of commitment from Cloud to look for that kill. They are getting farm out for Andy. It always looks a bit dicey when a Spectre is farming up, purely because, well, she drops an ace quite a fair bit. But the gold is flowing in for Andy. He's not too far behind in this game. Does have room to grow. And is rushing the Yags, so just looking to pick up that backline. Once you do have the Yags, playing with the Zeus here, combine that with the early Kaya coming out for Butterfly Effect, you do have Global Burst on hand to just look to play the pickoff game that way.
Absolutely. 4-9 so far, though. 4K advantage the way of Mystique. Getting those timings on their Beastmaster still looking pretty darn good. Still working his way on towards that Helm of the Overlord, but the timing's not going to be bad whatsoever. Cloud, they've smoked up as 2. Deep Ward's down here by Mercy, but it looks like they were kind of noticed here by the side of Mystique. Ray and DQQ around the corner. May get caught. Ray will be spotted. Roll is immediate, but it is off target. Still, oh, even the Boulder Smash doesn't connect. Nice little sidestep there from our Snapfire, and that proves to be enough to allow him to get away.
Breaks the smoke, bails out, and now they're in the position to defend. They've got the kisses ready for this hold as well. Tower's fairly low. They're going to have to commit. They have to throw out the Exo for this.
Nice hook. Still kick away from MMM. Mercy, still in massive danger, though, is going to drop to the kisses. Tombstone to be taken out. The Zone will happily take that gold away from the Undying, and oh, the tier 1 tower, it somehow still stands. Just barely on 66 HP, but it is there.
It's a pretty big win. They force out the Exo for that push. They're not able to find the objective. And it does cost them kisses in Requiem, but you really don't mind. You're finding the kills, you're finding the defense, they're invading that bot jungle. Overlord for NJ not too far off now. The Ancient Creep threat is going to be up and available. Whereas in comparison for Cloud, you're kind of ready on Butterfly Effect, but your issue lies in the fact that you don't really have any frontline jump outside of your Earth Spirit rolling in. Like, outside of that, you don't have anything to set up for the DP to just run up, Spirit Siphon, get that durability going, and get some space out for these Zeus to damage. It's all just on that Earth Spirit. And at least for now, Mercy, it doesn't feel like he's able to really find the targets coming out from Mystique. They've been really disciplined in how they're playing this map right now.
But they have been. Mystique playing a fantastic game so far for this game number 3. Very, very clean gameplay, that's for sure. Because you could say that for both sides. Like, there was a couple of awkward instances earlier on, but both sides playing pretty clean, considering how this series has gone. Problem is Mystique just playing a little bit cleaner, at least for now. As continue, again, working on towards that Home of the Overlord. You are still finding some really good farm here on Andy, though. The Spectre, almost at the Aghanim Scepter build-up. Problem is, MMM has found him on the punch, and Hook is right on target. Andy is completely on his own here, so there's not really much of an escape route for him. Ray was there to back up MMM, and he's going to be the one to pick up the kill as well. Even gives the apology over to his Pos 1 punch. But regardless, you got the Pos 1. Spectre, you got to be happy.
Yeah, you're again just delaying this spike for the spec to hit the Ags and try to get aggressive on a pickoff game. As long as that's not up, it just doesn't feel like you're going to be ready to play with Haunt Thunder God's Rat, or even just hunting down the Rubik or the Snapfire here feels next impossible. They're grouping up here though.
Rollian is on the Beastmaster. Helmet of the Overlord was brought out. TP away is going to be immediate, and Mercy, unfortunately for him, level 3 Rolling Boulder, still an 8-second cooldown. EQQ is actually going to turn around now with the Spirit Siphons, and Mercy's the one taking way too much damage.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's the Spirit Siphon with Rubik, man. It's so much damage. You can't run into that.
Again, that's only level 1 Arcane Supremacy as well. So it's not the max spell imp you'd get just yet, and the max cast range you'd get. It's still overwhelming for a hero like the Earth Spirit to kind of try to deal with. They did have to throw the kisses out here for Mystique, but again, you don't mind. It's not the longest cooldown. You're not even connecting as a team really for this pickoffs. You're just running around and hunting. And now the full Ags is up for So he's ready to go. Going for the Kaya Sanj next. More durability, more spell damage coming out from him with that. And Zone has his full BKB. So you don't have much to wait for. Overlord for NJ's there. He's got the nice Ancient Ice Shaman with the Ice Fire Bomb to shock. They're just going to go for the Roche.
Why not?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Be very, very easy with the Beastmaster. This is why they love picking up this Beastmaster as well. Like, they just know how to play around it. Of course, NJ, master level, I believe level 30 Beastmaster here for his side, and making it very easy for his team, that's for sure. Mystique looking for Andy now. He will back off that right moment, the Spectre. You don't have anything like a blink up on NJ to try and get a nice roar off, but they are going to try with the cookie. Oh, he's just a bit off the mark. It's the angle at the last second working against him. And, well, to be fair, Andy was already far enough. Chances are he wouldn't have done.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a hesitation on the rush in, but Spectre is pretty slippery if it does still have the dagger available. And the side of Cloud are clumped up around her tier 2 mid. They are under vision from the Hawk. Again, the annoying thing about that coming in from the Beastmaster, at least you can scout it out with a Lightning Bolt, but it holds back on any sort of play from Cloud. Not that you'd want to play into the Aegis anyway, but their options are limited to really just farming on spec and hoping for the best there.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Time's ticking. 11k net worth now for Mystique. You've got the Spectre, but it's not that easy of a game for it. It feels like they're not going to have the backup for Andy either. Like, you've got the Zeus who can sit back and relax, but well, speaking of him, Butterfly Effect right now is getting chased down. Kisses are not connecting though. There's a decent attempt, but not quite good enough. The Zeus able to just heavily jump out of there. But you look at Butterfly Effect's farm, like, he's really got nothing to speak of. He's got a Kaya working on towards the Aether Lens, but that's about it.
Yeah, he can't really sustain up front. His mana usage is still really damn high for his pool and regen. And again, they don't have anyone that can initiate and play with his burst. And your best bet is still just Mercy rolling up, but that's easier said than done. We have seen Mercy try, but your Spirit just doesn't feel amazing just yet. You know, there's no straightforward target to go for. They're always under vision thanks to the Hawks. Still clumped up around here, but it feels like a fight that you don't want to tempt.
Well, they're going to try anyway. They've got to pipe up on CSJ, so they'll try to make use of it as the roar does fly out.
The zombie.
He did roar the zombie, didn't he? Well, that happened. Zone, he's jumped in, but they've kind of messed up the initiation. He's going to get the hell out of there. They're still going to try. The Aegis does go down, but at least they've got Mercy. Immediate buyback as they want the secondary life on Zone, but a nice hook away. MMM, well, this Taste is still on, but he's got the Requiem up, so he'll turn right back around, and it seems like Cloud have gone too far. They are going to lose so much for this. 2 down already, 1 buyback committed. A hook is not going to connect on Butterfly Effect, but it won't matter. MMM will just walk away. Mercy might die back immediately, though he does roll, but it's not enough. The lift is there from DQQ. That's a really rough fight. They tried their best, and John, that's with the roar being messed up.
Yeah, he yelled at a zombie. And to be fair, the zombies are scary, but it's not the target you want to go for. And still, it works out. You can take care of one life. You can't take care of both from Zone and side of Mystique. They're more than happy. They've gotten quite a fair bit. They don't manage to make any moves on the tier 2s. They do hold on, but yeah, there you go.
NJ, let's see how this happened. Because obviously it's quite easy to just click on a zombie, right? Like, you can't blame the guy. In fact, we've already missed it. Never mind.
There. Yeah. So,
Right.
it happens. It happens. I was just surprised because the lift was there. I was like, how do you kill the zombie in the lift? It happens sometimes, you know?
I'll be
Mistakes.
honest, John, I've done it before. I've made the mistake before as well.
You see, Mike, when you do it, it's not surprising. When NJ does it, it's a surprise, man. There you go. That's the difference.
Okay.
Here.
Radiant structures
No need to throw me under the bus like that, John. You know how upset I get. Gotta
I
pump
got
my
it.
ego up a little bit more than that.
Oh, well, your Earth Spirit's a lot better than this, maybe. Sometimes. On the best of
Maybe.
days. Yes.
MJ may get caught out. This isn't too good for him. There's your Shadow Step in. Roll's not going to connect. He'll commit the Roar out onto the Zeus, and he's actually trying to make a bit of a run away. But MJ should be dead, and he will be. Ray going to cop the Haunt here from Andy. Andy just wanting as much as he possibly can get. Will get taken down as Mercy, looking for a little bit more now. We'll run into MMM, but won't have the follow-up for it. We'll decide to back off. So they do get two nice pickoffs on themselves here on the side of Team Cloud. That'll allow them a bit more space here for their Spectre to continue that farm game.
I mean, with the Ags up, you can take more action now on Cloud's end. It fixes that over-reliance and maybe just getting the jump in with your Earth Spirit. You have some follow-through now from a Spec who can show up.
are scanning.
And the Manta's not too far off for Andy at this rate. You should be able to hit that nice spike, spam out your illusions, chase down these softer targets. You are still building up nicely on Mystique though. Zone, full Silver Edge up. Kaya Sanj up and running for So our Pudge is definitely tanky in the front line. 8 stacks of the Flesh Heap up and running and going straight for the BKB. Once you have that BKB, single target holds massive. You're not going to be melting to your main output on Butterfly Effect, so this Pudge is just going to be a really difficult target, although...
Yeah, there's the Pudge you spoke about. MMM, he is a very difficult target. Look at this. Look at the damage he's tanking. It's eventually going to be too much. He will go down. But for a moment there with that Flesh Heap going, it was just looking impossible. So they find a huge pickoff. That's the target you kind of want. Problem is no Roshan up here for Cloud to try and capitalize off, so they're just going to have to accept the fact that they got the kill. But man, oh man, like, had his team been behind him, that would have been a real problem for Cloud.
Yeah, if they had some follow-through control, maybe a Requiem to get some fear off, could have changed the nature of that fight. Instead, Mystique, they'll clump up around bot, go for a bit of a push themselves.
Is under attack.
Tier 2 tower not going to hold for long, for the presence of the Dark Lord minus armor. And they find themselves the objective they need. Take the outpost, open up the map a little bit more. On the side of Cloud though, and they've got the E-Blade up and running here in Butterfly Effect. So you can actually start to punish quite well. You do have way more burst damage on hand. And they did have to pop Exo in the last fight in that pickoff. So they don't have an angle to maybe pressure the top tier 2. Not going to have any presence from that DP for a while. But again, look at Mystique. Just objective gaming here.
All you need to do, they know they've got the damage for the tier 2 towers. A level 15 talent on the SF just makes it so much easier. Sit back though, they are cautious. They don't want to throw the game away. They are still 14k ahead, so no need to try and rush this one, even against the Spectre. You'd still have to argue they look like a much stronger team here with this draft. Andy, top lane, he'll just TP away. Back down to the bot, he just wants to keep farming. It seems like the Roshan, of course, is going to be the huge objective here for either side, but there is going to be a 4-man smoke. The Spectre obviously can always just Shadow Step or Haunt in, and they found DQQ. So that should be the Rubik gone, and it will be. Shadow Step was committed, not too big of a deal. They still have the Haunt if they want to keep going. For now, though, they'll hold back.
Just, again, play around with that Shadow Step cooldown. Find some kills. Hot is still ready. Is pretty far forward here by himself.
Very, very deep, but Mercy not going to be able to reach. Did not have the roll-off cooldown. Had to commit it to try and break the gap. Sadly for him, doesn't really work out.
Yeah. Yeah, missed out on a pretty big pick-off potential, but overall, you're not losing anything for that. The issue is Zone is able to use the space quite well. Number 1 in net worth on the SF, rushing the butterfly. Once that butterfly is up, you can still deal some damage back to the SF with the dispersion, with just bleeding out onto it, but you're not going to be right-clicking him down anytime soon. With the BKB still at 8 seconds, it's a huge window where you can't burst him down either with a Zeus play. So, gonna be a bit tricky if these team fights start to line up for Mystique, and they will clump up here.
Here we go. Smoke's going to be broken on NJ. Cloud will see them. Hook is off the mark. They don't have the vision on that high ground. Their Ray will try to get some down, gets a D-ward off at the very least, but in goes the team fight now as they do aim the Snapfire. Roar is committed onto the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, Mercy is being caught out in the Roshan pit and does go down. They are still trying to chase Ray. In fact, they did Spectre ult in. And CSJ, he's been caught by the punch. He's gone. In fact, now the Hawk dive is out on Andy. He was not wearing a helmet for that. Andy's in trouble. Andy's going to try to run. He is probably just screwed, though. Scatter Blast will slow him down. He is set to fall, and he will go down. A pretty messy engagement here for Cloud, and, well, at least DQQ will drop. Butterfly Effect does get something for their trouble. Hopefully he gets himself out, though, and it looks like he will.
Yeah, they managed to bail out, but massive commitment coming out from Cloud doesn't quite pay off. Like, they did miss an opportunity to take care of the Spectre earlier as well. They got a good Requiem off and got the Fear off onto him, but he was pretty far from the rest of the fight, so they just regroup, go towards and just play around a really strong Pudge right now. BKB for not too far off, so he's going to be feeling fantastic once that's up. No fears in the world. Roshan, half a minute away. Enough time to maybe go for that tier 2 into the Roche here.
Wolf dive. Oh, they've caught the Undying, and he is just going to melt to the damage of Zone. Way too high at the SF. Almost up to the Butterfly now for the SF as well, so even more damage incoming. And Roshan, like you said, John, 10 seconds away. Just head right to the pit.
Yeah, not going to take too long for them to melt that once it is up. Ray doesn't actually have vision of the pit in his position, so he doesn't see the Ray. There you go. There you go. You see the Roche.
Yeah.
Should be able to take it. They do have Shadow Step Up, no Haunt, no Thunder God's Wrath, so scouting this can be a little bit trickier. And even without the Pudge, just with Zone's damage output, it's just melting. Free Shard to come out. Shard on Zone's going to be massive. That little Fear going to give a lot out in these fights. And he's juggling his items around, but he gets it in the end. There you go. The game gets harder and harder for Cloud. 9 to 20, 20k lead out for Mystique. For Cloud's part, there's still a time where the Spectre can be massive, but now it feels like you're going to be waiting, what, 15 to 20 minutes for that point, if the farm goes steady.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just a long kind of journey to try and make a comeback in this game if you are Cloud. They do finally get the Spirit Vessel up, and John, I might just add, right, this is why I think playing Earth Spirit is very painful right now. He had the Urn and the Vit booster for like the last 15 plus minutes. And it just getting the recipe took that long to pick up. And I'm not blaming Mercy, because the hero is hard to play if you're behind and your team's just not able to fight. At least you've got it now, so you've got a decent way of dealing with Pudge, but it seems like it's almost just too late.
Yeah, it's like 28 minutes in, 29 minutes in. You're probably not going to be carrying on too much. He is super durable, and he has a BKB to dispel. He has some answers. Full Butterfly up and running on Zone. And for Team Cloud, well, they lose their top tier tree. The racks is still standing, but there's nothing to stop any further push coming out from Mystique just yet. They even have their own BKB on NJ now as well. Just have everything at the ready. They are creep cutting here just a bit on Andy, so he's preventing any more move out down bot, but the other lanes are a free game.
They are. Because I might add as well, we just saw a stat saying that the hook rate right now for M, let's hold that thought because he's going to make the jump in. So they have caught out the Earth Spirit already, so Mercy might just melt, but DQQ also melts as Mercy, somehow still alive, is still going down and does eventually fall, and here comes Zone. He's the big problem. So he just deletes CSJ, and Andy, well, Andy needs a way out. This is not the fight for him. Zone will just chase him down. Andy's still just kind of outrunning the SF, and it seems like eventually Zone is just going to give up on that. Satisfied with how the fight went anyway, picking up the DP kill, and they'll leave it be for now. Andy is still in a rather aggressive position to farm if they wanted to try for a chase, but it seems like they have got no vision on him.
And he's just safe to get that build up. He doesn't have mana though. At least has enough for the TP. So can bail out if need be, but he's going to show himself in creep wave. And look at that, immediate direction change for his zone. He sees an opportunity here.
Andy, like you mentioned, I mean, he's got the TP. He's going to try DQQ. Oh, DQQ. Very close. Not quite close enough.
Yeah, it's a sneaky one. Bails out in the nick of time there, Andy. And they did reveal when the Rubik was welcome to the creep wave. Time to bail out. 11 to 22, 22k lead for Mystique. The name of the game for Cloud is still stall out respect. Scotty coming up next. I mean, at some point it is going to be this gigantic beast that could be difficult to deal with. But again, we're still waiting. It still feels like 10 to 15 minutes away.
Man, top side, nice blink away. Andy's still on the chase. Not an easy target, but there's your vessel out now. He's forced to pop the BKB. MMM, he'll go for a dismember. His team is wrapping around from the backside into the Radiant Triangle. MMM, he's still alive. With the BKB, they just can't kill him. And they're going to try now, but the Requiem's out. Oh, MMM's going to survive. Tombstone down. And they are going to punish Cloud for this. A double kill out for Zone. Maybe even more. They're going to try for the TPs away. Nobody else found out here. Apart from maybe Andy. Andy. Oh, the hook's right on target.
God.
Yeah. Activate Byakugan Gun. That's what happened there, John. And MMM. Very, very nice blind hook in the tree line. Does find the Spectre.
I think right on the edge.
Well, I'm just trying to make a Naruto joke, John. You just don't get it because you never watched Naruto.
No, I don't. It's too long, Mike. Even with the filler cutout, it's like 100 episodes. I don't have that much time in my life. You know?
Yeah.
My life is... I like being dreary, Mike. You know, if I wanted excitement, I'd watch some slice of life animes. You see the replay again. They just can't handle the project. BKB pops on, you turn on Flesh Heap. You can't stop. You just don't have the output. You don't have the burst. You're relying on that Zeus, and BKB just neutralizes that. Onto the high ground we go. They just don't have hold.
Top barracks has fallen.
Rax is gone.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
That'll be one Rax up for Team Mystique. Complete control of the map. 29k advantage. Roshan's still quite a while away from spawning up, so they won't have that option for a while. But considering they're almost 30k ahead, they're probably looking to steal the game perhaps before Roshan. It's Cloud. Well, they're going to group up. They'll go for a smoke. Mercy on the front lines. They could run into two heroes here. Ray is the one to break the smoke. NJ, he sees everything and he just wants out. Ray doing a fantastic job of tanking the gank, and NJ, he'll BKB up just in case he needs it. The lift was there from DQQ though to make sure he was alright. I suppose now with one down and you know the BKB's down for NJ, you could think about trying for something, but it seems like they'll just turn back around. The DP's all by himself. CSJ trying to fight without his team, feeling overly confident with the EXO going, and just gets taken down without popping anything.
Yep. No buyback on the DP, no EXO even on the respawn. So you have a window here for Mystique to force the issue onto the high ground. Look for an angle in, take another set of racks. So they maintained their 29k lead. On the side of Cloud, I mean, on paper they should have pretty good high ground hold with Zeus, but it's not like you have anything like, say, your Ags up and running. It's pretty difficult to actually just clear out the rest of your heroes. Just don't really.
Andy, he's going to run. He pops the Shadow Step, or rather the Halt was popped here to try and get away. He does manage to get the Remnant away, though NJ's there waiting. And even NJ's got quite a bit of damage here. Problem is he doesn't have the Roar, but he has the Hawk Dive. Perfect spawn into the dive. DQQ there with the follow-up control. Going to make sure that Andy does drop. And with that, I think high ground will be open. At the very least, maybe just force the buyback out from the Spectre.
With the buyback, you at least have Shadow Step to try to pin one target down. But this push goes so fast. They've got to find a way to stave this off, because DD on zone, this is not good.
Roar is out as well. They've got the DP, and yeah, with that DD rune, he is still healing up with the Guardian Greaves. Thanks to Mercy, he will have the space. Barely surviving on that Death Prophet. Bad news, John. Our Spectre used all his gold, so has no buyback.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Bought out the Basher,
Yeah, he
which
did.
is useful, but
Radiant's bottom
I don't know if that fixes any of your issues. To be fair, I don't think the buyback would have done much either, so I'm just looking to make use of that next life much better. 2 racks down. Cloud, they're going to be able to hold on to their high ground. Mystique playing very disciplined, backing out, just again inching towards that next Roche here. So they've got time to think about the next move. 1.5 minutes until the next Roche. Full Octarine up on NJ. So way more roars to come out. 45-second cooldown on that roar. Always nice to see, and that's without the level 25 talent as well. So yeah, no fears in the world here for the side of Mystique. They've got everything they could ask for. For Cloud, this draft it's just so slow, right? When you're riding the Spectre in, they couldn't maximize the early tempo of CSJ. He just didn't have the best of lanes either. With his duo coming out there from the Earthsphere, Mercy just couldn't set up as much, and rolling onto a Pudge is risky at best. So they didn't get off to the laning start they'd want on any of your heroes. They will smoke up right now, though.
Jump in, roll off
Oh,
the mark.
DQQ.
They will get a bit of vision. Problem is, Andy's the one to get caught out. Dismember will lock him down still. DQQ does melt the damage of the Zeus, but Andy is still taking too much. He is gone. He does have buyback goal. Will commit it immediately. Haunt is out. They want to take the fight, but can they? MMM's got Dismember back up. They even got a tombstone for themselves. In they go again. MJ, he's going to be the target, looking for the roar, but the bash is there. He'll get the roar off now. MMM waiting, is not going to be able to get a hook up. In fact, Mercy, he's going to make a jump in now. Onto the Pudge. Dismember gets cancelled. MMM does go down, and it looks like it's going to be a successful team fight for the side of Cloud as they even catch out Ray. That's 3 down with that buyback on the side of Mystique, and Roshan does respawn.
Respawns right at the end of that fight. Perfect timing for the side of Cloud. They're going to be able to take that one quite quick, compensating for that buyback on Andy. Can't be sneaky here on zone either. So they've got a way back into this game on Cloud's end. The buyback's paying off. The refresh BKB usage coming out there from was just not ideal. He popped his BKB a little bit early. Didn't have it for when he was being chased down. You're still 30k up, but you have tools on the side of Cloud to punish you in these prolonged fights, like a Hex coming out for Butterfly Effect, some much-needed single target control finally showing itself here. On the side of Mystique, and they're still in a decent position, they just need to prevent further bleed out, because this can get out of control very fast when you're dealing with a Spectre.
Oh, it certainly can. It certainly can, and Cloud are showing that they're not willing to just roll over in this game 3. Even though there is still a 30k net worth advantage the way of Mystique, it is not game over. And you know what, John? Before that last team fight, Dota Plus was sitting at 100% win probability for Team Mystique. Not so much anymore. Now at 97%, giving a 3% chance to Cloud. Cloud, they've kind of made a miracle happen here in this game 3. And here we go again. Big smoke up. Mystique going to try and punish them here at the top lane. There's not many buybacks left here for the Radiant side as they do make the jump in, but Andy's going to be there to try and help out, but he will leave immediately. Just wanting to make sure Mercy doesn't get caught, but in goes MMM, trying to force the fight even further. They'll get rid of the tombstone on the high ground. There's your roar out into the DP. They want him first. There is going to be a cheese eaten by CSJ, but it's not going to be enough. He still melts the damage of zone. There's now DQQ. Looking for a little bit more, needs the lift up, but no, they have the hook. MMM right on target. Andy is forced to try and fight through this one. There's a gobble up play from Ray, and it's going to be too much. In fact, it was just a cookie, but it's more than enough. There's your Aegis gone. This will be a dieback out for Andy now. Down for 2 minutes. And that should be a very easy high ground opportunity for Team Mystique.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They've got the angle. They find a big kill. They force that issue round. the side of Cloud just don't retreat. They try to force that fight with a Haunt coming in, and they don't respect how strong Mystique is. Like, yes, he found that last fight, but that was after committing to buyback and respect, wasting a couple of those BKBs. In this circumstance, you don't have that option. Last set of racks just set to fall, and there's just nothing you can do with just the Zeus and the DP. This defense on the last set just feels impossible. You can try to clear out the creep wave, but not much beyond that. Although,
MMM, I mean, he's taking a lot of damage. Roll is there. Mercy really wants the kill, but in comes the spell life steal. MMM, he will survive through it. Mega creeps are up now for Team Mystique. Cloud, well, they're not out of the game yet. Still 50 seconds left for their Spectre to be back up, but it seems like they will be left alone. So it's happy death time for Team Cloud. No, they just call it. They don't want it. GG. They don't feel confident, and an immediate disconnect out from Andy. I imagine Andy is not feeling too happy at the moment. Oh,
definitely.
even a question mark.
Oh, what?
NJ, hold on a minute, NJ. Let's calm down, sir. He'll resume the game. Very Southeast Asian style there from NJ, as we do have another GG call out. Is the game over or not?
I think it is. I think it is. NJ popped his BKB and bounce in celebration. There we are. That is an interesting way to end the game. Mystique, I mean, they played it spectacularly well here. You can see Ray having a bit of a laugh at how that game ended up. NJ just very stoic after giving that question mark. You know, he's all business right now. And, you know, they played to their pacing here. They come out with this really strong Pudge game. And the side of Cloud just had no answers. They went for Spectre going for the long con, but it just doesn't pan out there.
Well, with that, of course, we can bring our panel members in. Nomad, Lizard, I'll tell you what, a question mark at the end of this game, number 3. Not going to be feeling too good for Cloud. What's happened, boys?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is how the greatest series of all time ends. Some guy disconnects, some GGs are called, some question marks are thrown. I think it's a reasonable question mark, right? Like, the enemy disconnects from the game, just straight up leaves, they just GG, just like, oh, all right, it is what it is. I think it's actually...
His cat was on fire. He needed to run and rescue her.
Yeah, he spilled milk on his keyboard as well. Yeah, happens. But I don't know, if you want some analysis of this game, maybe just watch the last game back. Same thing. You lose the lanes, game becomes very difficult. Ain't that right, Mr. Admir?
It's very right, but this time around you have a team that can actually make like a significant comeback. Eventually, if you defend the high ground forever, like Spectre and Zeus are extremely strong later on, right? But they kind of reached that area, that ballpark of that area. Like, they started defending their high ground. They won a couple of fights. I'm not sure why. Okay, look, they lost the game like 99%, but you still had a sliver of chance. Like, you're 1-1 in the series. I expected them to continue fighting until the bitter end. So that disconnect, he was dead for what, 30 more seconds, and they failed to kill the Pudge. So he's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Let's not forget this is Team Cloud we're talking about here. Okay, these guys have been they've been through the wars so far. Their opening matches against Vici Gaming, and then they got spanked by outsiders from China, the other superstar team. Then YBB, who we all consider to be third place at the very least, also gave them absolute rollicking. You know, most of their games have been sub kind of 35 minutes. Most of the games have been sub 30 minutes. Honestly, they've been absolutely smashed. So. Maybe the mental game is a little bit weak right now, okay? And I don't really blame them. If there's ever a team where you can kind of give them a free pass for having the kind of sad DC disconnect, Andy just piecing out of this one, then it's definitely this one. But yeah, I mean, still, you know, it sucks to do it, but at the same time, the mental game's definitely not quite there for Cloud at the moment, and you can kind of see why looking at their game history. But let's talk about Mystique, because they're the guys that did well. Can I get an MLP MVP?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, MVP. I liked what Zone did this game on the Shadow Fiend. I think he did a fantastic job. I think Zone was just impossible to deal with. I did want to kind of give it to NJ on the Beastmaster because I think he enabled the whole movement. But I like this Zone.
Then he question marked, and Mike doesn't give MVPs to question marks.
He was just confused. It wasn't like he question marked out of BM. I feel like he just didn't know what's happening. Are we playing? Are we not playing? The game is paused. The GG is called. Maybe he DC'd. What's going on? Confirmation, please. That's all he wanted. That
Yeah,
was
you can tell,
Give me confirmation by the question mark.
Yeah. Mike and John are true, Dota degens. They see the question mark, they're instantly like flaming, toxic, gross. But actually, genuine question this time. What's going on? He didn't know. But yeah, we found out they tapped out of this one. Overall, from the series, I think we saw that Cloud obviously belong in like the kind of middle to lower pack. Certainly not part of the top 3, top 4. But what do you think their chances now are of staying in this division, John?
The chances of staying is a little bit nebulous. I think
Nebulous.
if they manage to
What a
take
word.
out Poke, if they take out Poke, their chances improve. But it all rides on that. I think it's between them and Poke, right? Like Mystique have just kind of cemented their bottom position, unfortunately. But Poke, they're not completely out of it. Outsiders from China only play 2 series, so you can kind of ignore that YBB as well. So I think it's just a fight between Mystique and Poke now to stay in Div 2 and not have to go through open and close qualifiers.
Yeah, because that can be uncomfortable. That can be a tricky time. So we'll see if they're able to keep their heads above the water and get out of that relegation zone, because they are now 8th, as you can see. And we got plenty more matches coming up today. Vici Gaming versus Poke. It's a David versus Goliath situation here. Can Poke very possibly take a game of Vici Gaming? Probably not, but we're going to find out regardless. Then we've got YBB versus Outsiders from China, which again, we've been talking a lot about the top 3, top 4. Where's it all going to stand when the dust settles? And this is going to be a very, very important matchup. Possibly our second place decider, which, looking into the future, that's your promotion zone. This could be the fight for promotion already. That's what we're talking about here because of how this region is looking at the moment. So that's going to be really, really interesting. Looking forward to the first series, though. Vici versus Poke, which is coming up after the break. Lizard, what's your expectations? How can Poke possibly defend themselves against the onslaught of Vici?
I don't know. They're gonna get pokeballed by Vici Gaming here. I think the next series will be quick. Like 2-0 for Vici Gaming. I don't see what they can do. So far, their series did not look that great unless they changed completely their identity. Maybe pick out some cheese, some aggressiveness, or some full late game potential like Spectre and Zeus, and hope that you reach that late game.
All right, we'll see what they can do. MRP and John, are you joining us for the next series?
No, we are not. We're out of here. We're
You're not?
Oh,
No. Are you going to miss? Oh.
No,
we'll
miss
head
you
off
guys.
then.
all right. Well, before you go, John, can you give me your prediction for YBB versus Outsiders? And Mike as well. You can go afterwards.
I don't know who's going to win. I think it goes 3 games. You guys are going to have great fun with that one, for sure.
All right, Mike.
Kind of on the same path, but I'm going to say Outsiders are going to win that one.
Thank you for actually giving me an answer, Mike. Appreciate that. John, good riddance. Thank you very much for counting, guys. You did an awesome job, as always. And we'll see you for the next China day. But for today, we're going to be jumping over to a break, after which we shall be back with Vici Gaming versus Poke. So stick around for that one, as we do love seeing Vici in action. We'll see you shortly for the next series of the day. It's time to watch the big boys play. That's right, we're into our second series of the day. We've replaced Mike and John for Danog and Aries. A little bit of a switcheroo there, but me and Lizard coming back to you, same as always. And Lizard, what's going to happen in this next series, I do ask?
Well, I expect some... I'm not gonna say shellacking. I expect something to happen that's not really great for Poke. I expect Vici Gaming to go 2-0. I expect a clean 2-0 as well from them. Like Poke Gaming right now for me are bottom 3, at max bottom 4. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming are fighting for it. Well, not fighting. They are the. Can anyone? Yeah, I think they'll be number 1. Day 1 versus the outsiders. YBB is maybe a contender for that number 1 spot, but Vici Gaming is my number 1 favorite.
Yep. I think that's fair. Any arguments from Danog and Aries? Anybody?
Oh, hi,
say?
Danog. By the way, hi, Aries.
Hey, friends.
Oh,
What's up,
hi,
brother?
Lizard.
Oh, hi.
How you
Oh,
doing?
hi there, Mark.
You're tearing me apart. No, I feel like Vici are going to put them in the bin, to be honest. Like they have shown that they're able to do it against teams that they feel like they are that step above. But we saw them do it to Cloud, right? And Cloud, again, they had a really good draft in one of their games, and they still just got absolutely stomped. Even someone like Yang in the position 5 role was more farmed than almost the entire team. We did see that Vici can bleed in their series against outsiders, but let's just say Poke aren't quite on the outsiders level.
Yeah, outsiders looking a little bit better than Poke, maybe. I mean, talk to me about this Poke team, Aries. We've seen a little bit from them so far. They took the 2-0 over Mystique at the least, but they did lose to Meteor and to LBZS.
Yeah, I think just looking at that victory versus Mystique, they put a lot of emphasis on the Mirana and the Faceless Void in both those games. So, of course, the Faceless Void was picked later in the phase in those drafts. So I wonder if there's going to be a lot of value in the Mirana again. I think you're just looking to go back to what you had success with. But, I mean, Vici can block pick. They can also ban that as well. So just in particular for Poke, go back to what worked for you and hopefully that's enough to get a solid draft, because that's really where you need to start versus Vici. Just start with a strong draft and go from there.
Yeah, I would say like yesterday, one of the biggest differences we had was Mystique versus Poke, and then in Vici versus Outsiders. Between those two series, with Mystique versus Poke, it's whoever had the slower draft generally won because they were able to get their timings come online and they hit the stronger timings. Meanwhile, in Vici versus Outsiders, it was all about who could play quicker. It was all about who had the more playmaking heroes to go and kind of style on the enemies. Vici drafted way too slow in game number 1, and that's why they lost, because Outsiders, they turned up and they played really, really hard. And then Vici kind of matched them in the second and third game, and were able to take the victory in both of those. So I think Poke won't get away
look
with
at that team
Mirana
comparison.
Faceless Void. What's up, Dana?
It kind of supports your argument, that team comparison, right? Like the average person looking at this might think, like, oh, they get more vision down, they get more kills, they get more assists, but no, the games just drag on longer and longer. And so Vici Gaming, it's a little bit not so clear. The stats can sometimes lie, despite what some might say.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be a stat Stanley and look at those and go, oh, it looks like Poke has a low advantage here. Certainly do not. I mean, what can they do, Lizard? What do you want to see coming out from Poke? We know they're probably going to lose, but what do you want to see from them today?
You always hit me with the easiest question, Nomad. I love you so much. How can this David beat the Goliath? Where can he find the right weapon for it? What can he pick up against Vici? Where is the slingshot hidden? Yeah, I don't know, man. Stop asking me this, please. Be a better asker of questions. No, I'm kidding. Usually, so they won their games where they went slowly, right? They won the games in which they picked the ultimate win condition. Just do that. Repeat it again. It doesn't matter. I think that's your best bet, probably. Pick heroes that can go super late and hope that you can stall the game out for that. That part of the game. Make sure that you have the ultimate win condition. I think that's the easiest. I don't think that you're winning versus Vici Gaming on aggression. I don't think that you're beating them overall, in the mid game. But if Vici Gaming make a couple of mistakes, perhaps you can take that late game, the ultimate late game, which is always possible. Vici Gaming, they aren't the cleanest team at the moment. That's why they dropped into Division 2. So maybe capitalize on that.
Take advantage, yeah. There's possibilities. There's certainly possibilities. And what kind of heroes? We talked about the Faceless Void. Is there anything else?
Faceless
any of these
Void.
other big fat carries you like at the moment, Aries?
I can't really go away from the Lina. I mean, that hero is probably one of the better ones. The Nature's Prophet as well, something that is incredibly strong at the moment. We saw that also yesterday, Vici, they flexed the Naga to 4. FY played it. So it's going to be interesting to see if they want to continue to put priority on that hero. And I think Erica even played it in Game 3 as well. So I think that's something else that Vici might look to try and continue to pick up with how flexible it is for them.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what they're able to do. And here's the FY and Aaron comparison, the Rubik's dueling off against each other. But yeah, I mean, it's always a pleasure to watch FY and Rubik. It's a classic, and it's certainly a good patch for him.
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah.
Please go, Danok.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, he's got 3 assists in comparison to Aaron, but that's just because FY is sniping all them kills. He knows he's the real carry whenever he's playing the Rubik, so I'm keen to see if they let him have it again.
Yeah, also the games are longer, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I'd love to see the Rubik. I remember, like, beginning of the season, everyone was like, oh man, this guy is such a good Rubik. Oh, this guy is such a good Rubik. Oh, this guy is a good Rubik. And then everyone is a good Rubik. The
Rubik's
hero
just good.
The Rubik is just broken. Yeah, the hero is just very strong. We won't see the Lina. We won't see the Tree. We won't see the DP. Marcy is still in the pool. Like, if you let it go through, I think Vici Gaming will snatch it. If it does go through, that is. Like, this is a hero that every single team that wants to be in Division 1 should be picking up.
One thing as well, I just want to ask, you mentioned the Faceless Void as one of those busted heroes that can, if it gets super late, again, Ares, you mentioned the Lina and the Nature's Prophet. Do you feel like the Faceless Void might be a bit slow? Because I do, right? Like, the way that Vici Gaming have been playing, they're just going to run over a Faceless Void, and there's not really that much that you can do in response to it. So maybe Poke looked like, I don't know, a Coddle that's just able to keep waves shoved out. I know it's not the greatest hero right now, but to me, that just is going to at least address somewhat of, for example, the Naga push, which we've seen is a great answer to the Broodmother
Can
all the time.
I just say I respect Yang's drip before you guys continue the important
True. And
talk?
look at the stance as well.
Yeah,
it's just like, he's vibing.
He looks like a villain from some movie. I don't know, like
Maybe?
you come into his office, not anime, definitely not anime.
No, he looks like Light Yagami. He's got a sign Poke's name in the Death Note right now.
I'm done. Get me out.
Okay, so all right, I'll turn us away from this shambles that we've got going on.
Thank you, Aris.
What the?
It's all right, brother. I got you. I mean, you guys are talking about anime, and so I don't know what the hell is going on, honestly. So we could talk about Vici Gaming going for the same kind of counter to the Broodmother, where we saw in Game 2 versus Outsiders for China. They first picked the Brood, and then Vici, they responded with the Crystal Maiden and the Naga. I think the CM was actually picked in the 15th, but that was still the safe lane combo that we saw yesterday. So they are obviously very, very comfortable with this to be able to deal with the Brood.
Yeah, the Naga itself in the lane is really good against the Brood. Usually, at the beginning, the combo was Naga plus Undying, or Slark plus Undying, but or Naga plus Disruptor, but CM is also fine. A lot of nuke damage. Also, if you're Vici Gaming, you really want to take away the Naga from the Broodmother. You don't want to have a team playing Brood and Naga at the same time, just overwhelming you with stuff just running at you, like the Spiderlings, the illusions. It's just very hard to play the map. It's like the Tundra way of playing, right? But Poke, the answer with a Lash, I like that already. Nice ban on Pudge, though. Yeah.
We've seen the Lesh be a nice way to address the Naga illusions, but something, of course, we also saw at TI was this matchup is still playable if you have an offlane hero that can kind of build utility. So looking for kind of that pipe builder, potential Mage Slayer builder as well. Maybe the Naga can go down that route into like the Bloodthorn, like super later on. But we might just see like an earlier Mage Slayer if you're really looking to address a Leshrac.
Yeah, I like that. The Mage Slayer sounds pretty solid. Like, usually it's what's built. Look at that man. Like, he has 0 kills in his world. He's a 5 now, right? Like, Yang is on a 5. Yeah, that's why he's dead inside. That's what's happening.
Well, we already had the dead Yang cinematic, right? From what was it, TI 7? I want to say, where it was like he's actually just not alive anymore, which is parading him around for officials.
Yeah, that was a good one. Also, worth mentioning as well that Poke Gaming are playing with a stand-in. I think they were like, all right, what's our next series? Oh, yeah, we're playing Vici to go tomorrow. And V was like, oh, yeah, I'm busy. Oh, I forgot I had this thing on you guys.
I'm sorry, guys.
If you lose, that's totally because I wasn't playing. If I was there, we would have won. Yeah.
Uncle's cat's having to get together. You know how it is. I said I'd go. Oh, sorry, guys. Can't play.
There we go. Rubik comes out for FY, and he's like, oh, yeah, just another Rubik game. No worries at all. I do like that they've specifically looked to make sure that this Naga is going to have a good game, right? Like, Primal Beast 4 probably was going to be maybe an option just for the laning stage, but we saw in the game that Vici actually had to switch the Naga Siren into being that support for FY, the one they lost against Outsiders. Primal Beast was a big reason why, just because it was able to instantly clear them out in the laning phase. The only issue is you couldn't run it as a 3 this game because you already have the Broodmother.
All right, we'll get ourselves a Tusk pick for Poke. Always like a bit of Tusk. Kind of surprised it made it through this far, but very, very strong hero. Probably the most picked hero of China so far, Div 2, I'd say.
It was
Let's
in
check.
Div 1, it was Rubik and Tusk, like they were the most picked for the first 3-4 weeks.
Yeah.
Specifically, that combo as well was picked quite often. Snapfire not as much, but Snapfire in the end did start getting, picked up, recognized, acknowledged.
Yep.
Like we see this hero more often.
In Div 2, it's Rubik, Death Prophet, Tusk in that order. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why more teams aren't going for, like, I know they feel like they might have responded to the Naga Siren with the Leshrac, but do you feel like that's enough? I don't necessarily. You know, maybe something like, not that they're super meta, but Lion, Dazzle, like these heroes that are able to clear out the Naga illusions and potentially make it a little bit easier.
I guess you get a little bit of long distance damage with the snap as well.
Yeah.
The shard is solid too. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like I do like the Lion into the Naga. I do like these heroes that can clear illusions. I completely agree. But maybe they can get a carry that does that somewhat. I actually would really like to see a Slark
right?
here. Lash mid and Slark for Poke Gaming would sound pretty solid. Like Slark with the Radiance this time.
Yeah, you're allowed to do it this time.
Yeah, this time it would be these. Or you just press the tempo, right? Like you have Brood, you have Lash, you have Snap. Like you can take Rosh extremely easily. Just pick a hero that plays fast. Slark is solid, but maybe an Ursa, not the best game, but get him, go get that pit, close the map up. It's not where I would like to see Poke Gaming go, though. Like, I want to see them have the ultimate win condition.
I mean, they've got a good amount of push, though, and pressure, right? Like, they're just, I guess, at least for game one, backing themselves to be able to outplay Vici, and, it takes a lot of guts to be able to do that, but
Hell
you
yeah.
just have a look at it. You've got a Naga response with this draft, with the Leshrac. You could potentially, like, they're banning out heroes that are good against the Mars in lane in the Lifestealer, but, you mentioned the Ursa. Monkey King is also another potential option, which also allows you to get onto those squishier backlines, take out the impact of, like, FY's Rubik, for example. And then maybe once you take out these easier to kill targets, then you actually can look to take a fight into the Naga Siren.
In before, it's just avoid again. Faceless
Yeah.
Void, Poke Gaming.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, I hope they don't into the Naga.
Oh, they're not going to troll, are they, with that OD ban?
Hopefully not.
Oh, that's I hope not as
Or a
well. Oh, please
Maybe a morph.
don't.
Yeah, I like the morph call. I was kind of thinking, I think you play pretty well versus the Mars. You can always get out of arena.
Yeah, but the Naga
Yeah.
matchup isn't that amazing, though, right? Like, that's the only problem.
I'd like a Sven. Call me crazy. I'd like a Sven carry, please. Poke Gaming.
The Naga's got
No,
a
they go
Go with the
morphs.
morph. All right.
Boring. Lame.
What were some of your
cringe.
concerns about the morph lizard?
Just the matchup into the Naga for me doesn't sound that amazing, to be honest. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about something here, but the matchup overall for Morph doesn't sound that great.
Yeah, I mean, my justification for calling it out potentially was A, the OD ban, B, it's something that's going to be able to get out of the Mars arena that doesn't have a horrible time in lane, and C, there is a little bit of split damage that you've got, like it's not purely physical. You can look to use the adaptive strike and the waveform to somewhat deal with those Naga illusions, but I agree with you, Lizard, that it's like the Aghanim Scepter isn't as good against the Naga Siren, right? Because Naga relies on the illusions for a huge portion of her damage rather than the real hero. So it takes away that as like an item build avenue. So I'm keen to see what he's going to go down for in this game one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think they need to kind of find a bit of pace in this game. It's not like a full, chill and relax kind of game where you know that you'll hit your super late game timings and win the game. They don't have that kind of draft, so they still have to play. But I think that's good. I don't think you want to put yourselves in a position where your draft is basically just AFK and see if Vici let you win, because you don't learn anything from playing that kind of draft into this game. They use the opportunity to play against Vici to actually, play a draft they're very comfortable with and also fight pretty hard into them, which I'm very supportive of. I think that's the way they're going to get the most out of this match. So, I'm pretty happy with what Poke have pulled out here. Not super happy with the morph, but is what it is. Lizard?
Yeah, let them play their own game. Try the hardest. Like Morphling, if he gets to some super late game, he can be the ultimate win condition. So sure, why not? No matter what the drafts were, I'd still go for Vici Gaming. So it's a really hard uphill battle for Poke. Maybe they can surprise us, but my hopes aren't that high.
Let's see how the David does versus the Goliath of Vici Gaming as we jump into game number 1 with Danog and Ares.
Yeah. Thank you, Nomad. All right, we'll see here, Danog, if the boys on Vici can bleed again. Of course, they've only dropped 1 map so far. I guess they've only played 2 series as well, but yesterday versus Outsiders for China was a pretty one-sided affair in every single game that we had going the distance to game 3, but of course, that game 1 from Outsiders for China was very, very, very a good showing from them. Them kind of showcased that Vici, they're a team that can make mistakes as well. So we'll see. Poke can kind of force out some of those mistakes. Playing with a stand-in isn't going to make it any easier, but we'll see how they're able to set themselves up with this lineup.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, to me, the biggest issue with that game was the draft. I think it was Kezu that pointed out that, if you're going to pick this Beastmaster in the first phase and you're going counted over and over again during the draft that you just don't have a game, you got to pick a mid that can help. And they went with an OD, someone that doesn't. OD's incredibly greedy, isn't able to go down that route, and Setsu tried to 1v5, but he just didn't have the capabilities to do it. And well, actually, Yang might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find first blood. They want to make sure they secure the small KK in. They will be able to do just that. I thought the Naga might...
quick fingers, though.
Picked up the bounty. I also thought she was going to be able to deny one of the bounties in the river, but I suppose she was paying all her attention to try and make sure Killer didn't find that on Broodmother. Also looks like the Morphling ate a bunch of damage as well down bottom, so we'll be okay.
It'll be fine. Speaking of Setsu as well, this is a pretty decent puck game as well, right?
Yep.
And you really can't do anything against him. He just styled upon Outsiders in those games 2 and 3 yesterday. And until Tusk gets a Blink Dagger, which this is a pos 5 Tusk, so you're going to be waiting quite a while, I'm really not seeing a point where he's going to be feeling too threatened.
I'm really glad you brought that up first, because if you didn't, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think this puck's going to carry the game. I think this is one of the most free puck games that you can possibly have. I really don't see a way for them to be able to address it. And with the form that we've seen so far from Setsu, it's going to be very, very scary with what he can do on the map.
It does highlight the importance of KK getting that first blood, though, right? It means that he's going to at least have that little bit of extra gold. He gets a slightly earlier bottle. He can harass out Setsu a little bit more. Now, every little bit counts, and you can see that, as for right now, he's building up a slight little lead for himself.
Small KK is doing a really good job to continue to put the pressure on. We'll see if he is going to be able to kind of continue that under the tower, because there's a pretty big creep wave here for Setsu. Has that second point in the Lightning Storm as well, so it's going to be very difficult for the puck to kind of freely CS under the tower without being pressured.
He's got the bottle coming out to him now, though, and it should be there around time for that 2-minute rune.
FI, he's going to go down as well. So second kill of the game. Hit the poke, very nicely done with the level 2 freshly picked up. They used that straight away to get the kill onto FI once he was out of position.
I'm going to get a bit of a pronunciation check from you. Who got the kill?
It was Lonfair.
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 I'll say it the English-speaking way.
Do you want to say the whole name?
L'enfer, c'est les autres. Means hell is other people, which, casting with you kind of feels like that a little bit. All right, bot side, they're going in onto you a little bit here. It doesn't seem like they'll be able to convert onto the kill. Just not quite yet enough damage on that Morphling, even with a Tusk. Great brawler, but Mars fairly tanking in his own right, and looks like he's going into this multiple bracer build just so that he can look to stick in the lane for as long as possible.
having a bunch of the extra stats as well is going to be really nice versus the Morphling, just to be able to out CS him early on until Lonfer is able to pick up a little bit more points in the attribute shift.
Yeah, I mean, it also means that if you're having to go a little bit more agi just to be able to get these last hits, maybe it opens up avenues to be able to get kills, right? You've got a Rubik. You really love Rubik against these Spirit heroes, against Morphling, against anyone where that instant lockdown is going to be really good. Lift into Spear can mean they get a couple of free kills onto this Morph, but up top, this is the thing. You know, you've already got an Naga Siren against the Broodmother, but CM is amazing against it as well, not just for being shove lanes out a little bit with the Crystal Nova, but you say insatiable hunger to try and sustain in lane. You just get frostbitten and kited around, and you actually don't get effectiveness out of it at all.
Yeah, it's really the lane prowess that the Crystal Maiden has versus the Broodmother. It's a big reason why we've seen it multiple times now for Vici as an answer. Is bottom lane, FY is going to be in some trouble. A spear from afar will help them get the kill onto Renfu, and FY should be able to scurry away as well. So Vici game, another one to add to the board. It's an early net worth lead for them, and they might look to continue to put some pressure on, but maybe lacking the spells for the Morph at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit low on mana, I think. Just waiting for Mars to at least have that threshold. He just got it now to be able to go for the God's Rebuke Spirit Mars combo. FY is just going to spend his time stealing away the bounty rune, as you should. And, oh, did they? I think they might have messed up that bottle refill for the mid lane as well. KK didn't get it refilled, and Tusk still had to expend his TP for it. So they put it in the lane. I wonder if they're going to go for a kill onto Lonfer in the meantime, but seems like New, he's just happy to farm. You mentioned Ranfu as well. I know you're a bit of a zoomer. Was LMFAO a little bit too much time?
No, that was peak primary school.
Oh, primary school.
Big, yeah, big party rocking fan.
Are you shuffling every day?
You should see my shuffle. It's actually not too bad, I must say.
All right, well, next land, I'm gonna get you to show
That's
me.
not happening.
Well.
I don't do that anymore. I've had my cloning days, and I'm still young. The shuffling, it's tucked away in the closet. Maybe we'll bring it out one day, but no, not too soon.
That's my life goal now, to get to see you shuffle.
It's
Wonderful coming out. YouTube it, by the way, guys, if you don't know. The Melbourne Shuffle is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, that's honestly
It's our greatest cultural export.
I watched a lot of those videos, and I'm like, honestly, dude, I kind of want to shuffle bottom lane. Tusk in some trouble. FY still holding the telekinesis, drags him straight back into new slam of the God's Rebuke. This lane continuing to be very Vici Gaming favored.
I just realized people are probably likely talking about LMFAO. That's because Ranfu sounds like Redfu, the main singer of LMFAO.
It's close enough, I suppose. Ranfu, Redfu. Oh, Aaron. Double bounty rune. Let them cook. Can I just juice up those bounty runes a little bit? Unfortunately, this time they'll get the bottle trick going their way as well. So, Sharks will plenty of mana to work with. Yeah.
Even despite having that first blood, KK's been bullied a fair amount by Setsu. Again, almost impossible to be able to land these split earths. And well, now at least with his level 6, he's going to try and put a bit of pressure on. But are they going to be able to get a turnaround happening with Yang showing up? The Dream Call, I feel like they might be able to.
Maybe that's where FY can come into play. Fadebolt from afar gives them that extra damage they're required to kill off small KK. And things even consider about chasing down Ranfu as well, but won't be able to close the distance. So in the end, great +1 coming through from Vici. FY was in the neighborhood, and he might even stick around for the kill into Aaron. Are aware of FY's positioning, so Aaron's not going to be caught off guard, and it's a bit difficult with kind of the resources that Setsu's playing with.
I think he was just scouting around for some runes as well. He made sure to go into the tree line, see if there was any vision there. He got hit, but Snapfire was in a position to catch him as well. Nah, he'll be fine. I think he's just playing off the back of those infused raindrops. That's why it's so important that FY did make that attendance to the mid lane, just to be able to break off the infused raindrops that Leshrac is holding as well. So the Fade Bolt, while it didn't do too much damage, enabled the right click to actually be the thing that picked up the kill.
The big thing is you can also leave this bottom lane because of the item build kind of news gone for with this double bracer. Like 1200 health. You know the Broodmother can't really do anything versus the Nagus Iron. And we saw in that previous game with Vici versus Outsiders where eventually Eric is actually just going to look to move into Radiant's Triangle and start to cut the wave. Even if Killer's going to play inside Dai's own jungle, he'll never really be able to provide too much pressure onto the tower without the creeps.
Man, can we just highlight you and how far ahead of this Morphling is on farm right now? He actually just got the Sableye Spear off, but doesn't seem like he'll be able to get the kill. He's not holding those raindrops. I feel like Lawfare dies. Yeah. Sableye popularized it.
Yeah, we gotta give some credit to FBZ, right?
He did it after Sableye.
Oh, did he? Okay, alright, I'm sorry, Sableye, don't come for me. Ramfu's in some trouble. Setsu's actually not moving over. It feels like the supports have what it takes, but it's like, alright, fine, I'll come. If it's required, I'll come, maybe try and get the kill, but it's actually FY. It's always FY that gets the bounty.
Telling you, man, there's a reason that he has so little assists. It's because he wants the kills. He's hungry. He wants to be able to carry this game.
Yeah, I understand it. I mean, we've seen what an FY Rubik's able to do. With all this pressure they're kind of applying to mid, it is leaving top kind of vulnerable at the moment. Eric has actually rotated back to the jungle instead of kind of cutting the waves, so... Well, they... You?
He's dominating.
Okay. This is... Oh, we saw yesterday in the draft against Outsiders for China, they first phase banned the Mars ban. Like, there's not a lot of people that you'll ban Mars in the first phase against. This is one of them. Of course, going as BIB in the previous tour, his Mars was goddamn formidable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, China Mars always tends to be, right? Like, they were even picking it when it had an abysmal win rate, just because they value what the hero provides you, right? It forces the enemy to go into a BKB. It provides a good amount of survivability for the backlines. Great teamfight control. Fairly quick lockdown as well, and, you know, quite good in lane.
Snapfire should be an easy kill. They have the potential to level up the Song. Erica will be okay, however. They won't protect Yang, unfortunately, so position 5, a worthwhile sacrifice. You don't want to point at the Song if you have to.
Bullying so hard on this bottom lane. Like, obviously it's good to be able to land those spears, just to be able to get a bit of damage, start to tick down those infused raindrops charges, but he's doing it at the exact right times as well. You know, right when the flag bearer creep is just about to be deniable, he makes sure to do it so that you're not getting that double gold injection on the Morphling.
Oh man, if that spear connected.
Yeah.
The Fly's going to reveal his positioning now. This is a blinker, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So I'd really like to see Vici come play with the Mars now. You've got the catapult wave. You see Naga's even going to cut the wave as well. So he has to make a decision pretty fast. Otherwise, they're going to dive under the tower. So maybe there's always a +1.
Could he clear out the siege creep and then try and get away? I don't know.
I don't think they should be letting him kill these creeps. Here comes the Lesh. See what small KK is going to be able to do. They'll even glyph up the creep wave as well. So Vici, I'm a little bit surprised.
Just a little bit off there. They still are getting through those infused raindrops charges, though. But the big issue for mine this game is obviously everything that's happened in the lanes, right? They've won basically everyone except maybe the Broods. They used a smoke there on round 4, I believe, but Y was in place to pop it, and well, they're going to be looking to converge in onto the Leshrac. This is probably just as valuable of a kill in terms of opening up the map and providing that early damage compared to the Morphling.
That it is. Makes it that much more safe to be able to find this T1 tower down bottom. I mean, simultaneously though, we do see Killer found a solo kill onto Yang, and he's putting a lot of damage into this T2 tower up top as well, but it's just a question of are Poke really getting enough out of their other lanes?
Yeah, maybe they just felt like they needed Erica down there to be able to assist with taking that tower, and now that they've done it, they can look to sit Erica back up top now. You know, look to contest what what the Broodmother's trying to do. Not even just clearing out the Spiderlings, but taking away some of this farm that he's trying to pick up in the jungle, so that he has to go to the lane and he's a little bit more vulnerable to ganks. Especially, I mean, you think of Broodmother, Puck, Mars, they're pretty great counters to it.
We're going to see Vici try and make an attempt onto Killer. Will be his smokers too. I think that was underneath the observe ward at the mouth of the pit. So it does look like Broodmother is aware of this attempt from Vici. They even scan as well just to get confirmation.
Yeah, I like that Erica shows up just in case, you know, if there was a scan that happened.
DPs are coming through. It's going to be actually fine. The snowball closing the distance onto New. Arena still on cooldown for another 8 seconds, and well, with the use of the Mortar Kisses as well, that will 100% guarantee FY going down as well. As Poke find the double kill, and now they can look to put their attention on the mid. Simultaneously, top lane Vici to finally squish the bug, so you'll get rid of the Broodmother, but this tower's taking a lot of damage. They might be slow to react.
No Dream Coil to be able to catch them out on the retreat either. They would have been saying, you know, no coil available, and even with Setsu trying to push that wave out, they commit heavily onto it, which is what you need to do. Anytime that you get a chance to be able to invade into a Naga's farming space, you take to be able to do so.
That's a huge kind of sequence of events, though, for Poke. You're probably pretty happy with sacrificing the Brood for getting those 2 kills mid lane and along with the T1 tower.
I think the big thing for mine is that it's small KK that gets it, right? He gets the kill onto the Mars, he gets the kill on the Rubik, and he gets the last hit on the tower, plus a bounty rune off the back of that. So he can stay out on the map, he's got plenty of mana, and he's building into that Bloodstone early on. Of course, Lesh Bloodstone, it's great. I'm really worried about what he's going to do until he has a BKB, though, because you just think you've got Ensnare to have to deal with, you've got Dream Coil, you've got Arena, Rubik, CM. They're also heroes that can lock you down fairly easily, so I really feel like he needs a BKB to completely enable himself in this game.
Okay, so you feel like the BKB is more just to run down Vici, not more as a way to kind of protect you versus the magic damage?
No, yeah. Like, I just feel like he's not going to be able to get aggressive enough without that BKB available. And, I mean, you've got a Morphling on your lineup. You have to be that front line. You've got a Tusk, sort of, to be able to do that. But again, this is a 5 Tusk, not one that's going to be spending a lot of time farming.
No, of course, Brood is going to be working into that utility. I think this is Pipe being flown out in the corridor, so that will help out a little bit with their survivability as a 5-man. We'll see if that's going to be enough, though.
Going into the Greaves as well. Nice to be able to break out of things like the Ensnare and the Frostbite as well. Of course, anything that just lets the Leshrac exist for longer in a team fight is going to be a big win.
They're going to smoke here from Poke.
I'm not sure if they had vision of that. So they went for the smoke there. You had Setsu potentially with vision. It was during the daytime, so we'll see how they look to position themselves. But the main goal here, I feel, is just to open up that top side of the map even further. You've got the tower already down to half HP. If they're able to get a pick up onto the CM, remove some of that team fight, maybe use that to take the tier 2 tower. I mean, they see a TP coming up here.
Oh, poor Yang. It might actually not even go down on Yang. Oh, no way. Yang lives thanks to the bonus armor, and now they're going to be able to push him back with the spear, so great TP in from New. Yang gets all the gold from the Spiralings, keeps his life, and they get another big kill on the killer, and that Dire. They're starting to formulate this pincer movement on the mid lane. Setsu's going to be the first point of contact. Unfortunately, the snowball is going to drag him further into the lion's den. Small KK is playing around. We'll see how much damage is Leshrac is really able to pump out, but the question is, how survivable is he? As Vici Gaming just blow up the Lesh, and our News even got involved as well. From top to mid comes the Mars, the spear to make sure there is no escape from the Snapfire, pinned up against the wall as Vici Gaming find 4, and now they can look to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, just going that little bit too deep. I mean, 500 gold away from the Bloodstone. Maybe you do stand and fight there if you have that available for yourself, but yeah, just way too farmed on Vici Gaming right now. Unless you're going to be fighting at a level playing field, which they're just not. They were already 3-4k behind at that stage, and now it's extended out to 5 with the tower going down in mid lane.
And we just saw how fast the Leshrac got blown up as well. I know you were speaking a lot about the BKB just enabling him to run forward in the fights, but I mean, even without kind of the Broodmother being there for the pipe to activate him, I was honestly not expecting him to take as much damage as he did. And maybe once that Bloodstone is on the cards here for Small KK, it might help out a little bit, but even then, we're going to really need to see them play with the Broodmother pretty shortly, because this game is starting to get out of control.
It is. He was able to take the tier 2 tower top, though. So, you know, there's little wins. Wait, no, never mind. I'm just looking too far. to the left-hand side, been able to take it. So that's the next objective for them. I mean, maybe they're just waiting for the mech to come out just for that little bit of extra sustain. He's only 100 gold away. You've just picked up the Bloodstone. I think that's going to be the play.
Unfortunately for Poke, it's not like Lonfer is getting too much time to himself. It's still bottom of the net worth out of all the cores. He's only got this Treads and Yasha to work with. And he's chewing up the Manta. Yeah, he's got to be cautious as well. Who's the one to start?
He's strength.
Yeah, Fly and Lonfer will be okay. You know, see, he's even just kind of a base health he's playing with about 1,500 at the moment, so I'm a bit hesitant. Now, at the same time, Poke, they're going for their own move. They did scout out Erica with his Deep Observer Ward. It's not going to be easy, though. They've got the Mortimer Kisses. We'll see if Erica can activate the song fast enough. The chain control. He doesn't pop with the Manta. He tried to go for the dodge to avoid the Split Earth, but now Vici Gaming, they've come with the reinforcements. You off to the left side, drops an incredible arena. Look at the placement, making sure there's going to be no escape avenue from Poke.
Even just a really solid freezing field as well coming out from Yang both times now. His impact in a lot of these aggressive attempts has been pretty on point. Just combine it together with the Mars, and realistically there's nothing that they can look to do about it. This is the issue I was talking about as well. They had to commit and just stay a little bit too long to be able to take out that Naga Siren. Yeah, and maybe if you have a Blink Dagger on the Tusk, then you're able to counter that.
Setsu sees him. Only 940 health to play with, and they've got plenty of damage between the two.
Just looking to clear out a bunch of Spiderlings on the top side. So speaking of BKVs, News nearly got his. It's actually a Blink Dagger that KK is working into next. I don't hate it, you know, as long as their vision is decent, which they do have the Spiderlings to be able to provide that throughout the map. It's going to provide them a decent amount of understanding of where the supports are so that he's able to get on top of the CM, get on top of the Rubik, to be able to hopefully just burst them down really quickly for Poke's sake, but see how effective it is. I mean, I really don't think it can be used too much as a defensive tool, though.
You bring up before, maybe it's the mechanism that Poke were waiting for to move towards Killer's Lane, and it's got this one kind of close to the Greaves, 400 gold required, but all their heroes being up top, it's going to leave Morphling up to the kind of bottom lane defender duties.
Yeah, but they've waited too long, though. Dream Call's back up, Arena's back up, you've even got the freezing field available, so it feels like they just don't feel safe enough to be able to commit into pushing that top tower, and the longer that one stays up, the longer you've got the outpost available, and the less time that you've got to potentially go into the Roshan. You always see that with a Tusk and even just the 1 point in the little Shredder, all that minus armor can make it drop pretty quickly. And in the meantime, this is what happens when you don't have that side of the map to play with. Lonfer might be in a little bit of trouble down here.
2400 health. Is it even going to be enough? No way. Oh my lord. It doesn't even matter if he finds that attribute shift before they get the jump on him. So much damage between the members of Vici, and simultaneously, it's going to be Nu and Yang that are looking to smoke towards the mid lane. An Arena solely onto Aaron. It's not the most valuable pick-off, but nonetheless, they will get the kill.
They will indeed. One thing I'm a little troubled about is that he is still looking to go into this Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling. I think this is not a good Aghanim Scepter game for it. Like, what's the purpose for it? You're not really hindering Naga's ability to do damage at all. You're still getting... Oh, that's not good. Losing the Greaves recipe. Hindering Naga's ability to do damage. If you go into the Mars, I mean, you might live for a little bit longer with a status resistance, but again, you're not doing that much in the form of damage. Same sort of thing with a Puck, right? You're not magic-oriented enough to be able to make that extra spell amplification worth it, so I'm not sure what I would look to go. Is it just Satanic? Is it just Skadi, perhaps, to be able to maybe kite around these heroes a little better?
They're baiting New. Vici Gaming. Multiple members nearby, but simultaneously Poke. They're also bringing their boys as well. Let's see how survivable the Brood is with the pipe along with the mechanism. Telekinesis from Airfire is going to push away the Leshrac. It will take him some time to get into middle. But finally, once Small KK is able to get on top of them, we see how much damage he can truly do. But Dire doing such an incredible job to kite the Leshrac at the moment. Now with the BKB activated, New can stand strong. Even Eric is into the middle of the team fight as well as Lesh down to half health, but haven't secured the kill just yet. The Split Earth connecting onto Erica. The Naga can look to utilize this song just to slither on away. So in the end, Vici, they will end up having 2 heroes go down. A big one being Setsu. That was a bit of a streak that the puck gave over to Lonfer.
Yeah, important that the Morphling picks it up, right? He's just going to need to be that scaler. He's still sitting... I mean, this is not what you want to see, right? Morphling, Leshrac at the bottom of the cores. They're the ones that are going to be able to bring it to the later stages of this game. And we know Naga Siren. You give her a little bit of space and she's just going to extend that lead further and further. Now can even look to probably play a little bit deeper on the map as well, finishing up the heart of Tarask. And we were talking about responses to the Leshrac in the Mage Slayer. Look at what's queued up next. Erica's on point with his itemization.
G Gaming looking to hit back after that previous skirmish not going their way. Smoke at the bottom of the stairs puts the Lesh in a pretty good position to escape. New still going to look to jump on 4. They've got FY nearby. Is the Lesh going to be survivable with the Bloodstone still on cooldown? He's not getting enough health back. Standing strong, but they will secure the kill nonetheless. Will they? Lesh is still alive. No way. He'll live to see another day, and maybe now this is Poke's teamfight to turn around, but with Erica showing up, the man to dodge isn't on point for the freezing field. That's better. Yang gets the kill onto the Lesh, but Lonfer trying to clean up, but the Morphling doesn't have the items just yet to do so. New off to the left side, lands a spear, finding the kill onto Aaron. In the end, it's a 3 for 3. Erica still wants to look to re-enter the fight. Targeting down kill at the moment, won't be able to come out on top, so they'll need you to get involved. The spear from afar is all that's required to push the Broodmother away at the last second to get Erica this dominating streak.
They end up getting a kill on the back end of that fight off the back of the CM, but I feel like as soon as that Leshrac goes down, you got to just completely retreat because nothing else on this lineup deals with the Naga Siren amazingly well, and they're going to use the fact that they had to commit quite heavily into that one. With as farmed as Erica is, they're just going to use this to push into the Roshan, taking it away from a Poke lineup that would really love to have it. We've seen how squishy the Morphling and the Leshrac can be if you just get in on top of them.
Wonder if they can contest this. They've got Mortimer Kisses. Seems like they're not aware of it for the moment, but VG are taking it too fast as... Take a look at back at that last fight. So surprised how long the Leshrac was able to stay alive for. Just
look at that cooldown on the
Bloodstone.
Bloodstone. He was down to like 20 HP, pops it, instantly able to kill a couple of heroes. Yeah, the Morphling's damage did help out a little bit, but you can just see again another good positioning of the freezing field, being out of harm's way. Erica gets the kill, but they just continue to commit here on Lonfer after they end up getting that pick off, get a free Snapfire kill. It's in exchange, I suppose, for Yang, but I just think that they went far too deep into it and they ended up getting the Broodmother off the back of it as well.
Have it go, Setsu. Yeah, good luck killing this man. They have that instant stun that they're hoping for, so Setsu's going to be able to cut the wave. The smoke from Poke will provide them a lot. Maybe they can drop a ward down. And along with Ranfu's going to get 2 wards inside Dai's jungle, but while all this is going on, Vici, they're continuing to put this ult on the tier 2 towers.
Yeah, they're like, all right, you want to play on our side of the map? Sure. You know, if we don't see the Leshrac doing it, Broodmother can eventually take these towers, but he's going to be a little slower. With our farmed as hell Naga Siren, she is going to be a much higher risk. With the Song of the Siren up, she's going to TP to even try and defend this tier 1. She'll do it.
Small KK with the invis. Oh, he's getting so much information. How are they going to look to start it? Well, attempt on to Setsu. The chain control needs to be perfect with the punch in the air. It is. Setsu's down. This could be the avenue for a successful team fight for Poke, but the disengage from Vici was perfect. BKB gets Mars out. Yang can escape with the 4-staff as well. So Vici, what was looking like a bad start, all they lose is Setsu.
It is still a big loss though, right? He is a big part of what's holding, this Morphling, this Leshrac, even to a lesser extent the Broodmother back for when they look to try and, excuse me, pick off the back lines or even find the real Naga Siren. But they've got a lineup that thrives in chaos. Vici Gaming, right? The CM, of course, freezing field blocks off an area, forces you to commit a stun. Rubik's always there for a great spell steal. Dream Coil, Arena of Blood, just means that you need to commit so heavily.
And you've got to look to jump and utilize that vision. Follow-up's a little bit lacking, though, from Vici Gaming. They do have Setsu respawning, though, so Poke
You've got to make a call pretty fast if you want to take this team fight now into the 5-on-5. Down inside the river, the target's going to be new at the moment. It's a lot of damage coming out early onto the Mars, with the BKB on cooldown. They'll secure the kill before the reactions are out from Vici, because, well, for them, they were targeting down the opposition offlaner. Back inside the river we go. Small KK, he's in trouble. Bloodstone activated, but Eric with the Mage Slayer. A lot of mitigation into the Lestrack's damage pool, but Erica still can't even make it up to the high ground. The shot blocking off the avenue, but Erica's standing strong. The threat of the song won't even be required, and now they could turn to Lonfer. Erica, there's the song, holds him down. What do we got coming up? Surely FY stole the split earth. They need to time it perfectly, and they will do just that. Beautiful coordination coming out from FY and Erica, and simultaneously Setsu will find the team wipe up to the northern side.
You see how much value this Broodmother's providing to their lineup, right? They've got the Greaves, they've got the Pipe to be able to play around. Even just the passive magic resistance, 15% is quite a lot when you're trying to protect, this Leshrac, allow her to just stand in the middle of the team fight. And again, this choice to not go BKB, I feel like might be hurting him a little bit. He's not able to truly commit to a lot of these engagements. With the Mage Slayer, even that's affecting onto him as well. So I feel like he might be regretting this one a little bit, but will they be able to find a pick off onto the Brood as well? Another FY splitter coming through.
Full-star with Pipe, they might actually be able to keep him alive, or even turn it back around. Erica's got the Aegis to work with. I don't know if this is the target you want to try and bring down. As look at the reactions. Musing with the combo. Setsu's just pummeling the spells into the Leshrac as well. One by one, they all fall into the meat grinder. As now Vici, well, they can walk up high ground. A free team fight right next to objectives. Thank you very much, they say.
I need to use the buyback on the Snapfire here, but outside of just using the Mortimer's Kisses to be able to push the wave out, I don't feel like old Granny's going to be able to do all that much. I mean, the waves are pushed out a little bit for now, and that's why they're trying to send these Mantle Illusions top to keep it away for as long as possible, but they should be able to get a tier 3 as an absolute minimum. So even trying to get double value, push in multiple lanes at once. They don't have the heroes to really address that too easily. Again, no Naga response. Even committing this secondary glyph. So they're basically saying, if we lose one more fight, we're done, but we've been playing on our side of the map for far too long. We can't continue to do it. Still going to get the racks, though. Aegis expires, and Erica gets out.
And with that as well, all the lanes are shoved in. So it's so difficult for Poke to be able to react to this. They do still have a really good ward back inside Dire's triangle, but Vici aren't even going to back off. This is almost like a double back from them. They're going to just maybe catch a Poke off guard inside their own jungle is new. I wanted to small KK. It's actually going to be Vici that smoke as 3. They want to try and be their attention to the mid lane they go, because Lesh is revealing who's got to jump. The rest of Vici, they'll fall in pursuit. New finds a spear away from the reinforcements. So there's nothing they can do to keep KK alive, and now they've even caught up to Killer as well. Whipped in the back, no escape for the Brood. Another member being put in the grave, and now Vici can you really get out of this. Full set of barracks still yet to be claimed. They might walk it down mid.
I think they will. I mean, again, no Lash for the next 30 seconds. Aaron's doing his best to try and push this bottom lane in a little bit, so you're not having to worry about that, but they were having trouble taking a 5-on-5, let alone a 3v5 with the biggest damage dealer in the dirt. Look at Setsu. I mean, this is the sort of puck game that it is, right? Free to dive tier 4 towers on his own. He knows that there's no way that they're going to be able to respond to him.
We might get one more fight out of this spot.
He's just zoning away the whole team on his own, man. Going in, silencing 3. Not even needing to drop the Dream Coil. They've taken 2 lanes of racks in the meantime.
9, 3, and 14 is Setsu. Incredible performance from him. All of Vici Gaming as well. Multiple items being picked up. I mean, Yu's got his own Octarine. I think there was just a Bloodthorn completed for the Naga Siren for Erica. So I think one thing as well is the look at Yang's farm. Like, this guy's got a 4-staff and a goddamn pipe. Like, we spoke about how you look to address the Leshrac, and they've done just that as new. Nice snowball. Okay, Arena's going to be wasted, but they dragged him straight into the coil, all grouped up, and Erica's damage. They're just way too far ahead. Poke don't have an answer. No answer, no rebuttal. Killer's going to be caught into the tree line. Erica will be able to chase her down with ease. And New as well finds the angle for the double spear, and straight through the heart it goes. There's going to be no response. They might even go further inside the bases. We'll get a little bit of help from the fountain damage with Setsu going down, but it's assumed to be mega creeps.
It is indeed. Oh, they're looking to go for more. Not fair though. He is silenced actually. Hasn't been able to pop the Manta style just yet. Should be able to get away, but this one's pretty done.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Vici Gaming, incredible performance from them. It's very, very convincing as well, as we see. Well, more than dude. New is. I wonder if they first phase ban the Mars. It's just.
Or pick an actual lane counter to it so that he doesn't get as out of control as he did. Well, that 10-minute Blink Dagger, he's going in on his own again. Double spears coming back to back.
Yeah, this guy's wild on this hero. Look at him just owning them. He actually does not give a shit.
Man's crazy.
What a convincing performance from Vici Gaming. And I think we are not going to see this Broodmother pick like we saw it in the next draft. Like we've already seen that Vici Gaming. This is 2 games in a row now that they've been able to address this Broodmother with the Naga along with the Crystal Maiden. Erica's just toying with them. Oh, this is not a good way to end it. 4 people clumped up like that. Who does New? Oh, you Max Snowball gonna waste the spear. Would have been a perfect way to end the game with multiple heroes getting clipped by the spear, but we're still in it. We got the Mega Creeps coming in shortly. One of the kisses getting laid down as well. No one even got hit.
Nope, Yag's just dodging right now. Serpentine, you gotta go back and forth, not just in a straight line. As well, Erica, he's done with it though. He wants to go in, big Dream Coil in. Yang, I think he just wants one more big freezing field to come through 5 seconds away.
Eric with a Manta dodge again, man. He's falling low, but it's just he's not low enough. Even gets Setsu once again right down to the fountain. One bird tries to steal with the park. I mean, it's another kill onto Setsu, but it's not going to matter. They'll reset. Eric is okay. He'll heal back up shortly with the heart. They're going to smoke and try and catch them, but they have a big issue in regard to the creeps being inside the base, and that's thrown down to under half.
There's not really much else you could say about this game. Like, Longfair, he's trying to go in. He's trying to get a kill onto Yang, but well, with having to already use that Manta style means that he is just dead meat if he goes too far forward. FY with the Scatterblast damage, being able to clean him up. Oh, Walrus Punch. Come on, FY.
Get him!
Punch someone with that stuff.
Get him!
Hey.
Alright, there we go.
Sucker punch.
Teaser dropped. Very convincing. Really, what we're expecting coming out. Setsu even drops the double GG. Uh-oh. Oh.
Look at him. He's feeling happy about himself. I mean, again, it was a pretty free puck game, so kind of understandable that he's feeling himself a little bit. A couple of deaths that maybe he shouldn't have had, but I mean, he's pushing the limits of every single hero, so I like the fact that he's going down that sort of avenue. New, enough said, right? We're actually on a panel this time, so we're saying it early. New MVP, you good with that?
Sure. We'll see what the boys have to say.
Still not sure about this, Danok, stepping on our turf a little bit, but it's okay. We'll give it to you this time. But yeah, just a bit of fun at the end there, Vici Gaming getting a bit cheeky on the enemy high ground, having some fun. I was watching the cameras, there was a lot of grinning, a lot of smiling, a lot of chuckling, just guys being dudes, just everyone having fun, hanging out, enjoying themselves. But yeah, all right, let's first talk about what Vici did well. Let's do the correct thing and say how good Vici are, how awesome they are.
So you wanna start up high and then finish down low? Sure, I see Nomad, I see you. Yeah, like the way they finalized their draft with the puck is, for me, the first important thing, because it allowed them to have this hero that's uncontested, like Ares was talking about, and also a hero that jumps on top of Morphling, easily eliminates him. So Morphling never really felt too safe throughout the game, but also the way they played with the Mars, like that was kind of peculiar. He just bought the Blink Dagger instantly. Like he didn't wait for anything. What minute was the Blink Dagger purchased?
10.
Like minute 10. Yeah, that's kind of fast. I was worried for them when they lost the tier 1 tower. I wasn't truly worried. I just thought that, okay, maybe Poke has something going on for themselves. But they just couldn't connect with the Brood ever. That's probably the biggest issue. Like, they took down the tier 1 tower, and then I felt like the dire jungle wasn't contested enough. Like, it just wasn't contested necessarily enough, and because of that, Brood felt like, I don't know, a solo player. It was 4+1, pretty much.
Yeah, to me, it felt like that timing where he had the pipe, he had the mech, you had a Bloodstone on the Leshrac, and they didn't make any use out of it, right? In the dire jungle, they didn't take the tier 2. They didn't give space for Morphling to farm so that you could get to the late game. Do you feel like that was the issue as well, is it?
Yeah, that's definitely as well an issue. I completely agree.
I actually felt Littlefield had a pretty good game, actually. Obviously, not the Dream Morphling game, but, playing against VG Gaming, it wasn't some passive Morphling, as you say, which was just farming up, partly because he couldn't, but when he did turn up to fights, he was getting some kills. There was one particular team fight where he managed to get himself a double kill. I started to see glimmers of, potential from this player. So, Lofo, we talked about him a lot, I think, so far. Pretty much every series they play, he seems to have a pretty good time. He seems to be a pretty consistently, just above average
Solid
player when it comes to Division 2, I would say. Yeah, which is good. Which is good considering it's the first we've really seen of him. So, I want to sing my praises for Lon for a little bit, actually. I like this guy, and we'll be following his career with great interest, I would say. Would you agree, Aries? Would you agree? Do you like this guy? Do you like this kid?
I like this guy. I got to see a little bit more of him though. So we'll, how he can kind of react from this game, and if he can reset. I mean, that's really the difficult thing. Are you able to reset from a loss and not take it too difficult? Be able to come back, wipe the slate clean, and look good for the second game. I do want to quickly mention that I think the itemization was a big reason why they were able to have a lot of success. I think the game was starting to get slightly more into Vici's favor, but as soon as we saw the Mage Slayer came out, it was pretty much over. Like, when you look at Dota in a matchup without the items, we've always known Leshrac is a great way to be able to deal with illusions, and then now we need to kind of look at this matchup a lot differently. We just saw he wasn't able to do a whole lot once that Mage Slayer was there and once the pipe was there as well, and that's something we brought up early on. And once they got those items, we just didn't see the damage from KK. So I was a big fan of the itemization as well from Vici.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Just Vici firing all cylinders, doing everything they needed to do, and closing out the game in a relatively clean fashion with a little bit of fun at the end there. Just a bit of fountain farming, a bit of unnecessary fighting, but all in good spirits, I think, as they take the first game here. We'll be moving on to game number 2, but first, we're going to throw it over to a short break. Hello, friends and fans, and welcome back to the China Division 2, where we are now into game number 2 of our second series of the day between Vici Gaming and Poke. And you might be thinking, what's this series? Who are these Poke guys? This is going to be Vici Gaming just beating up some kids. And, well, don't be so rude, but you are right. That is kind of what happened in game number 1. It was a bit of a smackdown, as expected, but Poke, showing a little bit of promise here and there, but there's still a long way to go from the lofty heights that Vici Gaming are playing at the moment. So, let's, maybe we kind of done the whole what can Poke do, what can Vici do. What do you want to see from Vici? You want to see any cool picks? You want to see any cool heroes?
From Vici Gaming?
Yeah.
I would like to see Poyoyo Drow Ranger. I haven't been blessed with that in a while. Like some good old Erika Drow Ranger. That's how that's how I remember him. Like in the first days, the hero wasn't even that broken. He would be picking it, and now when the hero is actually popular, I don't see it. Like I want to see that Drow Ranger. Yeah.
Very sad.
That would be solid. Besides that, I don't know. FY Rubik we already have witnessed. It was
Banned.
It was pretty solid. Now it's
Sheesh.
banned by them.
Second Rubik man of the tournament.
FY Earthshaker. Let's go.
I mean, to me, this is just setting up Vici to. I mean, Lena's in the pool, but Broodmother's a possible option here, right? Like they've banned out the Naga sign, one of the bigger counters to it. Yeah, they're just going to go into it. This is something that New is super comfortable playing. And now the question is, how's Poke going to be able to respond to it? Because there's not just this easy snap pick that's great for both the game and the lane immediately available to them.
Yeah. Ooh, and Poke don't take the bait either there. Like, we don't want to play a stupid Lena hero. We don't need it to be UVG. We need Crystal Maiden
on
and Tusk.
Vici, don't you? And ban the big counters? I don't think Tusk got its own enough to deal with Lena.
I don't think they'll pick it. I think they'll I think they'll practice something else. No.
Shut up, Aries.
Aries in the bin.
Oh, why?
I mean,
Just call him Oscar the Grouch, honestly.
You just got like 2 of the most disgusting heroes in the game right now for you.
Yeah, but
in the
Poke
first
got
place.
CM Tusk, so who's a real winner?
I mean,
Vici.
they're definitely cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I got it.
Yeah.
But I guess they want to be the cool kids for real now, letting the Brood and the Lena go through. We're gonna defeat these flavors of the
funeral.
meta. Yeah.
Maybe they got stuff to do today. Maybe a player from Poke's got like a hot date coming up, and he's like, guys, can we just give him?
Maybe it's
Brood and
Longfair.
Lena?
He's looking pretty handsome on the camera there.
Yes, yeah. Fresh cut. It looks like.
Yeah. What's the
K-pop look.
nickname again? Hell, it's the other people, right?
Hell is other
Correct.
people.
Hell is other
Yeah.
people. Yeah, that's deep.
Oh, Dano could pronounce it really well. Go on, Dano. Do it again. I know you.
All
want to.
right. No, I'm going to make it sound like
He just
I'm
wants to
having
show
to
off.
hesitate
Oh,
to-
right.
Show his French accent.
L'enfer, c'est les
only-
autres.
Dano, can you actually speak French?
Yeah, oui, bien sûr.
Wow. Can you
you
pronounce the
actually?
nickname?
You just did.
Huh?
But we
I
were
just
talking
did.
over. L'enfer.
L'enfer, l'enfer, c'est les autres.
He even gives it a little throaty.
Well, you have to.
If you must, if I must say it, then fine. If you guys have to hear how incredible I am
Guys,
with
don't
my
make me do
French,
it. Okay,
like-
I'll do it.
All right,
No,
all right.
don't make me. I'll do it. No, but let me do
Well,
it.
yeah, I play guitar. Yeah, here's Wonderwall.
Dano could be that Wonderwall guy.
Oh no, I could not ever. I can play the clarinet though.
Ooh. I used to play the
Yeah.
flute when I was a child. Don't ask me why.
I can play the recorder.
I think most
Okay.
people can.
Nope.
It's like the weakest flex.
All right, let's hear your recorder solos. All right, let's see what happens.
Lizard, what happened to your harmonica? I never hear your harmonica anymore.
I retired.
Oh, that's so sad.
I
Imagine
retired.
on top.
I made Cinderan laugh, and that was it. That was the pinnacle. I couldn't beat that ever again. So
Have you seen those meme videos where they like put a harmonica in a guy's mouth and then like smack him in the knee, so his like things of pain just come out as harmonica like sounds? It's really good.
Thought you were going to talk about Piano Man.
What's Piano Man?
It sounds like I'm setting you up for something, but no, it's just the start of Piano Man. It's got a harmonica in it.
Does it? Oh, yeah. True. Give a Brit a chance to make a British reference and then just instantly brings in the Elton John.
What about you, Aries? Did you play any instruments?
I tried to learn guitar, but screw that. That's too hard.
He wanted to be the Wonderwall guy.
You wanted to be what's worse than being the Wonderwall guy is wanting to be the Wonderwall guy.
Aries is the most basic, I appreciate that. The shuffle man, the guitar man. Like, I like it. Poke, they snatch up themselves some member spirit. If we're gonna talk about the draft for a little bit, can we?
Nah,
Are we allowed?
I want to talk about how Aries is the vanilla milkshake of human beings.
He is definitely the vanilla milkshake.
Not even the salted caramel, vanilla, just pure vanilla.
Yup.
You guys are bullying me. Let's figure out the draft. I don't like this.
All right.
I like the Ember Spirit pick. I mean, again, it's a gap close for the Lina. We know that they can get really active super early on before Lina hits those Boots of Travel BKB timings, and it's pretty decent of dealing with the Broodmother as well, right? You just get the Maelstrom. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the return of the Battle Fury Ember, right? Let's see if you could just get some big cleaves off in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, I hope we don't see the Battle Fury.
I'm just throwing it out there, man.
I sincerely hope that's not the plan. If that's the plan, we're
And then Vici stack on the spiders, and then he gets a rampage. Sick.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's 100% gonna happen. But we did see some teams defeat the Lina with heroes such as Ember, Tusk, plus a lot of other back catchers, backliners, like something like a Primal Beast. The problem is, like, you have this Brood. You have to be thinking about, okay, somewhere in the mid game we're gonna have to mid game 10-minute mark plus. Someone is gonna have to defend our tier 2s, our jungle. Can we get that plus a hero that gets on top of Lina at the same time? It's kind of rough. I guess you could, but it just makes your drafting a lot harder.
Okay. Avicii is saving their mid hero until the very end. I was thinking maybe they might just go for one of these big responses to the Ember Spirit, right? Because it's a good Ember Spirit game so far, but there are plenty of heroes to be able to answer this. Are we seeing it? Are we seeing them? I mean, it might just be offlane Snapfire as well.
Yeah,
Which is interesting because Lizard, did they do that in Division 1?
Yep.
Because I know they did okay.
Yeah. Like Snap offlane is all right.
OG does it a lot as well.
Yeah. Like you have.
Yeah, I know South America like it too, but I didn't know about China Div 1.
If you're playing like Snap plus Tusk, these two heroes can get on top of Lina very easily in the lane. Like you can actually set things up, so maybe even there's some possibility of killing her. She's playing with a clock, obviously. Like a clock 5 will mess things up with the cogs, with the battery assault. So you have to be a bit careful not to get turned on. But Poke Gaming's offlane at least looks better for me, stronger. But the problem is, like, they're waiting way too long for the last pick. I feel like this Brood will be super well protected with all the bans. So far, at least. The Slark, the Naga, the Kunkka as well. That will be an issue.
Moving into stats a little bit, I wasn't interested to see the Lina versus Ember matchup, and unfortunately it's not very good for the Ember. It's like 66.6 over 15 games for the Lina. So pretty bad stats. And then Lina versus pretty much all three of the other heroes is all kind of similar.
They're going
You should say Lina versus all the other 100 and whatever many heroes there are.
Yeah, pretty much. The only hero Lina has bad stats against really is the Spectre and the Batrider. So we don't see Batrider in this China division. So yeah, big Spectre. Poke, please.
You think they're going to profit as well?
Seconds remaining.
I think profit into... Oh, you mean on Vici Gaming?
No,
Or-
on Poke.
On Poke, it's like shooting yourself in the foot versus Brood. That's the problem.
Brood, Clock, Lina.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like something that's going to build something to control the Broodmother a little bit. Like I want a Gleipnir builder, and I think they still need more for the Lina. I know they've got a lot, but why not just put it in the bin? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I do think they need the last pick carry against the Lina. I'm not sure Nature's Prophet is the perfect one. You can go for ranged, definitely, or you can. Is there anything that gets on like
Spectre.
Even the Spectre is a solid option. Yeah, sure. The only problem is like your game is gonna collapse. Like that Spectre is the first thing that all teams think about when countering Lina. Please not. The only problem is, will you be able to reach your items by the time Lina reaches hers? As you're playing into a Brood as well, like your map will collapse very fast. I do like the Spectre.
The mental damage that they've done with Mars ban as well. Like, I know Setsu's capable of playing it in the mid lane, but you picked up a Brood. Brood is probably going to be played. They're just not wanting you to, or any kind of Mars to have an impact in this game. What do you think about the Pango pick? Just because I feel like a lot of the times people pick Ember Spirit into the Pango because it's a really good mid lane matchup.
Faceless Void. Yeah.
They go with their stuff. That's the reasoning behind the snap as well. Like Pango into the Ember into the Pango. I honestly don't think that's a big problem for the Pangolier. I know that Ember is picked into it, but that's only because it's a decent matchup. You don't get crushed per se. Like you both kind of do the same thing in the mid game. It all depends on the success rate of your rotations, I would say. So.
Yep, and a nice 50-50 win rate between Ember and the Pangolier as well throughout all DPC games this year. So, even Stevens on that matchup, as Lizard says. But yeah, overall, we got the Faceless Void coming out, going back to the old favorites, something they've relied upon a lot in this DPC season so far. And I do think it's good. It just means that there's a very obvious window which they can be taken advantage of when that chrono is off cooldown. But it's kind of like a good hero to play around for this team, I feel, because you just have that one big obvious timing to go and make plays with. The only problem is if it's obvious to you, then it's obvious to your enemy. Therefore, they're going to be trying to scout you out and keep the vision. So I would say vision is probably the most important aspect of this game. But we'll see what they can pull out the bag, whether this Void. I mean, what about the Void's lane, Lizard? How's that one going to end up?
What is it, like Void plus CM?
CM.
Versus Brood and
Hoodwink? Yep.
He'll survive and then he'll just be eliminated from the lane by Brood, almost like any single carry. Like he won't be able to stay there the moment Brood hits 6.
Yeah. Can he farm up? That is the question. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Let's jump into the second game. It is Vici versus Poke here in the China DPC, brought to you by Ares and Denog.
Yes, thank you, Nomad. Here we go. We'll find out if the Void is able to get his farm, and I, for one, do not believe he's going to be able to. I am very, very concerned with how this lane is going to shape up. I think he might have a decent time in the first couple of minutes, but I think very shortly the Void will be shoved into the jungle. This is a hero that does not like to be put into the jungle at the early stage. Yes, they went for their comfort, but I think Vici just going to be able to up the tempo way too fast in a game like this for Poke to be able to handle.
I think the first 5 will be fine for the Faceless Void. And if it gets to like Void being level 20 and you haven't lost a Rax, then I'm giving Poke a chance. Just because I feel like this Void is great against the Lina, the Pango, the Broodmother, if you're able to find the picks. My big issue is that you're going to be pushed out of the lane, right? Like, that's just a foregone conclusion against this Broodmother. You don't have an overwhelmingly strong lane against it. So she's not going to get crushed. And you've got an off-lane Tusk. You don't have any pushing heroes for the top side of the map. So I feel like you're going to have a very difficult time in taking this tier 1 tower top and giving the Faceless Void somewhere to go.
Well, and they're also going to give first blood over to Setsu, so I know we were speaking a lot about kind of the Pango Ember. I'm kind of in agreement with you. I know the Embers do like to be picked into the Pango. I think maybe a bit of a reason why we saw the draft of it this game is just maybe the AoE control that they were lacking on Vici and Initiator as well. And that's kind of where the Pango can come into play. And well, now giving him first blood will make his time a little bit more easier in this laning phase for Small KK, who had a pretty good game 1. Like, I was quite impressed with his Leshrac performance, all things considering, until, of course, those kind of items came out to heavily counter him. So we'll see if he's going to have a good time this game on the Ember.
Yes, we will. I mean, last game, he had the first blood to be able to play off of, right? And despite that, Setsu still came out of the laning stage slightly ahead. So now that the script has been flipped, and Small KK is having to fight up into the First Blood Pangolier, who I believe already has a bottle coming out to him. I'm not sure it's going to be quite so good, but we'll see. He's a very skilled player, KK.
You already see top lane, some shenanigans going on with Yang and Aaron. Both looking to kind of meet each other.
Fight in the
A
river.
nice little dance in the river. Why not? Love and life, soul experience, free farming. I know you, Danog, are not a big fan of the offlane Tusk. Can we maybe talk through the potential reasoning of why they put it on a 3 this game, as we do see Yang in a little bit of trouble. LSA will connect onto 2, and Erica's going to be able to get a decent amount of damage on the higher ground, but Poke will
tried to
still
bring him
pursue up. The shards holding Yang into place, but it's going to be Vici Gaming that get the kill first. No, Erica might even
Not
find
just
the
one
double.
kill.
Whenever need the LSA, well, actually we'll use it afterwards with a Fairy Fire. Give him a little bit of health back, forcing Erica to try and go for the spell cast. Bottom lane, FY, almost getting chased down as well. That second, so the level 2 going into the time dilation was not enough to get the kill onto FY's Hoodwink.
See, that's what a great efficiency player Erica is, right? It's not enough that he gets the second kill as well, but also just wastes a 70 gold item in that Fairy Fire. And all it costs him is a little bit of mana. He's almost back at full anyway. Of course, we'll just use the Light Strike Array, so not anymore. In terms of justification for why they went this Tusk as a position 3 this game, I mean, he's going into the Orb of Corrosion. Not sure if that's the way that I would be going for it, because probably you could think that Ember might look to do that, unless Ember's just going to straight up rush the Maelstrom. But I think you just wanted someone to get a really early Blink Dagger, and again, to be able to close in on, honestly, any of these 3 cores, right? Lina, Pango, Broodmother, they are kind of squishy if you could just get onto them and chain stun them. But you can't do that unless you've got the Blink Dagger available, so I really want to see Killer emphasizing that for himself this game.
Do you feel like maybe the Ember can kind of fulfill that jump in role?
But he doesn't give a stun though, right? Like, you're still able to turn around and get a Light Strike Array off, or you're still able to, for example, pop your hood that you might have at that time on you.
Okay.
You know, all these little things, you can Greaves it off, so it needs to be a stun.
Erica might be in a little bit of trouble here. Killer has that second point of the tag team, and the shards as well to block the escape avenue. Poke, they find a big kill onto the position 1 from Vici Gaming.
This is what we were expecting, though. It is a very strong lane, this Snap Tusk. So many repositioning options for them. Not just the Snowball, but the Cookie as well, as another kill for Ranfu down on the bottom side of the map. And I mean, I was saying that the lane probably will go relatively decent for the Faceless Void, but clearly not. CM already dying the 3 times so far in the first 4 minutes.
You're up at 3 deaths before the 4-minute mark on a hero like a Crystal Maiden. You start to wonder how many deaths you're going to have as the game goes on.
Maybe they just need to be a bit more proactive with clearing out these trees as well. Make sure that FY needs to commit both the Bushwhack and the Acorn Shot to be able to pick up kills. It might mean that he has to invest a little bit more gold into the Mangoes, rather than just being able to freely cast one of the 2 spells.
Lane Erica should not be able to get some revenge, although these right clicks are doing a lot of damage at the early stage. So
That's
decent trade
Lina
in the
for
end.
you.
Back to bottom lane we go as Ranfu. Will be chased down. While this is going on though, Ranfu's getting a decent amount of damage into FY's Hoodwink. With the Bushwhack being on cooldown for too long of a duration, there'll be no way for them to hold back the Faceless Void. So, you know, Poke, they get some nice little revenge down bottom, but this will give New some time to get some solo experience, which is much needed for the level 3 Broodmother.
Nice value Sentry Ward, though, placed down by Ranfu, both clearing out the one that was protecting the hard camp, as well as giving the small camp a chance to spawn.
Lane, are they trying to catch Small KK off guard? They'll get the refill in the bottle and even find the Bushwhack as well. So look at the double value that's coming out from this TP from FY. That's perfect.
It's kind of like what we expected, right? Using his great individual skill on Setsu, plus that first blood, he's already built himself up a 500 net worth lead over the Ember Spirit this early on. So taking what's typically seen as a pretty decent laning matchup and turning it on its head.
See, they might be able to get Aaron as well. Setsu has a Rolling Thunder to work with. First use of it of the game. He's going to go for the long drive-by. With that U-turn, will be able to connect. It might be in some trouble, though, but still, Ember not playing with the level 6, so can't look to play too aggressively. Simultaneously, though, we've got to kill up top lane with a Snapfire, leaving the Tusk alone. and that he was vulnerable to the double heroes from Vici Gaming. So they're getting so much out of the map, and they're even going to get a regen for Setsu. Oh, no.
Far too much out of this lane. And yeah, I mean, Vici, they're a team that punishes even the smallest of mistakes, right? Not that it was necessarily a mistake to try and protect your mid laner like that, but, you know, Aaron comes mid and they exploit the opening that's available to be able to take out this Tusk, because they know how big of a role Killer's going to play in being able to, like I was saying before, get in onto these squishy-ish cores in the early game. So if you could just delay that timing of the phase boots into the Blink Dagger, then you're going to be locked.
You're going to make another attempt on Ember. He's got to be cautious if he plays next to the tree line. Fire always ready to try and drop that bushwhack. I think the damage is going to be the thing in question. Setsu didn't have the swashbuckle up as well to go for the kill, so they are continuing to put a lot of pressure on, and it's scary because Killer is already soloing this bottom lane. He's about to hit level 6 as well, so as soon as he gets that, this lane is unplayable. And honestly, I'd like to see FY come back to bottom pretty shortly, because you've got this catapult wave. You could potentially get a kill and then into the tower.
Still a couple of seconds left on the time walk. He's got the magic stick to be able to play around with, but that's the plus of just dealing a lot of this. Not amazing high damage, but it's slow, it's steady.
He's getting dived onto the tower. The boy's going to come to protect him. Panka will attempt the TPs are going to be fast enough to keep Erica alive. The LSA is on the mark, and Erica will still go down though, but Vici Gaming, they'll make this a worthwhile trade in the end, as water rotation out of Setsu. Already a dominating streak for the Pangolier at 8 minutes into the game.
Poor Aaron, though, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was moving left, moving right to this clockwork and not wanting to get close to Setsu's Pangolier either. And they have addressed the Lena, sure, but she's already got the Javelin. She picked it up. She made sure that she didn't waste a lot of that unreliable gold. She's 2, 2, and 3, so getting a lot of that assist gold for herself as well. I mean, Setsu is just playing incredibly well so far this game. He had a good game number 1. It was certainly a candidate for MVP as well, but that was a game which was just tailor-made for a puck. This time around, not the easiest Pango game, but Setsu is having a great time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's that another power rune for him to work with, and with all the chaos going on across the map, free T1 tower is going to be claimed down bottom for new. So all of a sudden, your map is just going to continue to shrink now that this Broodmother can look to invade into the jungle, and she'll do just that. Scouting out Ranfu, she'll let the spiders do the work. This is pretty much this is no one's home. Like, who actually plays here? It's pretty much only the Ember, right?
It's News home. It's what it is. You know, there's nothing really that they can look to do on Poke's side. And again, this is the big weakness that I was talking about with that draft, that they just don't have anyone to be able to take this to try and equalize. Most of the time, you know that a Brood's not going to show up to these team fights, but look at what she's doing now. This is 9 minutes, and you're already having to pop a glyph to save a tier 2.
I think this is really the big difference we see coming up from both sides with this drafting, where Vici, of course, having the first pick overall, and they protect the Broodmother with the Naga Siren ban, where we didn't see Poke do that. And then we saw it just get it too late into the draft, where Poke didn't pick up their carry to address the Broodmother. Like, you go for this Faceless Void, yes, it's going to be a really good matchup versus Alina at the late stages, but
you got to get there.
You got to get there, and it really feels like right now this Brood plays very similar to the Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster is a little bit better in the lane versus the Void, as I'll hold that kind of train of thought as mid. Then Fur's maybe looking for is that first use of the Chrono of the game. Let's see if they're going to have enough damage onto Setsu. He's chasing deeper under the tower, but the LSA, Erica can just turn and get the right clicks going, pummeling into the task, because Killer's going to go down, and Setsu, well, they didn't even kill him. They didn't even bring down with the Pangolier. It got the Rolling Thunder off at the last second. They'll close the distance onto Ranfu, onto Snapfire as well, as all a Poke, their corpses littering the deck.
I like the idea. You got to control this Pangolier somewhat, but if the end result means that Eric is able to turn around, did he get the triple kill or was it Setsu? I think Setsu did. It's just way too much to have to deal with. You've already got a Broodmother who's now taken your tier 2 bottom. You're going to lose your mid tier 1 as well. Like, this is 10 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, God. That LSA. The fact that he was able to stay alive as well.
Love Erica turning up to that fight, realizing how important it is for them to get that turnaround, not give them any options to be able to come back into this game. A lot of laners might have just sat back and been a bit greedy with their farm, realizing that, okay, well, you know, I'm the win condition, blah, 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 but, you know, with how well the lanes have gone, I feel like you can lean on the back of Setsu as well as you to put enough pressure on the map that you don't need to leave everything to yourself.
What is she doing?
Dire's
Don't let him deny himself. Oh my god. It's too close for comfort. Now the boys are even trying to put some pressure on as well. As this is kind of the thing that they have on VG Gaming. Look at the poke. Just the bushback from afar. The use of the spiderlings, even the spawn spider, the swashbuckle. Like, they are just going to play this long distance game where they're going to toy with poke. It's going to be so frustrating.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. Oof. You know it's not great when an Ember Spirit's going into a Blade Mail as one of his items. Not excited. Oh, okay, he dodged out the Laguna Blade. At least he's saving himself a little bit of pain there, but yeah, I'm not really seeing the value out of this. You know, you pick the Ember. I feel like you need the Mail Strip to be able to address the Broodmother, because without this, they've got actually 0 answers to Brood. Something needs to clear out these Spiderlings.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yang die again, though.
The boys coming. Oh, they should be able to get the kill onto Yang fast enough. And nice attempt, but unfortunately the creep's going to be the issue there. Setsu will still lock onto his target with the Rolling Thunder. So Killer, we're looking to play around close to the wall to make it difficult for Setsu, but he's more than comfortable in the Pangolier, and now even FY. Look at the finishing blow into Aaron. Sharpshooter's already been used. They might just look for Lenfer instead. Bushwhack up in a couple of seconds. Do they want to go for this though? Very hesitant about going deep under the T1 tower. So Setsu, no, he'll just look to avoid the Faceless Void and go for the supporting cast. Already a godlike streak. This is a huge kill if they can find it. Even dropping the Chronosphere to help get it. Bushwhack on cooldown, not going to be able to act as a deterrent, but Setsu won't even die again, man.
Ooh, got him.
And now New, he's shown up. He's like, all right, I see a fight's going on. Why not look to get involved? Why not get some rewards?
Does anyone need a mech?
No, well, there's a mech. There's some health. There's some golden experience as well. Avicii Gaming. What's the probability? Oh.
I'd say worse than that, to be honest. 8% is very generous to give poke for this one. It just doesn't seem like there's an avenue. I mean, Yang's nearly got more net worth than Faceless Void. That's the state of the game that we're in. Pos 5 versus Pos 1.
Yang. Oh, again.
Yang Gang.
At least he's going to be able to hold Killer into place. Sharpshooter for the... Nice snowboard dodge. Look at the kill onto Mr. Yang. All this going on, though. You kind of have a big leader issue as well.
Yeah, Erica hasn't really joined these past couple of fights, has she? And she's nearly got a Gleipnir as well. Saying, you know what, Boots of Travel, who needs it? BKB, not a concern. They've got bigger fish to fry than me, and, well, if they forget about me, then we're just going to lock them all place. Look at these damn spiders infesting through the Radiant side of the map, giving no place for Longfair to be able to farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poke, they're going to try and look for Smoke to see who they can catch off guard, but it's only FY that's showing his position. Tries to play around with the Sharpshooter, but be able to close the distance before he can get that little pogo away. But Vici, they still want to try and hit back. Setsu in combination with New, they're going to jump over the cliff line, targeting down the Crystal Maiden. And now Setsu can go for the bounce back, even catching up to the Snapfire as well. Let's look at the burst from the Pango. Beyond cold, like pre-15 minutes, and they're even going to try and reap the rewards now, pushing the Ember away and getting some damage into the T2 tower.
Radiant's middle tower.
Speaking of Setsu, this is something that we saw when he played the Ember Spirit in that series against Outsiders. He just wasn't addressed, and so he was free to make a lot of havoc. And just little things like New just did, right? Forcing him to use a Remnant to retreat back a little bit further into the base means that you're not going to be making an aggressive play. You're not going to have that same capability.
Well, playing Lonfer's in trouble. Only level 2 in Time Walk, so it's still on cooldown. And Erica's got a goddamn Gleipnir. Well, there we go. Easy way to catch up. Might turn it around to get the kill into Yang. Let's see how the Mortar of Kisses usage is going to be. With the chains, it'll kind of make it that much easier for them to land the glob. So a 1-for-1, but of course that is your position 1 going down in exchange for Yang's position 5. I'm sure the Clockwork is more than happy with that.
I'm trying to think of what they, like, Killers item progression has been pretty non-existent for the last little bit. They just use the Mortimer's Kisses. Will they still have enough damage to be able to take him out? Looks like they might.
They will, but I mean, Setsu, even though they get the kill into the Broodmother, Setsu's just going to put so much damage into the middle of the fight, lines up the swashbuckle onto two, and for he's forced to just drop the chrono onto one, and he might not even have the damage. Gets the kill, but it comes at the cost of his own life, and at the stage of this game, you just can't be making those trades.
Nope. And Erica's got the double damage as well, so straight into Roche. This is going to die pretty fast, and I mean, you were having a hard time killing him before. I wonder if they're even going to give this one over to Setsu, or if it's just going to be Erica taking it without that BKB just yet, just to be able to provide the capabilities for the team to help. I mean, Brood would have lived as well if it was another 5 seconds. His Guardian Greaves was barely off cooldown.
Doing a pretty good job to use his kind of the creep wave to body block maybe an angle from Yang. Flame Guard's going to be able to absorb a lot of the damage from Erica as well. They'll turn to the clock. Yang's okay for the move. That's going to remnant in. A beautiful cookie from Aaron. He can set them up for the follow-up. Gotta be cautious though with the sharpshooter turnaround, with the embers falling lower, and they'll get the kill as Erica. He stands strong. They won't even be able to bring her down. Just the damage isn't there. They don't have the numbers as well to succeed in a team fight, and we are getting to the stage where this might be a couple of G's getting dropped.
You know, anytime that the number of minutes and the net worth lead is pretty similar, that's always a cause for concern. And, well, it typically doesn't happen before the 20-minute mark as well. Should look to probably go in their favor after they take out this which it will. And they could potentially look to go up onto the high ground. You still didn't even claim the Aegis off of that aggressive attempt. I just look to push in the mid lane to make an absolute sure thing of it, but I'm struggling to find any kind of avenue for them to come back into this game. There's a reason that the Brood and the Lina are first phase bans a lot of the time, and well, Vici is showing them why.
Look at Setsu. Anyone shows he might just commit with the Rolling Thunder.
Wait,
a jump in. Off the walls, they bounce back on. Aaron's going to end up going down. New might be in some trouble. Greaves going to get some distance away, but they're just baiting. They're just hoping that Poke come outside the base, and as soon as they do, all of Vici Gaming swarm to their location. 4 members put in the grave, and now their objectives are going to follow as well.
I mean, even if they glyph, the Spiderlings are going to soak up so many of these right clicks. So it means that the backdoor protection is just going to be primed to be able to come back up immediately. They've got Alina, who's as farmed as she needs to be able to completely rip apart this base. Like, you've lost Rax 18.5 minutes.
It's alright, Void's farming.
Come on, bro.
Look at Yang's net worth. Jesus Christ, triple Wraith Bam. He's like, alright.
It feels like this Tusk has been working on this Blink Dagger for 10 minutes, and he has not made any progression at all. I really wanted to see them put a little bit more emphasis onto having Killer pick this up.
You really want to take this engagement?
Nope.
No, I think you're playing with fire right now. Potential Cogs pushback won't even require it thanks to F-Fly's Boomerang. Meanwhile, it's a pretty decent combo. Chrono with the Mortimer Kisses, but New, well, he's going to be able to protect them. Greaves haven't even been used yet, and all of a sudden, they just repair all of the damage that was used inside the teamfight combo of Poke. No one goes down, and honestly, they weren't even close to dying as well.
Yeah. No Chrono, no Kisses, no Freezing Field. It felt like they weren't even sure of what to use the Mortimer's Kisses on. They hit a decent 2-man Chrono, but you can't hit the Lina. She's got the Aegis, and well, they didn't hit the other target that was caught in there as well. So, clinical. That is the only way to put it for Vici Gaming that time around. They were just dominant from start to finish, and Brood and Lina left in the draft. Nagasar banned, telegraphed it pretty well, not responded to. I don't know, but Poke, if they're going to look to get some wins on the board outside of the one that they've got already, they're certainly going to need to pick their game up in terms of drafting.
Yeah, something is going to need to be worked on in the further series. Hopefully they're not going to be too demoralized by a 19-minute GG, but Vici Gaming, honestly what we've come to expect from them. I know we were kind of talking up like this series already before it even started to be Vici favored. It's kind of deserved with how this team has looked so far, and unfortunately in this series, Poke not able to show that Vici can bleed, and for Vici, they're going to be able to take the series 2-0. Of course, bring the boys back to try and find a way to be able to break this game down.
play against them and actually win. And then you end up with a silly draft like that one in which you're giving away the Brood and the Lina and you're just getting demolished in every single lane 15 minutes in. It's a reoccurring team, like I've seen it before.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think the conversation was there, though? Like, how can that have come to the decision? Did they just forget about Lina, or?
I honestly think that was a mistake. Like letting both of them through has to be a mistake because you can deal with the one. Like you can make some adjustments to your draft instantly after, and you can counter it slightly, but you can't deal with the both. You just don't have enough picks. And honestly, even with the picks that they did, they don't answer either. Like the picks that they picked, it's basically their comfort zone. It's not like they picked heroes that are great against the Lina or heroes that are great against Brood. They just picked what they wanted to.
Yeah. It's awkward in that regard as well. I mean, in theory, heroes that get on top of Brood can also get on top of Lina and vice versa, but in actual fact, it's not as simple as that because they're not going to be together. So you're going to use your resources to get on top of one of them, and then the other can just jump in and cover the other. So, it doesn't really work out the way that perhaps they planned. Who knows what the drawing board looks like, but we do know they will be going back to it. I think when we're looking at Poke, I think we're just looking at this game one and saying, like, hey, game one, you did all right. You had some cool ideas. Lonfer had a fairly decent performance, even though he was in a really bad situation. Focus on that. Learn from that one. This might be one of those games where there's nothing really to learn. I guess we got to ask for an MVP. Aries, why don't you set us up for one?
It's a tricky one. It's hard to go past that too.
Yang for the drip.
I honestly wanted to give it to FY. I feel like he heavily enabled Setsu, but I'm pretty happy with if we all agree on the Pango.
I want to go Yang for the drip.
Nice.
Hey,
All right, let's go. So I think the big reason why is we saw that the combination of the Hoodwink and the Brood, that's still a very, very strong lane combo when you're able to catch someone like a Crystal Maiden out of position. We saw 4 deaths in the first 4-5 minutes, something like that.
Yep.
And then we saw once he secured the Broodmother's lane, he then helped out Setsu. That was a big thing where you were able to secure pretty much all of the first 10 minutes of the power runes. So we saw Setsu get very active with like DDs and haste, and they were able to dive the Ember at the early stage as well. So I really think FY did an incredible job. I think Denok even mentioned where he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle, and then got the bushwhack onto the Ember and chased him under the tower. There's just those individual plays where you see an opportunity to get the double value, refilling the bottle, and a kill. So yeah, I think FY did a lot of this game for Vici.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair point, actually. The first 10 minutes, he was instrumental to their success, and that's ultimately what they ended up winning from. So, yeah, fair enough. MVP to FY for securing both the mid and the offlane in the same stroke. And I think from there on out, it's just Poke going back to the drawing board and Vici with another tidy win under their belt, which now puts them in a very good position indeed. They are now 3-0, which does place them neck and neck with LBZS, who were the previous leaders, and they get to face each other. And Vici have already taken down Outsiders from China, one of their big kind of contesters here. Next up, they're going to have to try and take down YBB, who is like the other big one. And that's not going to be until February 19th, so that's a while off still. Meanwhile, we do have another series coming up today, which is going to be a very, very important matchup. We've got YBB versus Outsiders from China. That's going to be our final match of the day, and I'm very, very excited for that one. These two guys are going to be battling it out for a very important, possibly second place. Now, we are jumping the gun a little bit, but based on what we've seen so far, Daniel, would you say that's a fair judgment?
I think that is an incredibly fair judgment. It's between Outsiders, YBB, and LBZS for that second spot, essentially, in my eyes. And, I'm just going to look forward to a game and a series that's probably going to be a lot closer than one that we just saw. Because if you wanted an example of how to play good Dota, look at this one. If you wanted some entertaining Dota, I think you got to stick around.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Danog. And yes, indeed, stick around as we are going to be throwing it over to a break, after which we shall be back with our final series of the day. YBB versus Outsiders from China is just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. It's time for the final matchup. That's right. It's been a long wait, but we're finally here, and it's going to be an awesome one. It's YBB versus Outsiders from China. We've got the amazing casting duo of Danog and Aries on the case. We've got the brains of Lizard, and we've got the looks of also Lizard, and then we've got me.
What?
So
You can
yeah.
put me in that category as well. What the hell? All right, this is
Definitely not
Come
brains,
on.
though.
all right. Enough of you, but I've definitely got the muscles. Well, you lizards, I'm coming for you, buddy.
Wow.
We got some competition.
Damn, it was YBB versus Outsiders, also Aries versus Lizard.
Let me see the muscles, Aries.
Like, I'm not flexing. No, we'll
Flex,
we'll
come
do it
on.
in
You
person.
can't, you
We
can't
can-
just,
No.
you can't just
can't.
talk smack and now not prove it. What's happening? Come on.
Jesus.
I'll back it up in person. That's what I'll do. I'll back it up in
Jesus.
person.
All right.
See, Lizard,
well,
he's weak in here, Lizard. That's the issue. You know, you got to be strong across the entire body.
by the way, he's talking his week somewhere else as well. YBB versus Outsiders, of course, is the match
Hey,
we've
mate.
got on the cards at the moment. And it's going to be a very important match, I think, because we've got kind of 3 or 4 teams in the top kind of 3 or 4 positions, and we don't really know where they're all going to stand at the moment. And I think for us, this has been one of the biggest question marks, is which of these 2 teams is better, because Outsiders have the names, but YBB have some names. They've also got a bit of experience behind them, a bit more organization behind them as well. Of course, they are the sister team, or little sister team, I suppose, of Extreme Gaming. So there's a lot on the line here for both of these guys. Lizard, coming straight out of the bat, which way are you leaning for this one?
Let me check the names again. XM, okay, on Outsiders. Low 70 and ZZQ on YBB. I'm not sure. I think maybe slightly leaning towards YBB. Tiny little bit.
All right, can I give you a bit of help, Lizard?
Sure.
3 of the Outsiders members have anime girls as their profile pictures.
I'm definitely going for YBB.
All right. Thought that might be the case.
Wait, how many do YBB have then? Because
Please don't tell me. Don't tell. I'm gonna.
No. 0 girls. 0 anime girls.
Oh, right, we're doing split. I was going to say, because, you know, the 3
Yeah,
anime
there's
pictures
only like 2
only.
of them with some kind of anime, but not like,
Oh.
12-year-olds.
Does anyone have an animal? That's the important thing.
Yes, there's like a dinosaur
Yeah.
holding a pack of cigarettes. for one of them.
Oh, it is too. Oh, that's actually really good.
Who is
Oh,
it?
that's
ZZQ.
What a,
Speaking
what a
of,
chat. What a chat.
Speaking of ZZQ, was having a little bit of a talk with Echoes earlier before we got underway when the lobby was created. Of course, these are some 2 ex-teammates as well on the previous eHome roster, so it's going to be exciting to see how that's able to kind of play out. Also, we saw that a while ago.
Wait, so 70 was on that as well, right? On the
Yeah, well, Echoes replaced 70. That's the thing I was going to get to next. Like, it's been a little bit now, but you still don't really forget those things, a player that replaced you. So even though it has been a couple of months, it's still that mid lane rivalry that's going to be very exciting to see, because they are incredibly talented, both 70 and Echoes.
Yeah. These guys, they've got a lot to prove. And, there's 2 things to mention here as well. Another factor is that YBB were the first seed coming out of the closed qualifiers, which means, of course, they did beat Outsiders from China inside those closed qualifiers, which is pretty important to keep in mind going into this one. And I mean, Dano, did you look back on that game or look at the drafts or anything? Is there anything to mention about that one?
I think one of them, the Lena slipped through, which just gives a free win, as we've seen. But it was a 2-0. That was the real thing that stood out to me, right? So, YBB obviously going to be taking a lot of confidence into that. Like Aries mentioned, you've got these players that have played together before. It just leads you to, if you get on the front foot, the thing that I always go back to is that you know what your long-term teammates default to. You know what their behavior is going to be like, and so therefore you can even plan a further step ahead, which I feel like YBB are going to be able to do and potentially exploit this game.
Yeah, and I think for me that series, the one thing to mention is that YBB were very on meta for that one. They picked a lot of the stuff which you expect to see from everyone else who's playing Div 1 at the moment. You had Naga Siren, you had a Tree and Protector, all this stuff coming out. Meanwhile, Outsiders, they were going a little bit awry perhaps. They had a Razor, which was a little bit odd. I haven't really seen Razor at all. Sniper hasn't been super popular. They picked that as well. So you could call them a step behind, at least back then. But of course, that was a long time ago. And we are, of course, a whole DPC season past them, because that was before DPC Season 1 got played. So it's been a hot minute, so I wouldn't rely too much.
How dare
on
they
that
not
data.
know the meta before the meta was even formed? How dare they know, man?
Great point. Also a good point. Very, very fair. What matchup are you looking at most here, Lizard? What's the matchup that you're most interested in?
The carries, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Like, XM. XM used to be mid on Witchy Gaming, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he played
Yes.
mid. So he basically did the same thing that, what's his name? Question mark guy. What's his name? I'm blanking here.
Emo.
Yeah, he did the emo thing, moved from the mid lane to the safe lane. That's possible. That's possibly why you see these Razors and different heroes on the safe lane. Like, there's a lot of players right now trying that safe lane role, MR, and it's not really going that great.
They pulled it together in the end, Lizard. You know, they're still at Div 1.
They remained there. That's all that matters. So they have some time to prepare for the next season. I'm sure Amar will be a good carry player the moment he expands his hero pool. XM, however, he's more experienced, has been around for longer, so at the same time has a larger hero pool and it's easier for him to transition. Lou, on the other hand, he was just riddled with bad luck the last season. So I'm looking towards his career finally turning back around and going upwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at here in the Div 2 as well. It's watching these players who have kind of fallen down from Div 1 maybe, or just looking to prove themselves. And that's really what it comes down to, especially with this matchup here. You know, these are a lot of players who really, really want to be in Div 1. They don't want to be down here in Div 2. Most of them as well have lost their Div 1 slots through shuffles or being replaced or something along those lines. So expect some very impressive individual performances, because a lot of these players, you know, this is going to be the make or break point. Are they going to have that fire which drives them to perform, pull out the big PogChamp plays and bring themselves back into Division 1 and make everybody realize, wait a minute, we were fools to let these guys go. Look how good they are. Or are they going to crumble? And are they going to let things slip out of their hands, lose the passion? We don't know, but we're going to find out as we get into the draft for the very first game. And first thing I want to mention as well, XM, he's got the pro headphones on. Look at those bad boys. Woo.
And the keyboard as well.
True. Yeah, he's got the Riz.
Yeah, like looking.
Riz. What?
W Riz right there.
How does the keyboard mean he has Riz? Nomad, let's
How he
let's hear
messages
it.
the ladies.
Type you up.
DM.
You are. Is Lena gonna go untouched? What's going on here?
If you're
I don't think so.
if you're outsiders, do you snatch it now? Tusk plus Lena,
I would.
right?
Yeah, I mean, you've got first pick, right? This is your one chance to be able to protect a potential pick, and I feel like you're going to be wasting a ban in the second phase if you don't look to just pick it up now as a bit of a block pick. Maybe they're a little worried about the Ricky, but it really just depends how good the lane goes as well, right? Like if Ricky gets that Aghanim Shard right on 15 minutes, his only role is find the Lena and then look to, you know, disrupt the amount of farm that she's able to get, essentially.
Lou is already crying. Don't cry, man. You can do it. You'll win.
It's hay fever, bro. It's fine.
Oh, all right.
Dude,
Let's
like
go.
that.
I mean, Lizard, you've been speaking a lot about this kind of Batrider into Nature's Prophet. I think even when Kezu and T were on the panel yesterday, they were speaking a lot about how just China is avoiding Division 2 in particular, is just avoiding the Batrider into Nature's Prophet. So I'm excited to see this matchup finally.
Yeah, it's avoided for a reason. Like, you don't want to play the Prophet into the bat. He can hunt you down, eliminate you. He's good versus any glass cannon hero that he can get on top of, right? The problem is, like, you want to, as a Batrider, as a Nature's Prophet, you want to be split pushing, hiding in the trees, like doing your shenanigans, right? Even as a carry. Bat feasts on that, so it might not be that easy for YBB.
You ready for a stat which is really going to cook your noodles?
Cook my noodles.
noodles are ready.
Yep. Batrider is the second most contested hero of the Division 2. This is
I
the
believe
first
it.
time he's been picked.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that's
25 bans.
Jesus.
He's the most
And
banned
I
hero.
think-
We haven't seen him yet. This is a debut bat game from Div 2. That's
Welcome
insane.
back, Mr. Ryder. But I think as well, another thing is that China, part of it is because the Bat Rider's been banned out, but I've seen a few games as well where both Bat Rider and Primal Beast has been open as a response to the Nature's Prophet, and China just seems to prefer the Primal as well as a little bit of an answer towards it. Maybe feeling like it fulfills multiple different roles of just being able to A, charge in, B, be good at wave clear a little bit faster than the Bat Rider is. And I guess, I mean, I know the word tank is kind of not really a thing in Dota, but if you have to run past a Primal Beast to be able to get to a team fight, I would say that that's maybe a tiny bit stronger than what a Bat Rider provides. So I'm just trying to throw out reasons as to why the Chinese region specifically seems to prefer it versus the Bat.
Like the Primal Beast, Bat was banned out too many games. Like you couldn't even pick it if you wanted to. But Primal came into like I think Secret were the first to experiment with him. Maybe Gaming Gladiators as well in Secret, but Secret had this plan. Okay, we're gonna pick Primal and Techies. We'll run down the Lina or any glass cannon. Just use that pulverize on them, right? The ulti, whatever it's. Is it pulverize? I just made that up.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
no, you're
nice.
The ulti, yeah.
Yeah, just use the ulti on them and eliminate them from the fight, which is actually it works well in the lane and after the lane. But kind of similar, I guess. It's not pulverize, it's lasso. It's the same thing, really. I like what I like about YBB though is the Ricky and the Prophet. Like you have the dart and then you have global setup with it, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, for sure. And Outsiders, in terms of just bans, they're getting rid of the Quap, probably one of the best laners against the Bat Rider. Of course, you see Bat Rider that still are able to get out of that lane in a really good spot. And then, of course, the Slark does feel like a really good pick into it as well. Viper, completely understandable as well. And I think that's actually areas, you know how much I hate the Aghanim Scepter on the Viper, but YBB were able to take one of their wins against Outsiders in those closed qualifiers off the back of an 18-minute Aghanim Scepter against the Bat Rider. So it was...
That's saying something.
Yeah, I mean, against a Slark and a Bat, it's really good, right? Because you're always taking that damage and you're constantly just getting that that corrosive skin onto you, and you can just completely burn through a Bat Rider's damage.
Yeah, I mean, even without the Ags, like the lane itself became... It used to be good for Viper, now it's not. Because of the sticky napalm, it deals damage. So when you play into the Viper now, you're actually killing yourself in the lane. So it's kind of... Yeah, the lane that used to be good is kind of abysmal now for him. Oh, Silencer, okay. Let's go with some global.
Again,
more
it
global.
just enables a bit more of that Ricky Prophet style, right? Like there's no potential for anyone else to be able to come and help. Of course, Silence is a little bit more immobile, I guess you could say. But do you think they might, considering they've picked up the Silencer for themselves, go down the Dawnbreaker route, which we've seen teams try a few times?
Yeah, I have no idea. They're lacking some things though. Like you have the Ricky with the setup, but you don't have the stun follow-up, and you don't necessarily have the damage follow-up. I would like to see one of those two things coming from your position 5, but now you're getting neither. So
Yeah, and they're
And now they're
taking-
saying
oh
we're
my
going to push.
God.
That
is
you
such a
pick
strong
Ricky
response.
and Silencer.
Yeah.
They can't clear waves at all, so let's just go.
Oh, man, YBB now in a bit of a bind because they've got a carry hero, assumedly a carry hero, which can't really deal with this lane, which can't deal with the creeps that are going to be flooding in, and you don't have either supports which can do it, so now you need to get some wave clear on your last two picks. Both of these, I think, need to... I want one of these mid laners which is going to build travels and go around the map, which is crazy to say when you've got a Nature's Prophet already, but...
Oh, God.
That's the point.
Like
I
a
think they're
Zeus.
at.
I hate the Zeus. I think it fixes a lot of their issues with damage and wave clear.
It's just so squishy. though,
Really
if they
annoying
go down
against
that
Bat
route.
Rider. Yeah, that hero just runs you down. All right, Mars.
This Silencer 15th with the Ricky put them in a really bad position.
I agree.
It seems like your 24th now has to be one of the best last picks to be able to take this game, because you have a lot of damage issues. Like first 15 minutes, even when Ricky gets the shard, I don't know where their damage is going to come from.
Yep.
Like you have to be on point with your first Wrath and A2 usage to be able to get a kill, chain that into a tower, then be able to chill for a little bit afterwards, convert with the Mars Arena ultimates. But I'm quite concerned that just the supports are going to do nothing for the early stage.
Yep. They're laning what? Prophet safe lane with the silencer, then some Mars offlane or mid, depending on where they want to put it. I think it's going to be the offlane and then last pick mid. Now, if you're outsiders, you ban out the Storm Spirit and you ban out what's left in the pool. Quap is banned out.
Leshrac, maybe?
Storm.
Lesh has to be a consideration. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat, I
Storm,
guess.
Lesh, Zeus. They're what I'm looking at as
Although-
potentials for YBB.
Can Lesh lane against Bat?
Radiant team
Yeah,
back.
you just get Lightning Storm and you look to like
Ah,
push
yeah,
the lane
slow,
back
yeah.
out against him. It's only 4 seconds, so you can make a lot of use out of the magic wand.
Mm-hmm.
So then I wonder,
see what-
like, what is outsiders more concerned about? They seem to think that somehow a Morphling is going to be able to fit into this draft. So
I think they're expecting the flex potential. YBB can easily put the Mars mid if they want to. 70 has played that quite a bit.
You could put Mars mid, Prophet offlane, and then last pick your
Exactly.
carry.
Yeah.
That's an option.
well, would you want to do that though? Like, I'm just thinking, like, the Mars into the bat doesn't feel amazing.
I mean, do you want a Prophet carry versus a bat as well? You probably don't.
Yeah.
So
True.
Mars mid isn't great, but I'm not sure. It feels like YBB have been slightly outdrafted with the first 4 picks. But
It's just as Aries was saying, the silencer on 15 or 13, it didn't bring up any issues which outsiders needed to answer. so
it's
they
a
just
weird one. Like there's something we're missing with the silencer. I mean,
Okay.
there is there is the lasso. I'm sorry, there is the lasso into global silence.
Yes.
But that's usually not how it works. Usually it's you get the silencer with the Bat Rider, and then you initiate with the lasso, and then you follow up with the global to cancel any oracles or anything like that. Like global against the lasso, it's kind of too late. Like you're already lassoed.
Oh,
It's-
help, he's dragging me away. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll silence him. Okay. That didn't change my situation in the slightest, but thanks, silencer. Yeah, I mean, I guess it can stop the follow-up, but again, it's throwing a bucket of water on a warring fire.
5 seconds remaining.
Final pick now from outsiders. What do they need?
Well, are they just going to like Monkey?
Radiant
I wouldn't hate it.
team
It's relatively fast tempo. TA instead. Okay.
I actually
So
really
I
like
wonder
this
if-
because it just throws another problem at YBB. Like they're already trying to deal with these issues which outsiders have raised. So outsiders could have gone for something simple just to
just-
kind of double down or just
I
raise
think-
another issue.
I think you just do this now. You do like if they were worried about Mars mid, now you really put the Mars mid and you pick an illusion-based hero versus the TA versus the Pat.
Oh, could you PL?
There's Naga, there's PL. Naga is great versus Beast as well.
Nah, it's banned.
Yeah, Naga's
First ban.
Okay, never mind then.
Look, PL is a horrific hero, and you might just get run over if you pick it.
If you pick it, you'll
But
get run
it's-
over. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I don't.
but
Yeah,
that's the issue. Like, it's not a good hero, but it matches up pretty well versus TA Bat. You have no issues versus Enchantress and Tusk, but your 4 heroes already don't play well with a Phantom Lancer.
now selected.
So,
Death Prophet is going to be the answer. So it's going to be the offlane Death Prophet, the mid Mars, and the carry Nature's Prophet from YBB. That is going to be their solution to outsiders here. Interesting, very interesting. Outsiders obviously going for the TA carry, and XM Special used to own with it in the middle lane back in the day. That's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch, and just feels like they're so in their element. I mean, YBB, what does look good about their draft? You know, what are the circumstances where their draft's going to excel, Lizard?
well, if their lanes go all right, like they've actually answered the pressure with pressure. Like you have Krobulus, you have Nature's Prophet. Like you'll be able to control the map easily. Like you'll be able to actually match the aggression of the Bat and Beastmaster if their lanes go well. And that's a big question mark for me because I'm not sure about the Mars into Bat, like how that lane is going to go.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have weak lanes on the side of outsiders, but of course anything can happen. Are they going to be able to close it out on the side of outsiders? Will YBB find the way to make their draft work? Are we missing something here? I'm not too sure, but I'm certainly interested in finding out. I think this game is going to be quite close, though. I do like what you said as well, that they've kind of, instead of trying to answer all the problems which outsiders brought up, they've just made problems of their own. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a clash. I think it's going to be a very messy game, and I'm excited to watch it with our lovely casters of Danog and Ares. Take it away.
Thank you, boss. Yeah, here we go, Danog. This is a very, very important series between these two teams. We've been speaking a lot about Vici Gaming being that kind of #1 team at the moment in Division 2, but who's going to take that second place? You know, there's been some questions on YBB, if they will be that #2, maybe outsiders from China, if they can be that second place team. And well, this series can really determine who can get that momentum leading forward. I know we were speaking a lot in the panel about how we had some... we weren't too overly impressed with the YBB draft, but do you feel like the Death Prophet kind of helps out some of the issues that we were mentioning?
For the lane, it should make things a little bit better, at least, against the TA, right? You're going to have the Spirit Siphon so that the TA isn't free to just continuously run at you. That's going to deal with the refraction somewhat. The big thing that I'm a little bit more concerned about is how these lanes are going to go. It seems like the Riki is going to be paired together with the Nature's Prophet, and it's actually going to be ZZQ playing the Silencer into the TA. So again, a little bit more damage over time through the Arcane Curse. You can, I guess, somewhat trade with the Enchantress, and does, of course, get on the better end of that, but I mean, they've basically set the lanes up the best way that they can with the draft that they've got. So that leads me to feel at least a little better, but I think outsiders have got this.
I think a really nice thing that YBB can look to play with is the fact that you now have the Nature's Prophet that can look to TP in and connect with the Death Prophet Exorcism. So I think that's a really big thing that you need to try and utilize here for YBB to get that early tower. Of course, TA is going to be more than capable to be pushed back into the jungle, but as long as you can convert early on that +1, then it could be able to catch Dire off guard. And I do also want to really mention about this top lane real quick. This is a very interesting build we're seeing from XM. He's gone Meld level 1 and the boots, and I really like this. The issue with the Death Prophet, you've got incredibly low armor, so they're going to try and play around with this double meld in the lane and with the Enchantress slow, and I don't think they'll get the kill, but it's probably like 2/3 of Beyond's health. And you see, double meld. He went a little bit early. Outside wasn't there to be able to play with the enchant, but now Beyond, he's got tangos coming out, but that's a really good exchange to start.
It is, and I mean, it just means that the only reason XM went a little earlier is because he just needed to be there to be able to get some of these last hits, right? It's still very important for you to be the one that's carrying the game at the end of the day. You know, once he gets into the Blink Dagger for himself, plus a few additional damage items, he can look to burst through a few of these heroes, most notably the Death Prophet and the Nature's Prophet, just because they are a little bit squishier. Maybe not so much the DP these days, considering the style of build that they tend to go for. You know, pure auras and backing up the rest of the team, but we can just see Outside doing exactly what he needs to up on this top side of the map, as they've actually switched the lane up back again. So ZZQ going down towards the bottom side. I'm not sure how confident I feel about that. Maybe just feeling that against this dual melee lane, the Silencer and the Nature's Prophet would have a decent time.
First blood's going to be picked up top lane, XM. Doing that with the early harass. Against Beyond's Death Prophet, it wasn't enough. It's actually going to be Radiant that secured this early kill, which is incredibly important. And we've seen a lot in the past. If we take our minds back to that time where TAs were just getting first pick and pumping them down mid lane, we were seeing kind of the Viper, the Huskar, but we were seeing a lot of Death Prophets as a response to this Templar Assassin. You have the capability to burn out that refraction with the Spirit Siphon, with the Exo. There was some stages in the game where you did have some issues with your armor, but I think that Greaves is really going to change some of those issues because it's a natural build now. You can even consider about going Halberd if you really need to address the TA. So going to be exciting to see in around the mid game how this kind of matchup fares compared to what it used to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't really seen too much of this new DP style of itemization, have we? Not sure if XM can continue to just let YBB look to take creeps in his face, and yeah, that's exactly what the tip's all about.
Seems like mid lane, probably not expecting any kills, right? 7E should be able to use the spear defensively whenever Echoes ever gets aggressive.
I suppose. I mean, it depends when he wants to level up the Flame Break, because that can kind of disrupt your positioning a little bit, maybe makes you miss the spear. He's just got to make sure that he's on point with the timing of when to throw it out. Like, when do you need to use it on the Bat Rider? When do you need to use it on the wave so that you're able to
lane XM?
freely farm? Should be okay.
Got some sick charges to play with. Do we need to see Dai put a lot more emphasis on making stacks because you have a Templar Assassin a Batrider, even a Beastmaster for that matter as well. With this new kind of maxed out axes, we've seen a lot of the time the Beast just be able to clear the hard camp very easily, and even the Ancient stack as well.
I think you essentially have to play the Axes build this time around on Ava, right? You're going up against a Nature's Prophet with the Treants. He's going to make absolute mincemeat out of any kind of boars that you summon and just get even more net worth than he normally would. And so to be able to have something that A, lets you farm, but B, also potentially provides some disruption for that Treant farming is going to be an ideal thing. But it has to be the TA that picks up a lot of this farm. And luckily for Outsiders, it's going to be them playing on the Dire side. So they've got a little bit more jungle to be able to play with.
Does look like their safe lane's going incredibly well, though. Blue, top of the last hit. Got that windlace and the gloves. Soon to be level 4, and this lane's going to get even easier. And we're going to start to see some of the supports look to rotate. Majama already attempted a stack. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pick that up, but they were able to deny one of the water runes, actually, in fact, thanks to Lou's kind of micro with the Treant, so that'll take it away from Echoes.
One thing I do like about the top side, especially with Destiny playing the Riki up here, is that you are very, very tanky, at least in terms of your armor values. You can see he's sitting at 7 just because of all of the stats that he's got from his itemization, as well as Riki just being naturally like that. And so a lot of the harassment that's coming out from outside is actually not doing all that much. You know, Enchantress, that's one of the things that you pick her for, is for that lane domination. But if you've got a tanky Riki just standing in front of her and soaking all of that up, the DP can do what DP does best, you know, use the Spirit Siphon for aggressive maneuvers against the TA as opposed to just survivability. They're potentially looking to go for something bot. ZZQ. Dived a little bit here. Oh,
nice
sprout. Nicely done by Lou. Coincidence? Will he spam the emote?
No. Don't even put it in his mind. Let's
He's already done it a couple of times this game, man. He's in the zone. Here we go. They're going for a dive on XM again. Spirit Siphon. Instantly removing all those refraction charges, then a Crypt Swarm in the face, just to be able to get the damage out and force him back to the...
Don't let the catapult die.
I think he's fine with it. Like, yes, it would be great to be able to take away the tower, but the more important thing is that TA is out of the lane already. And just have a look at Destiny as well on his Riki. He's coming through and he's looking to try and soak up that farm, find the TA, and he's going to pick up 2 bounty runes as well for his troubles.
Well, inside the room, we do see a kill picked up. Echo is able to bring down ZZQ on the silencer. There was a bit of a contest around the first power into the game. Who got it in the end? Was ZZQ
Still there?
Okay.
No.
It's just a
Map bug for me.
little bug. XM friendly back.
He picks that up, but he also gets the Observer Ward, which again...
Lane, Arena's out. 7E with the first one of the game. Let's see if they're going to have the damage to bring down Echoes. The snowball will drag them further into the lane. 7E needs the right clicks and he's not going to be able to find it, so Echoes will fly away. At first, Arena unable to convert on a big kill, which would have been onto the opposition's position too.
Nice shards by Xiaoma, just locking off ZZQ from being able to throw in any additional damage. Of course, the glaives being pure damage meant that it doesn't matter if you're just standing underneath the tower. It's still going to provide the same additional amount to be able to try and harass him down, but instead he gets away. You see how vital YBV feel it is to be able to take away this jungle farm from the TA, though. They've been able to nullify the laning stage. They've got to make sure that they're in a position to be able to invade as soon as possible.
And it's still a really awesome play coming out from YBB. You're putting pressure on 2 lanes at the moment. You know that the Death Prophet can solo the Templar Assassin if he goes to try and defend the tower. So with that Exo, it's just going to be a free objective here for YBB. And simultaneously, you kind of put Lou in the mid lane to help with that push as well. Bring some reactions over there to lead beyond alone. So first Exo will be converted.
And looking to even take away any kind of trees as well, so they're not going to be surprised by any sort of movement that's coming in towards this mid lane. The one upside for Outsiders is that you've got Ava pushing the bottom side of the map. He's got his help of the Dominator recently picked up, although that Wrath of Nature is going to do a good job of keeping the lane as pushed out as possible.
Arena's going to get layered down here. We're not going to kill the Tusk, but Echo's jumping in. Is going to just sign his own death note. So YBB, what an incredible start for these lads. 2,000 net worth lead, but importantly, It's 2 T1 towers gone as well before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, no, it's before the 8.5-minute mark, they were able to pick it up. They're even going for a potential TP here on the top side. They want to find XM. They got to get him.
Xiaoma, they see you, brother. Uh-oh. Another person's going to go down. You're going to have to cancel their TP, I think, on Batrider, and yeah. So he's stuck inside the base. And they don't have a glyph on Dire. This tower might go down.
Probably more than might. I mean, you've got the double damage on 7E as well, so he's going to be able to layer this one in. Tons of damage coming through Tree and soaking up a lot of these tower hits. And who's got the mech?
Beyond.
Oh, Beyond. Wow. I mean, he's getting kind of close to the Greaves as well. It's just the recipe away, essentially.
So I think the one interesting thing here that I didn't kind of see originally with the Dire draft is that they are a little bit slow to do stuff. Like the TA needs farm. The Batrider kind of ideally likes Boots of Travel and BKB. I know South America go for a little bit different item build. We see Whisperlek with the Boots of Bearing, and this kill should definitely help out Echoes being able to get a little bit more net worth. But the Beastmaster as well is really poor at making rotations. You kind of are forced to stay in your own lane. So quite impressed with how YBB have been able to kind of penalize with the draft that we see is Ava will get his own kill as well. So that's going to also give some gold injected in the bank so he can get closer to the Helm of the Overlord.
I mean, I kind of agree with what you said there, but I feel like you're probably expecting these lanes to go so much better for outsiders, right? You've got a Batrider. How many lanes does a Batrider lose? Not many. And he was having a really rough time against the Mars, only barely getting away from a couple of kill attempts, and only having the 2 kills of their own at the 10-minute mark to be able to show for it. Bottom lane, kind of expected. You know, again, 2 melee against any kind of like great CC or dive potential is always going to put you in a rough spot. The top lane, that last pick Death Prophet is really the thing that's turned this game so much more in YBV's favor though, right? The use of that Spirit Siphon, getting him a lot of this extra farm, opening up the top side of the map, and we mentioned the strength of having the Dire side jungle to be able to play around with. Well, sorry, you don't need more. You've got no tier 2 tower, you've got no outpost, and they're going to start falling a fair bit behind in experience as well now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Look at Outside's positioning just a little bit too far down to the south, so he won't be able to clip this smoke. And he's even actually got an Invis rune as well, so he's going to look to backstab XM, and the TA thought it was a safe space to be able to get some catch-up farm, but that's not to be the case, as all of a sudden 4 members of YBB pop up in her face.
Okay, she's got the Dragon Lance at least on the TA. Looks like she's going into a Ring of Asilius, so again, just wanting to stay out on the map as much as possible, try and spam out those abilities as much as she can. Be a little less conservative with them, because you've got to take risks at this stage, so to me it feels the main job for Destiny on his Riki is just going to be find the TA. That's your role throughout this game. If you get caught out, try and dodge it out. Riki has a lot of juking capabilities, and well, we see TA in mid. Not really the position to get ganked, even this, despite how this early game has gone. It's only a 1k net worth lead, it has to be said, despite them being far ahead in towers.
I'm quite impressed, honestly, with how this net worth lead is. You're making sure it doesn't get too out of hand at this early stage for outsiders for China. It's just a question of, like, when do we feel like they're potentially strong enough to turn around? Maybe this blink on Echoes that he actually went for first item, they could feel finally strong to be the ones that actually initiate some of the fights.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're going for a smoke here on multiple heroes. TA is not going to turn up at anything. She is still a long way away from having any kind of significant contribution. I think it's going to be on the back of outside, to be honest. Not too often that you see a position 5 be the one to potentially bring you back into a game, but he's been a little greedier with his style. He's got power treads, he's got a magic wand of infused raindrops, and now he's level 6, so a bit more ready to brawl, but that movement didn't find anyone out. It was just to place down some observer wards to be able to scout out some potential movement coming back the other way. So let's see how on point Destiny is with the D
XM. The poker stick over from 7E. He's going to be able to drop the arena, holding the Templar Assassin into place so Beyond can burn the refraction with ease. Batrider will find an opening though for the lasso, but all it is onto the position 5 silencer. That's not the exchange you're hoping for to make it a worthwhile trade.
It was a good use of the global, right? Xiaoma was getting in position to try and get that snowball save off, but just not letting it happen. like you said, TA still sitting at the very bottom of their net worth charts for the cause, and doesn't really feel like she's in a position to be able to recover that anytime soon. Maybe Helm of the Overlord being the next item that they want to try and fight around. No real heroes that are going to look to abuse that in any significant way. So just trying to think what else they could look to pair with that. Ages away from the Blink Dagger. TA, I mean, making a choice between Blink and Desolator, but neither of them are going to come anytime soon. And I mean, just have a look at Lou. He's been so cheeky, just sending his treants to try and block up these camps as possible. Won't do it this time, but I'm sure he'll succeed a fair amount in the next little bit as he even denies the illusion ring.
I was going to say, Echo's nice reaction with the blink. And as the Spirit Siphon's used, and I mean, you were speaking about Lou with his micro, but and his farming hasn't been kind of hindered due to that.
might be in trouble.
We're looking.
Never mind. Bottom side. You had Ricky just standing on top of him. Mars was incredibly close by with that Blink Dagger and Arena available. And of course, anytime there's a Nature's Prophet, you've always got that +1 potential. But feeling like they're in a position where they still just want to pick up a little bit more of their farm.
And Nature's Prophet, who has the Atos and one more camp away from the Gleipnir as well. So very, very close to completing this big item early on for Lou, who has a gigantic net worth lead over his counterpart position 1, as we will see outside called out. Definitely not the most valuable kill they're hoping for, but 70 is going to slam the door shut.
They know that the fact that Outsiders have retaken their own jungle is actually big credit to them, right? Like, they've got a ton of vision set up there. They're dangling this Enchantress there, right? Saying, hey, kill me, you know, this is where you're farming right now. You haven't shown on the map too much. If you don't show, Enchantress is going to tell us. That's where a lot of these hawks are being put as well, just to give a ton of vision of any aggressive movement. So TA is actually recovering a little bit.
Yep. I think for YBB, you should be considering about Roche pretty shortly. Usually you'd like to wait for second point in EXO, but I think this game you don't particularly have to with the Nature's Prophet. A lot of damage she can pump out. You've got the blink on 7E, so you're in fighting shape. You've got all your ultimates at the ready. And we're going to see one of them come into play as 7E. Jumps in onto XM. That's going to be the initial target, and they've got plenty of heroes to surround her and bring her down. And maybe that's the pickoff that can help them get an objective now.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, again, you're in a position where not sure if you want to use the glyph if they did choose to go into that tier 2 tower just because you've already lost one. Again, it's just the little things as well, right? It probably wouldn't have mattered at the end, but 70 choosing to walk around and spear back prevented that Tusk TP from potentially getting the snowball save off.
Maybe on to another. The Tusk's going to be in some trouble. Can he get the snowball off the delay? Not the case.
Shard on the DP, man.
In more bottom lane, more Destiny. He's got his own shard as well. So he's going to be able to hold the Beastmaster into place. Galacti onto all three, and even the Global Silence as well, to prevent the threat of maybe a lasso turnaround as they can jump over the tree line. They've got the ward to enable the Ricky to close the distance. Down goes the Batrider. Yep, that'll be the case. Destiny, one more use of the Blink Strike to help secure the kill. And YBB, I mean, the net worth was starting to mellow out, but you know, that past sequence of events gives them a nice boost of gold.
You can tell that they're desperate for these levels, though. Just taking back the outpost on XM right before the minute mark means that they're going to slowly start to creep up again, but you just have a look. Destiny immediately making that movement back up towards the top side. I don't believe there's any sentry wards very close by, just covering the cliff ward closest to Roche, and with that, it's going to just keep standing right on top of the TA, even if it's not finding any kills, which, well, they might actually. Nature's Prophet's coming in with the Silencer, with the Sprout, with the Gleipnir as well if they needed it. This is another death for the TA. There's just nowhere safe to go, and I'm sure that the call is going to be, let's get some really solid sentry coverage around this jungle that we've fought so hard to try and catch back, and well, now they've just walked in again.
I don't even think they can actually take a fight by the pit. And they know they're smoked up as well. The ward sentry combo is going to scout them out. So look at 70's positioning. Looking to put himself on the front line. Pippin can be the one to face check the smoke and jump in with the arena, but just the bodyguard will give them that time to bring Roche down for free. Exo committed. Now you got the Aegis to work with here for YBB.
Got the Helm of the Overlord creep, so they're going to use that to its fullest potential, but just see the pings out. I wonder if Destiny's even going to try and Sleeping Dart it just to be able to get some free gold going the way of And then, yeah, like, again, you know TA wants to be up on this top side of the map.
Dire's middle
That's
tower is under attack.
where you're going to be able to claim the largest amount of farm. And 70, he's not worried. He's got his farm. He's got what he needs to be able to make a big impact this game. So he's just waiting for someone vulnerable to show, and it's probably XM. It's just a matter of, are you a little bit too close to that tower? And he's actually standing under some vision as well. So choosing to be a little bit more conservative with her movement coming through and just move back towards that ancient camp. I'm sure she was a little worried, though, that, again, there's a little bit of a lack of sentry ward coverage.
Playing the Echoes might be in some trouble. He's actually going to even TP in with a combination of Beyond. Does he have enough time with the Firefly to get out? You know, some proc, and in fact, Echo is even going to run straight into Beyond, so want to be him. All it is just space created for, so the boys on Dire can hope to make a play, but yeah, look at the smoke in 7E. He's going to TP down. Dark can set up perfectly for the spear. Point of Yama is going to be another casualty, maybe not, in fact. They overlapped all their stuns, so he'll be able to TP out.
He was even just TPing in aggressively inside of the ancient camp on the Dire side, said, you know what, everyone was there to be able to potentially protect. We knew they were making an aggressive movement, so I could 1v1 at TA, no worries at all.
Ava's just going to be caught out, 7E. Like, if there's a free Beastmaster for me to take, why not? Potentially even the Helm of the Overlord creep as well, so this ages, you're not going to have any tier 2 towers by the state that we're seeing YBV play the map.
They've well and truly hit a lot of their timings, going into the Lotus Orb as well, so wanting to disrupt any kind of comeback potential that they've got here on Outsiders. You know it's probably going to be around that high ground siege, maybe getting a lasso back inside the base.
Loose, actually so farm, man. They even got a Manta style. What do we make of this item here for the Nature's Prophet?
Just a nice way to be able to break out of, to get rid of a lot of those sticky napalm charges without the BKB. Provides a little bit of extra pushing power as well. Vision advantage if you want to send the illusions forward.
And outside, he just wants his own little bit of farm, but that's not to be. YBB are everywhere in this game one. Echoes? Oh, he wasn't even able to find the lasso. Destiny, quick use of the silence, preventing that jump in. Honestly, maybe you're kind of happy you didn't find the lasso. Using that onto the Riki would just guarantee an extra tower going down and maybe even high ground being under siege.
I mean, 7E to me is the one that's just been everywhere. You know, the man without a boots of travel has no right to just roam around the map as much as he has and have the level of impact that just makes it so you're not safe farming anywhere.
What's the call, Dano? How do you hold this base?
Pray.
I'm going to use the glyph early on.
I guess it's around the lasso, but again, like, without a BKB on the Batrider, you could just get sleeping darted, you could get...
Well, they'll try. There's the start of the lasso, but the Global Silence going to try and protect Lou. With XM nearby, they should be able to deal with the first fight, but they all group up, so 7E can land the arena, and Beyond can charge into the middle with the Xism committed. Beyond has no fear in the world. They can look to clean up as XM trying to get closer towards the fountain. Do they have the damage to cut him down? They do not. XM will live to see another day, but all they got was the Ages.
Yeah,
they called it.
Okay. I mean, I can understand why you're 12k behind this early in, and they're even going to fight XM after the GG call and before the throne actually explodes. This was demolition, man. Just was not expecting this to come out at all. That top lane, Death Prophet into the TA. I said in the mid lane, it was Taylor's oldest time, but I really thought that maybe the Enchantress would make it not so bad. And, well, Riki, pretty strong, right? Armor and the ability to provide a little bit of disruption when they did eventually go onto the DP. Just drop the smoke screen and suddenly you're not quite so vulnerable anymore.
Wow. That was very, very impressive from the boys on YBB. We were mentioning, like, this has to be an incredible 24th pick, and that it was with the Death Prophet, a hero that heavily enabled them to be able to take this game. As let's bring the pedal back to try and work out what went wrong here for Outsiders for China.
And I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, they came out of the laning phase fighting. They did really, really well out of those lanes. And then you've got a Bat Rider, you've got a TA, you've got a Beastmaster all playing from behind. 3 heroes which really, really suck at playing from behind, and it just kind of... And it's not just playing from behind, right? It's playing behind against an immense pressure coming out onto them as well. Not something they could deal with, and yeah, they just leak away the first game. Lizard, give me some takes, bro. Give me some nice spicy takes.
Well, the spiciest thing that happened was probably the top lane, like the way DP just completely handled TA, and the fact that you have an H Prophet just on that safe lane TPing in, making life even worse for the TA, just miserable. The same thing that happened behind the tier 1 continued happening behind the tier 2. The itemization was on point from everyone on their side, getting the Greaves early, just grouping up, getting that Manta later on for the TA's refractions, and getting rid of bats, napalms. Perfect. Like global potential used to the fullest.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. And, you know, yeah, okay, you sack your safe lane a little bit. Beastmaster has a pretty fun time taking down the tower and killing off the Silencer solo, but, like, at the same time, who really cares? Like, who's he going to play with? He's a Beastmaster. He couldn't even pressure by himself that much. You've got the mobility there to deal with him with the Nature's Prophet as well. As long as Nature's Prophet had enough farm, you can just hold that lane by himself and then TP to his team whenever's needed. Doesn't need to be by the travels. It was more than enough. So, yeah, I think Prophet just kind of highlighting itself as one of these really, really good picks. And really, like, doesn't seem to be too bothered about any of these counters. Could the Batrider have done more to get on top of the Prophet earlier on, do you reckon?
I guess I was surprised that the lane, mid lane could have been even worse, perhaps. Like Batrider could have dominated harder, and then you rotate around, then you're on top of Prophet all the time. But by the time he got there, it was... I don't know, it felt like YBB, it wasn't only about the heroes, they were just playing the game a bit faster.
Yeah.
Outsiders looked a little bit flabbergasted, like they were stunned, pretty much. Not able to react on time to anything that was happening. Because I really have a feeling they had a plan in which they're the ones leading the charge, they're the ones in control of the game with the TA, with the Beastmaster, and then suddenly that's not happening, like they completely switched things up with the last pick DP.
Yeah, yeah. It was a great move, honestly, from YBB to pick the DP. Like, as we mentioned, you know, they put up so many plans on Outsiders. Even when we fell for the Outsiders draft, we were like, oh, damn, you got to answer these issues. But YBB said, nah, we don't worry about your draft. We're just going to make sure our draft is really sick and watertight. And then we're going to rely on ourselves to play our way out of the laning phase, which they absolutely did. I can't stress how impressed I was by this game number 1 from YBB. I mean, Aries, were you ready for this? Were you expecting this from these guys?
No, honestly, I wasn't expecting it to go as well as what it did. I know we spoke a little bit throughout that game, saying that we're actually looking at Dive's lineup. Like, it does take... They are very farm dependent. You have multiple heroes that want to be playing kind of towards a triangle, which is very difficult to be able to divvy up that farm when you are playing behind. But I think now looking towards the next game, it's like, do you ban out the Nature's Prophet in the first phase? Because YBB now, this is all three games that they played so far that they picked the Nature's Prophet. 2 games on Lu, 1 game on Beyond. They first picked it, and Outsiders from China thought they had the Batrider end, so they went for that instead of the Lina, and they weren't able to beat it. So now it's a question of, if they do it again, do you pick the Lina where the Batrider was, or do you just ban the Nature's Prophet? Because obviously, YBB are incredibly comfortable in this hero.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like they knew exactly how to play around it. Danog, can you give me an MVP? Is it going to be a most valued Prophet?
Oh, I don't know, man. I might give it to 7E. I feel like you don't get out of that mid lane against the Batrider as well as he did unless you're an exceptionally good player. So yeah, I just think the ability of him to roam around, utilizing the Riki, because that's realistically all they had, right? They had a Riki to set up, and we were like, well, what are actually they going to be able to combine this together with other than just the Nature's Prophet? 7E was the guy. Like, he had the equal highest kill involvement in the game while also dominating his lane. Like, the man did everything. So I'm going to give it to 7E. And you were mentioning the Lina before, Aries, is like, this is what happens if you go the Batrider route instead of the Lina route to be able to combat it. One other option is maybe Outside could have gone like at least 1, maybe even 2 points into the impetus on the Enchantress, because we've seen that be the way to counter out the DP, right? Outrange her so that you're not able to get the usages out of the Spirit Siphon. So maybe Enchantress spends a bit more time in the lane, focusing on the DP, throwing out the impetus, and then maybe the lane goes a little better for XM and you're not in this sort of situation. But it didn't happen, obviously, and YBB took great use out of it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, I can't imagine it feels particularly good to lose in this way from outside, especially because they did get 2-0'd in the closed qualifiers, and now they're kind of staring down the barrel of another 2-0. And that first game from YBB was equally quick in the closed qualifiers, well, 27 minutes, in fact, probably faster. And now you're going to be having flashbacks, you know, the PTSD is going to be kicking in. You need to make sure your team is in the right mental space to be able to fight back in game number 2. But of course, you know, there's a lot of experience on this team. You know, they've been around for a good few years now. So I'm not too worried about their performance in the second game, but there's a little sneaking suspicion that they might fall apart. I don't know, especially from, maybe that's just because like some of the other teams have been kind of letting the mental game drop in game 2s in this region so far. So maybe that's leaking in, Lizard.
Yeah, it's probably that. Like we've seen a lot of series where the first game goes kind of poorly for the team, then they break apart. But I don't think that might be the case here with the Outsiders, because the first game was quick. They ended it fast. They can just say, yeah, the draft was bad. Blame it on the coach. Kick the coach after the series. Let's just reset and go next.
Let's reset and go next. And let us reset and go next, friends. We're going to throw it over to a short break. Hopefully it'll be a good break. And we'll see you on the other side for game number 2. Welcome back to the China DPC, where we are into game number 2 of YBB versus Outsiders from China. Game number 1, well, we were hoping it was going to be close, and our hopes were shattered by the side of YBB. They came out in a laning phase, swinging hard. They beat the hell out of XM's TA, knew exactly who to pressure and how to pressure them. and they completely destroyed it. By the way, 0-7 on the TA in the end of the game, the highest death player in the game. That just proves to you exactly what YBB's plan was in this match. They knew who to take down, and they did it in style.
Yeah, outsiders outsiders banning the bet against themselves. Let's not get it. Yeah.
Yep. Taking out Temptation's way. Yeah, so Bat's now 1 pick and 1 loss. And 26 bans now.
Lina is still left in the pool once again.
Yeah, but it's YBB that have the pick this time, so it's understandable, right, for them to not get rid of it. Do you think, Lizard, the reason for them not banning, for them to ban the Marcy is it's just one of these heroes in the first phase that you can kind of be a little bit flexible, throw in multiple areas, and then pick like a great combination together with her?
I think actually Marcy is the best on offlane. Whenever she's played anywhere else, she kind of sucks, to be honest, like in the last games that I've seen, in this patch at least. And it's also really good against glass cannon heroes. I mean, overall, Division 1 China adores Marcy. Like, they started picking it almost every single series, and it pretty much took over priority in the bans from all the popular ones like Alina and the Broodmother. Like, you'd rather pick or ban out the Marcy instead of, I don't know, heroes like such as those. So I understand why they banned it. They got brooded though. Like, this might be a small issue.
Oh, that was an instant Dawnbreaker response, though, so they must feel like this is the good way to be able to counter it. Maybe it's a Dawn 5 paired together with Alina. Good tanky hero to have on the front lines. It does a decent job of being able to clear out the spiders as well, even providing a little stun, I guess, to enable some kills in the laning stage.
The one nice thing as well is that often in team fights, you see Lina kind of just stand her ground once she has a bunch of items like Skadi, Satanic. It's very difficult for you to be able to blow her up, and now with that Solar Guardian can help repair some of the damage to enable Lina. So it's going to be difficult. You're going to need to see like some of the previous counters to the Solar Guardian has been the silencer, so probably a big reason of why YBB just banned that out. I'm trying to think of any others because you're probably looking to address this global potential now.
Nyx, perhaps. I mean, I think Nyx is actually a pretty decent pick here, just because A, it stops the Solar Guardian with the Carapace, B, you know Lina is going to be using abilities to be able to farm, right? So in order to keep those fiery soul stacks up. So I think if you just get in the way, pop your Carapace when she's about to use a Dragon Slave or a Light Strike Array, then it sets up for someone to potentially come in on top and kill her.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Nyxes as an answer to the Lina, but certainly not something that's been particularly popular recently.
Just thinking as well, like, one of the reasons not to pick Nyx, it's something that we were talking about in the last draft, and turned out to not be as big of an issue, but like, if you pick Nyx, you're not good at clearing waves either, so you can get pushed down, you can get brooded, Beastmaster, Visage, Enchantress, but they've got the brood themselves, so I feel like that's a bit of a plus coming through from outsiders if they did want to go down that avenue.
Yeah. My best answers to the Lina are still something Nomad was calling for before, the Spectre. If you have a good team around her, like Primal Beast, heroes that get on top of Lina and eliminate her, like a Dragonite as well from the mid lane is pretty solid because of that long range instant stun that you get, single target stun that is. What else is there? Heroes such as Slark, heroes that can get on top of her or push the tempo. I wouldn't mind seeing the TA again from outsiders. I actually just got banned. Yeah.
I mean, this is Lizard's tactic, right? Like, he starts saying, he looks at the bans, then starts talking about one of the heroes and goes, haha.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was banned, guys. Oh, they banned it. Must have been a really good pick then. I'm so smart.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think YBB for them, I'd really
so
like a
smart,
Pango
I
this
can't
game.
even see the pictures.
I think it addresses the Broodmother incredibly well.
The
kind of
Pango
lacking
it's
team
banned.
fight too.
You're so smart, man.
Oh, dude, what?
what a crazy coincidence.
Wow, Ares, you're so funny and smart at the same time.
And strong.
Man,
Can't wait to see those muscle in ERL.
Yeah, they were roasting my kind of my intellect before, and I just had to prove, at least I got the wits as well with me. A little bit of humor sometimes.
No one doubted that ever.
Ah, the doubters, where are you at?
Yeah,
Proven
you
wrong.
you face death every time in the Aussie lands. Like you have to have some humor with you.
Yeah, the birds. Oof, diving at your head. All point. All
Yeah,
points.
been
Yeah, I
swooped
must say-
yet this year, Lockie.
Have I been? I don't think I've ever been swooped. So
Oh, it's not fun.
yeah.
I'll tell you that.
no,
much.
I'm chilling. I must say, earlier with the conversation about the magpies, Mike was kind of making us Melburnians out to be just a different breed of human beings.
What was he
I
saying?
think
I didn't hear.
Well, I can't.
He says they
say
cycle
verbatim
around
what he
with
said.
helmets with metal spikes on them, and then
Not
like,
metal
the birds
spikes,
try and
but
swoop
zip
down.
ties.
impale
Basically, you
themselves on
guys,
the spikes.
basically, you guys have real life blade mail on you, on
Pretty
the head
much.
at least.
Sure, that's.
I've even
I
seen a
wish you
guy
knew
with
that.
like a stuffed magpie on his head, just to be
Yeah.
like, nah, this one's claimed already, basically.
Yeah, we do-
You're
we
not
do
doing yourselves any
different down here.
favors, Danog. You set out to defend Melbourne, and now we just think about everyone running around with
Poor
stuffed
magpies.
magpies on their head.
Like whatever the reason is, it must be good because they are one of the smartest birds out there, and birds are really smart. So you Aussies,
just-
I don't know what
It's
you
just
did.
territorial, man.
I don't know what you did, but you deserve it.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
yeah. Maybe the Aussies are
Especially
like
Harris.
getting revenge for the kangaroos, which you guys tried to cull.
No, that's the emus. We lost the
Oh, was it
emu. war.
emu? Sorry, yeah. Reparations. Anyways, Clockwork.
bird brethren.
Before we went off rail, I was going to suggest Clockwork as an answer to Lena, and that gets picked
Oh,
up.
of course
so,
you
yeah,
are.
you know, it happens. It
My
happens.
bad. How
Then I was going
dare
to suggest Beastmaster and Treant for YBB, but that got picked as well. So, you know how it goes. But
How
no,
does, sorry to cut you off, Nomad,
Go for
but
it.
how does Treant and Lena go through together in the same stage? I mean,
I was about to
This
ask
is-
the same thing. Yeah, very questionable.
okay, can we stop with this meta joke, please? It's like probably the best combo in the game when it comes to 5 and 1. I guess you end up with the 4 Dawnbreaker, which doesn't sound that great, but I love having Lena and a Treant. At the same time, it's kind of a same duo, but slightly weaker. On the other side, that's Drow and Clock. They're literally like, Mom, can we have pizza? We have pizza at home. Drow and Clock are pizza at home.
When you order it online and when it arrives.
Yeah.
yeah. Drown Clock of the wish.com. Lena and Treant.
I think for YBB, you're going to be looking at some hero that's able to get on top of the drow. You kind of have difficulties with that at the moment. You can kind of. Oh, wait, are they? Hang on, what are they thinking? Is this a Dawnbreaker mid they're thinking? For 70?
Yeah, that was one thing that I was potentially tossing up in my head, right? Like 70, he plays these unorthodox heroes, right? And Lizard mentioned his dissatisfaction with a Dawnbreaker plus Beastmaster lane. So I think they're tossing up whether that's the avenue that they want to go down. I mean, look, I feel like the Dawn would do a decent job of keeping the Clockwork away. I know it's a kind of a dead hero, but I wouldn't hate a Storm Spirit here. Like, they don't have any super reliable lockdown. You're going to have the Beastmaster to give a lot of vision, and then the Dawnbreaker can just follow up with the Solar Guardian in. Even if it's a position 4, it's going to provide that little bit of extra damage and stun, and even a little bit of survivability if you're just standing there trying to take out either the Drow or the Brood.
Yeah, not bad. I like it. Like Storm or any hero that can zip in the backlines. Sounds solid. So any spirit basically.
Yeah. They might ban a 4 and a 2, because I like the Hoodwink as well, where you just go like Roar into Sharpshooter, look to blow one hero up. Beastmaster and Hoodwink are a very, very strong duo as well that can make a lot of plays across the map once you're able to get out of the lane. So my concerns, if they put the Dawnbreaker mid, you don't particularly, you kind of need a range 4 to play with the Beastmaster then, and to go for a range hero, then you can't really get on the Drow.
Ooh.
I mean, you know how I love a Kunkka up against
Yep.
the Broodmother in particular. You know, you can have all the magic resistance you want, but with that Tidebringer, all those Spideys say bye-bye, and especially with the way offlaners are building these days, it's going to be pretty late, or if at all, that the Broodmother's going to get a BKB for herself. So the X-Marks is going to be really effective at just being able to combo her down.
You need a lot of damage here from outsides from China. I feel like there's going to be issues with dealing with Solar Guardian, Living Armor, Run Buff as well. They're going to storm themselves. I guess YBB also kind of have some difficulties with getting that initial stun. gives you some decent amount of damage in the early game, some playmaking potential as well, which can be nice.
Yeah, it gives them. It also combos really damn nice with the draw, right? So there's that. Like you have some nice things from both sides. I really like the Kunkka into the Brood. Like you guys mentioned, it used to be the best counter. Like it was Tiny and Kunkka always played into the Brood Mother. Like Legion sometimes, but that's not as strong any longer. I don't know. I like the Kunkka. After game one, like I'm definitely leaning towards YBB just because of the beatdown that Outsiders suffered. But the drafts are very similar in my opinion. Obviously, I'm gonna favor Lina as well, but like you have the draw plus Storm combo, Storm into the Kunkka mid should do fine. Like we might see game 3.
It's the thing though, like they have the multiple forms of catch, which I like to see versus the Lina, but do they have the burst? I'm not convinced they do. You can't really wait for your Drow to come in and start blasting away at this Lina, especially with the amount of saves. Like you got Dawnbreaker plus Treant to help out this Lina, and I just don't think it's going to be enough. I'm very concerned. I think this looks like a pretty well answered draft for YBB. I don't want to do the thing where, YBB win game number 1, then we all jump ship over towards their side for game number 2, but
I did it.
But you will.
I've got to do it anyway. I don't care. I have no integrity. Let's go. Game number 2 with Danog and Airy starting right here, right now. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Nomad. All right, just so we are well aware, I am also jumping ship. I really like this YBB draft. I think so we're all four. We're all four jumping ships. Why not? Let's get all the mates on board here. We'll see. Danog, how long did it take for you to? Oh, you might not even know it by now. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. You are a little bit challenged in some areas, but do you know port and starboard?
Yes,
starboard,
port is left, starboard is right.
Okay. All right, well,
come on, man. I know that's not something that they teach in Zoomer school these days, but back in my day, that was something that everyone knew.
Oh, my bad. Then how do you remember?
What's the reason between
there?
left and right? I want to know.
Wait, say that again.
Reason that you're asking about that. Is
we're
it just
talking about
a
ships.
salty dog?
What? What?
He doesn't even know the lingo.
Salty dog?
Yeah, sailor.
Is that what they call sailors? Salty dogs?
This is a nickname.
Sure, he's a salty dog. No, I did not know that.
That's
No,
what I call you in
know.
pubs as well, but
What? Because I'm
You're always salty. You're keeping it
I'm
contained as much as
far
possible. I
from
see
it.
you spam
All
that
right.
chat wheel.
All right, let's not even get me started on Danog and pubs. This man is. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll look past it. We got 10 players to be worrying about instead of just Danog's egotistical pubs and his kind of brain. It's okay. We'll look past it. It's all good. It's all good.
I want to talk about these lanes because they've put the Treant Protector away from the Lina. You got a Dawnbreaker down here instead. Maybe just feeling like with the Clockwork, he's going to be looking to make a little bit more aggression happen. Like you are going to get a double melee lane no matter how you set this up. So at least if the Clockwork moves forward now, you're going to get a Leech Seed onto him and be able to turn things around, or potentially even just try and bully XM away, right? No damage can come out if the Drow Ranger just feels too scared to come forward, and maybe even banking on the fact that there's a little bit of PTSD coming from that game number 1 as well, with the 0 and 7 that he ended up with on his TA.
Yeah, and I think this game, a lot of pressure is going to be on the back of XM. I think what we're seeing right now, like a Shards is your second item, and I think he needs to do it this game against a lot of the survivability that the boys in YBB have. We even see the Shard is honestly a lot of your farming speed as well. With the multi-shot, you're easily able to shove out lanes, easily able to take stacks as well. So for me, I feel like there's going to be a lot of damage issues before that Shard is picked up, and I'm concerned that YBB might get too many objectives beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, even in this mid lane, right? Like, Kunkka's not going to lose this lane, or he shouldn't, right? You just go a little bit more down, like, the multiple braces build, for example, and then Storm might be able to spam out a bunch of stuff into you, but it's not going to be killable for Kunkka, and, well, this doesn't make things any better, does it? Broodmother going down super early on. Pick Broodmother for the lane and the ability to cut out an area of the map from being able to farm and to get that first blood. At least it was onto ZZQ and not Lu. Little miracles coming through, but yeah, things already going well for YBB.
So maybe showcasing why they wanted to kind of swap those lanes up as well. Putting the Dawnbreaker down bottom. We'll see if they're able to continue playing pretty aggressive into the duo that we have down bottom with the Rubik and the Broodmother. Of course, her lane in particular is going to get much better once she's able to find her levels. Luckily enough for Lena, of course, you can easily fall back into the jungle. She will be going for that Falcon Blade first item, so it's going to give her a lot more damage early on. Once that Falcon Blade picked up, Ava's going to have to play really cautious.
Yeah, and well, Outsiders on the top side, they've done a good job of clearing out a lot of these trees that Destiny's going to be able to try and play around. So at least every opportunity XM is taking to just take pock shots at Beyond, but it's not going to be too long until he gets into this stage where he's going to have that that Helm of Iron Will, just for a little bit more of that sustain in the lane. But of course, he's going to need to go into the energy booster first to sustain those Wild Axis spam.
With this mid lane matchup as well, I know you were saying it's going to be fine for the Conquer. I guess one nice thing for the Storm is that you've got decent amount of armor. I think really the big turning point with this lane is who's actually able to find level 6 first. And usually Conquers have a slight advantage in that because just your damage. Sometimes you get a couple more denies than the Storm Spirit. So if you find level 6, 10 seconds before the Storm, all of a sudden you don't have the zip to be able to dodge the boat combo, then that could be a potential kill, and this then can start to get out of hand.
They're
What do
looking
we
to go
see
for
with
a
this
kill
rotation?
before. Oh, a little off the mark. There's EZQ. I ended up costing him. And, yeah.
Thought he was going to maybe run back into the torrent instead, and
Radiant structures
3 missed spells in a row. I wonder if
Now
that means
Lou
that they're
down
going to
bottom.
go for an attempt down bot. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you look to make that sort of rotation. No tangos available. Still gets away, though.
he lives in our top lane as well. XM. Beyond's going to
How
get
deep
fed
he's
over
being
and...
dived.
Yeah, that's just... I'll have a nice trip back to the base, brother.
8
He just
wild
got
axes.
boots, it's alright.
Sure.
Maybe
Can
a
run
little
back
bit faster.
faster.
Just gonna jump. Look at that. Well, we see the potential, though, that can come out from this Dawnbreaker, but then again, you leave the lane, all of a sudden Lena just gets pummeled into the ground, so he was actually already back into the jungle. Did deliver a salve, so might look to re-enter the lane afterwards.
Gotta be careful of using it, though, with Xiaoma standing nearby. You can see him just throwing up the high five, and I wonder if he'll give it to him right before he goes down.
Oh my god, it's way too close for comfort. Top lane as well, Destiny stuck inside the cogs. XM doesn't have too much extra damage to be able to provide. Even with that point in the living armor, looks like Destiny's going to be okay for the moment. But both supports going to do their best to be able to exchange blows.
He's just keeping track of
Lane,
where the drow
7E.
is.
He's in some trouble as well, but he does have Verify and some stick charges to play with. No one else is going to look to try and TP mid to maybe offer a turn potential. So 7E is going to use his time to actually X himself back to base.
It's all about these rotations from the boss 4s, right? Both not resulting in a kill as well. So, see, he wants to try and get up onto that level 6, but Echo has built up a little bit of an advantage, especially with that range creep going down just a little bit short still.
Radiant's bottom tower
Seem like
is under
they're probably going to hit it at the exact same point, to be honest. Like, as soon as this siege creep goes down, 7E will get it, but by that time, you're probably going to have a position for the creep wave to come through. So that's why Echo is looking to play a little bit more around the power rune instead, rather than go back into the lane. It's all about dodging out that Conquer. And, well, he's lucky. Gets the DD on the bottom side. Even a certain death if he went back to the lane before then, and actually might be able to just try and pick up one of the level 6 through the jungle instead, and then look to make a play aggressively.
Well, top lane Destiny should be brought down with a multi-shot from afar. Again, it's just a lot of pressure put onto XM. Even though you get this kill, you've got no more sustain to kind of put XM in a position where he even feels safe to play this lane, so he's going to be relying a lot on that extra tower regen along with the banner creep.
Had to pop the glyph in the mid lane just because you've got the siege creep hitting into it, and that leaves 7E the space to be able to move up towards this top side. You can tell who he wants. It's XM. He's making an absolute beeline for the rest of the laners, making sure not to reveal themselves too quickly, and yep, they're going to find it. No Gust leveled up just yet, so he's going to go down pretty easily.
They still have the catapult? They do. Would you like to see 7E stick around top to maybe get some damage into the tower?
I don't mind it, just because you've got Lu sitting in this mid lane, and of course Dawnbreaker is able to keep that bottom lane shoved out relatively well. So yeah, why not?
Holren, oh, just connects 7-8. Great placement. Was the beat down from the Treant Protector as well. With all this going on, YBB are making sure they get full usage out of the map. Lina soaking up the mid lane. You've got ZZQ bottom lane as well. It's going to be important for him to get some levels, potential for him to help stall out the push from the Broodmother with more points from the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. But he did kind of commit now, so I wonder if he's going to be in some trouble.
I mean, the tower's low enough that they could look to make some TP rotations down towards the bottom side if they went for a super deep dive. It's still pretty hard to take out a Dawnbreaker. But yeah, level 6 Broodmother, he's going to be a little bit careful, wanting to keep that clarity up for as long as possible. Not wanting to commit overly with his spells, though, realizing that he's going to need that for potential turnaround. Right now, he's just trying to keep this tower alive for as long as possible. Essentially doing the Treant Protector's job while also providing a lot of damage output.
I'd love to see them try and TP down and help him out, but it looks like they won't be able to. Great timing of the telekinesis, prevents that Starbreaker. So now that you've been able to shut down the Dawn, you should be able to find pretty much firm control of this bottom side of the map. Even XM is actually going to make his own rotation to help secure the tower. So it does look like Outsiders for China going to get a free T1.
It's 2 games now that XM's had a bit of a struggle coming out of the laning stage. At least this time, though, the Lina isn't too far ahead, but saying, of course, Lu's going to have that upside to be able to play around with. Outside didn't even make an attempt to be able to get out of that one, but we know how strong a Beastmaster can be if he's just enabled, and he's actually not going the Helm of the Dominator avenue this time around. He's going the Mechanism instead, so a lineup that was already incredibly hard to kill is just going to become even more so.
And you even take a look at the Conquer, he's going Blade Mail. So it feels like you are just all onto the train of beefing yourself up as much as possible, recognizing that Dire are going to have damage issues, and we could just walk it down at one stage of the game when we find all these survivability items.
Just park ourselves on their side of the map, have the supports play around the entrances into the jungle for potential gank attempts, and yeah, I like that sort of strategy, although they might be able to run into Beyond up here. Echo has the haste rune available for himself, and no Primal Roar. It should be a dead Beastmaster, unless...
Solar Guardian, maybe the turnaround. Destiny doesn't have the overgrowth to play with. They're going to try and at least bring Outside down as well. So it'll be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Honestly, Destiny getting a lot of these kills isn't the worst thing for YBB as well, right? Obviously, you would think that it would be good for the cause to get it, but we know how impactful that Blink Dagger plus overgrowth could be. Looks like he's going to go into the energy booster first, just to make sure that he can be the one keeping a lane pushed out solo without needing too much assistance. But yeah, quick Blink Dagger timing from him could be massive.
As we did mention a lot that YBB, they have issues with that gap close. Definitely have the capability just to walk down lanes, but if you want to get that initiation without kind of forcing objectives, and you're going to need someone to get that initial jump in. And see Destiny continue to put himself up top. Meanwhile, both position ones didn't have the greatest lane. I mean, Lu is 1-0-1, so he's got no deaths, but kind of was shoved out very early on. See that, however, Felina is very close to her first kind of farming accelerant, being the Maelstrom. Of course, the counterpart in XM is just parking himself over towards the triangle as well. And the level 6 here for the Drow Ranger, so he's having some difficulties with taking these ancient stacks, but we do at least see that XM is getting some catch-up.
He's got the Maelstrom now. They built him a bunch of stacks around that ancient camp area, so he's going to be able to very quickly pick that one up for himself. And then you can just see making sure to maximize the effect of getting into that Fiery Soul. And now it's just a farm speed that's going to accelerate rapidly for Lu coming through here. Just having a look at the Drow Ranger, seeing what she's going to go down if she is choosing to go into that Aghanim Shard for herself. But it seems like she wants the Dragonlance first. It's understandable, right? You want to stay far away from Beastmaster, Kunkka, and Lina as possible. So anything that's going to provide you that is going to be useful. But yeah, I really do feel like the Shard needs to be coming afterwards.
How do you feel like both sides need to consider their strategy on trying to take this T1 tower mid?
Maybe they're just waiting for something like the Greaves to come out from the Beastmaster. You know, Lina is still a little bit... I mean, she barely got boots. I think she's just got it coming out to her now if she looked to purchase it up. So there's not a ton of mobility available, so you need to make sure that you've got the sustain there to allow you to just stand and fight. We've got the Dawnbreaker, which you talked about during the draft. Speaking of Dawn, she's the Aghanim Scepter. Love it against these styles where you, again, just want to stand and fight with all that evasion. And Dawnbreaker actually dodges out a gank attempt as well on the bottom side. So they feel like they're ready with the mech, with the armor items like the buckler coming through to be able to take out this mid tier 1 tower. Maybe just waiting for the overgrowth as well.
With the hookshot down, it might make it a little bit more difficult for them to actually help protect this tier 1 tower. So we see Lu is easily able to clean this up. So you kind of answer the question in regards to how YBB could take the tower. How can we expect the Outsiders for China to maybe respond? Because, of course, you've got a Broodmother with the mechanism and all the spiders. Does she just do it herself? There's actually Echoes. It's under the Tree Protector at the moment, but it's got to be ever so cautious. The threat of the Overgrowth turnaround will push Echoes away from getting the kill, and now YBB, they recognize they can move forward, but unfortunately, without an X to combine with the boat, they won't be able to drag back one.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that that was nearly the scenario that ended up transpiring, right? What I was about to say was kill the Treant Protector, because then you don't have the living armor. You could potentially take out this tower a little quick. It's only sitting at about half HP, so it can look to melt if you were to find that key pickoff, but I'm just not sure if they've got the damage just yet.
See if they've got the damage for 7E. They're going to make the attempt.
This is a Blade Mail Conquer.
Yeah, that's not an easy man to bring down, but it looks like they will. All right, now the turnaround potential. Overgrowth does get stolen, but ZZQ, he doesn't care. He's going to jump inside the middle of the cogs, trying to target the Clockwork, but he too will be able to slide on away. So Outsiders for China, they get a gigantic kill onto 70's Conquer, and they don't really have to commit too heavily.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to pop the Blade Mail as well. He actually did the most damage in that team fight, just off the back of a Blade Mail and a Torrent, but he took a fair amount. Really quick reactions through from Xiaoma, though, to be able to steal that Overgrowth, so he's going to have a little bit of time once the cooldown comes up to be able to use it again, and maybe even a third time if they're really proactive about it. So maybe that's what they need, just that little bit of extra lockdown to allow Drow Ranger to join into the team fight. She's got the Dragon Lance, and she's 1,000 or so gold away from being able to pick up that Aghanim Shard.
Okay. Intrigued on your kind of reasoning behind this Scepter first item. I too am a very big fan on the Dawnbreaker. I too am a very big fan of this, but we've pretty much always seen this like Holy Locket into the Scepter. Why is it kind of different here for ZZQ?
I guess that's more like... Sorry, I'm just watching the push up on the top
outside.
side.
Yeah, actually lands the hook shot onto Lu, but they'll easily get rid of the cogs. Echoes feels like he has the opportunity to be able to zip towards the backline, but the damage is going to be lacking. Look how survivable YBB are. They turn it around onto the clock, and they've got a great Hawk to look to play with as well. See, it maybe has to be the LSA to start. Beyond has the Roar, and he's considering about stepping up. Outsiders for China, is this a fight you really want to take? Solely Guardian in combination with the Roar. They're going to hold XM directly into play for the Overgrowth. Might be enough to keep XM alive, but look at the turnaround. Silence onto 3. The boys, they just don't have the damage just yet. Once again, Radiant, the ever so survivable cause, will stand strong and stand firm against the damage of Dire.
Oh, man, it didn't work out for them, but Xiaoma played that fight perfectly. Lands an amazing Overgrowth coming through, steals the Light Strike Array, hits 3, but again, it's just that damage issue. They don't have it. And Clockwork really isn't in a position where he can look to make the most out of the Battery Assault either. You know, you dive into this Lina, this Kunkka, the Dawnbreaker, to be perfectly honest. The Battery Assault is the least of their concerns. They're just going to blow you up.
Again, that fight looks so different if you have the shard on the Drow. That's that is a fight. Honestly, I think you win. You got one kill on the Beastmaster. You get the proc that bounces off, a little bit of extra damage. Survivability isn't as much as well. Like you said, Xiaoma did so much.
Yeah, this is amazing. Like 3-man Overgrowth. There's a Light Strike Array afterwards. A great gust coming through. Instant steal. Lands it onto 3 once again. Like, what more could you possibly ask for? But it's just not enough.
I guess
crazy level of play. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you could do everything perfectly, but the team fight still cannot go your way because of just the draft.
Radiant? Could Roche with this DD on Lina?
Ultimate's about to come up shortly. I wonder if they feel hesitant without the tier 2 tower being claimed just yet, but I would regardless like to see them force the issue with this power rune now.
I just wonder if that spooked them potentially a little bit, that fight that was going almost in Outsider's favor, that they feel like they need to get into their next item, whether that be the BKB on the Kunkka, or if it's the Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker. Oh, speaking of the Dawnbreaker, ZZQ's actually getting dived on this bottom side, and they'll be able to pick him off. Might be a tier 2 for tier 2 trade, though, with the Broodmother pushing alongside this siege creep and no glyph. So it's just a matter of, can you cut your losses and only lose a tower rather than heroes as well? And I feel like Outsiders would be generally okay with this trade. Of course, being behind, that is sort of what they need to do. But yeah, that's the one downside, right? You don't have an outpost to play with. It really feels free for them to just walk on into Roshan. You don't even have mana on Echoes to be able to contest this Roshan if they were even wanting to.
It's a Storm that's going Witchblade first item. I mean, you kind of got lucky with the neutral item, honestly. Fairy's Trinket, one of the best for the Storm, but his lowest net worth out of the cores. That is to say that some of the cores ahead of him aren't too far ahead, though. So a couple of kills and all of a sudden he could pole vault himself up in a better position. Maybe hoping for that second point in the Ball Lightning to help out, but then we were already saying kind of the issues for Dire in regards to their damage. Well, good luck now going through a second life on Lu. Echoes, hang on, brother. This is really aggressive. XM's nearby to maybe get a return kill onto the Treant Protector, but you just lost your Storm for a measly old support.
Mm-hmm. Do they feel strong enough to be able to push forward, though? That's the question. I suppose they've got the Hawk in prime position to be able to reveal anyone, so that's why Outsiders are putting themselves on the right-hand side. They know they came from Roshan, so it makes sense to be... That's where the Hawk is sitting as well. You see the effectiveness of that shard to be able to just wipe out a wave from afar, so shows the strength of the purchase. But now they've even got a Hawk set up. Oh, okay.
So Xiaoma has to
solve some damage issues.
Yes, without a doubt. So what's the target now for Outsiders of China? Knowing that you have Laguna, knowing you can blow one person up. Who is that one person you are looking to target with this stolen Laguna Blade?
To me, it's Beastmaster. I mean, he's providing a lot in terms of the aura for the Greaves. You don't quite have any BKBs yet on Outsiders, but I still feel like the Raw just holding any of these three heroes, Drow, Storm, Broodmother, into position is going to be hugely detrimental for your chances. And so if you can just quickly blow him up, then suddenly they're not quite as sustainable as they might have thought they were.
Great micro from the Broodmother. It's going to scout out that freshly placed observer ward where their sentry is, so they are well aware that YBB were looking for a smoke plane. They're kind of grouping up around their own high ground.
They are. I mean, ZZQ is so close to this Scepter, and he's level 12 as well, so he is going to give a huge boost to their team fight effectiveness. Even if they kill the Beastmaster at this stage, I struggle to imagine how they're going to be able to fully win a fight. They got it.
Okay, wow. The evasion's going to be really nice as well, right? Versus the Drow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the big reason why they were buying it in the first place. The multi-shot, yeah, it helps a little bit just to be able to deal that damage regardless, but I'm just thinking, like, the more and more I think of it, the more of this game is on Xiaoma. He's been playing it amazingly so far. He's got the Laguna Blade, which I hope that they can do something with. Just about 45 seconds left of the duration of it. Do they have everything else to be able to combine together with it? It doesn't feel like Storm just with that Kaya is going to be enough.
So they're going to continue on. We're finding the tier 1 tower down bottom, and they're already looking for the tier 2 as well. A lot of damage is getting put into it, so outside of the China, I mean, what are they getting out of the map? Tier 1 tower is getting shoved up top, Triangle is getting farmed as well. They will get the scan on the mark, so Radiant are aware that no one is starting to come back to set up a defense, so that's all the outer towers now gone.
Yeah, it is, and you've even got Destiny sitting up on this top side, still 700-800 gold away from his own Blink Dagger, but he's got that Philosopher's Stone, so his job might even just be to act as a bit of bait up on this top side, especially considering you've got the Dawn there. Probably put Dawn first, see if they look to make the jump onto him and then make the turnaround.
The thing with the kind of this Aegis as well.
I've never seen a Rubik use Starbreaker. Actually, I want to see how it works. No. He's just got it. Swings around his staff, I guess.
You get extra.
I don't know. That's why I'm like, I've never seen it.
Yeah. We'll get to find out. I think importantly for YBB with this Aegis is it's not only if they got a lot of objectives, but Lou is also well and truly continued to pick up his farming speed. Top of the net worth,
Second
4,000
out of the laning stage in terms of cost.
which is
Now
crazy.
he's
I mean,
4
it's
grand ahead.
yeah. Goddamn Lena things. And then also they did a really good job to enable her, making multiple stacks inside their own jungle, and you now are about to have a BKB. So a lot of the damage from Dire is kind of magical. Like you're going to need that capability to blow her up before the BKB, and I don't think they've got the chain control to do so.
Who do you even put first on Outsiders? My mind just keeps going back to that. Like you're almost into a Lotus Orb for the Broodmother, which feels nice, but you throw it onto the Storm and you get roared. Who cares? You know, you might roar back onto the Beastmaster, but you've still got plenty of damage with that Lena and the Kunkka to be able to take the Storm Spirit out during that stun duration.
Which is the concern. Storm getting blown up is something that cannot happen, and see what YBB can look to do with the smoke. We're going to try and charge over towards Dire's triangle. 70 on the front.
catch.
Of course, Destiny nearby to be able to follow up. I'm going to try and target him with the Broodmother. Not the easiest kill considering he's got the Greaves. LSE is going to try and delay this to enable Ava to make it back towards the higher ground, and Brood will be able to do so.
Drow is spending this time farming, so it's not like they're getting absolutely nothing out of this heavy defense. Of course, Drow are pretty decent at that high ground push defense, just through the multi-shot from very, very far range. They're pinging her out, though. She's just walked underneath vision, but will be able to get out just in time.
And it's
Getting
going to be a
advantage
pretty
of the
big
boots
item
of
for her.
travel. Yeah. Loot. He's got the bots available, so he can look to join in his team at any point. You know that the Drow just TP'd out. Again, she is a big part of the damage, so feel very confident in just staying down here somewhat on your own.
Yes. Smoke on smoke. Outsiders for China. Oh, they want to get some map control back. It's been all YBB so far through the 24 minutes, but let's see what Dai can do as Rubik will get the jump in. Storm Spirit to follow up as well. They're going to try and blow up the Conquer with a BKB. Conquer's going to be able to turn around. Laguna Blade, they'll cut her down. Storm's gone. They did still Laguna Blade, but it doesn't look like Dire can get anything out of it. They're on retreat as XM almost killed up through thanks to the Tree Protector. They'll actually look for outside instead as Lu, in combination with 70, can easily chase down the position 5. That's another member. Ooh, all right. They found a hookshot target. XM, great position, was able to get outside away. So in the end, it's just the Storm Spirit. It's a casualty of war.
Yeah, Storm Spirit for a BKB as well. So I wonder if immediately when Storm's back alive, they look to make an aggressive movement. Again, they stole the Laguna Blade on Zhao Ma, so they've got a lot of burst potential to be able to pick off someone like the Kunkka now. A lot of it being magical as well. So even the evasion component of that Solar Guardian coming through won't be as effective at being able to stop it.
The long zip in. They've got the Observer on the higher ground, but Bruce will think twice about continuing with that secondary zip.
They just don't
I
have
think he wants
smoke.
to just go. Echoes just wants his BKB as well, right? And recognizing how important it is for his survivability in some of the fights.
Still get roared though. That's the
Ooh,
downside.
all right, there we go. There's the Laguna on 7E. Finally! Outsiders for China are able to get something out of the map, but meanwhile, bottom lane, XM's been caught out as well. The Tink Award, beautifully done from the supports of YBB. They've seen so far how the Drow Ranger has been attempting to play this game with the multi-shots in the tree line, and this ward is specifically for her.
Pays off in a big way. I mean, again, the Kunkka didn't have the BKB. He didn't have to expend another charge of it. There's no Roshan immediately for them to be able to take advantage of, although it's a pretty quick respawn, just 30 seconds in total and 10 seconds remaining on it. So that really feels like the next place that both teams will be wanting to contest, of course. And someone like the Storm Spirit could provide that little bit of extra damage output so that if you catch someone out, it actually means you can convert it into a kill and then look to snowball off the back of that. Even Rubik, to be honest. Jama's been playing so well that I would back him to be able to save my cause in a sticky spot.
Yep, well, that could be really important. Disrupt the raw combo. even the Overgrowth as well to reposition, because all of this game is just how can you, both Drow and Storm, like they can get out of some of the team fights with Hurricane Pike and Storm with being able to zip away, but if you get chain control, then you're going to have some difficulties, and maybe that's where that shard from the river can come into play. But the issue is you need to win this next team fight, and YBB with their smoke, they're the one that's going to be on the front foot here. They've got so much vision to play with as well. Beyond, it's got this Aghanim shard, so Hawks galore. And look to invade, but no one is home at the moment from Dire. Echoes might run into them. They've got their own ward, but this outpost getting claimed, they will be aware of YBB.
Yeah, every action that they're taking is just in response to Roshan is coming soon, and we need to be ready for the fight. Ava, you're very far forward, my guy. He is under his own vision, but if he steps too far forward, he's going to get caught by things like the Torrent, by the Observer Ward vision that they've got on the north side of the jungle. So maybe they go for a full wraparound, trying to find the backlines, but they're just clumping together so nicely on YBB, not letting anyone get caught out solo. Although, bot lane? Okay, they got the X onto Lu. I was wondering, like, surely he's not going to right before a Roche attempt.
Radiant are scanning.
They only have Laguna for a little bit of time here from Xiaoma. Let's see if maybe they feel they're on a bit of a clock to take a fight with this Laguna still available. Maybe about 15 seconds till it expires. The top lane's getting shoved in as well, so they kind of have to make a call pretty shortly here on Dire.
Yeah, it's still only about 10 seconds left on that spell steal, and they're actually just full on hitting into the tower now. I'm going to expand the glyph for it. They're not pushing mid, they're not going for Roshan. That's where the pings are happening. They're like, well, can we just walk into it? Can we look to consider this one? Well, let's make a decision. Lou's like, all right, I'll keep hitting this. If someone TP's back, it's not like our Dawnbreaker. It's not like our Kunkka with X marks. We're going to always be able to find someone out in the wrong position.
This is not a good timing for this smoke. Echoes has to refill the mana.
And the top lane is still pushing in.
And now that they've shown the Storm away, they're going to look to try and D-ward. Somehow, Dire need to protect the ward, but it's going to go down. No way they can set up the formation. Storm's starting to come to the area, but as soon as you lose that ward, this is not an easy spot to take a fight.
That is so dark right now for outsiders. There's nothing really that they can see. It would be great if they could pick off that Treant Protector, but he walks back inside with Lotus Orb. Wanted to commit too far though. This game, it's on a knife's edge, right? It's an 8k net worth lead, and you feel that YBB are the ones in the commanding position, but just have a look at some of the drawings on the minimap. Kunkka's saying this is where they could potentially be coming from. Let's look to set ourselves up to be able to use the Hawk for that sort of vision. Let's put the Treant in the tree lines to make sure that that smoke is going to get popped instantly. They'll find the jump. They'll Tage.
Close to 10. By the way, not to the mark, unfortunately, here for 7E. So once again, smoke from YBB.
Footsies, man.
That it
like,
is.
Oh, will I? Won't I?
Back and forth. It's who's able to control the territory for a little bit longer.
Rubik, very ballsy jump forward. Xiaoma just trying to catch someone out on the front lines, but it might be himself that gets caught.
Ooh. What? I think one thing quickly to mention is the fact that Radiant, they have this outpost control. So the potential for them to buy back and rejoin the fight could be really huge. Because this Roche fight is what feels like is probably going to determine this game.
Bro, Lina's got bots too. So she's TP'd in onto 70 now, just inside the pit. And that's how quickly it's going down. They're like, all right, we're sick of this. We're sick of this guessing game.
They don't know. Roche's going to go down, and Dire too late to contest it. A free Roche Ages given over to Lina. The shard as well. Who's got that one?
Not sure, actually.
ZZQ's holding it for the moment.
Yeah.
And he's going to eat it. Okay.
Makes sense if he wants to stay on the front line with all that magic resist. It's not like they've had to use many BKBs so far. I think just 2 activations. Once on the Kunkka, once on the Lina. So even the effectiveness of having that magic immunity, sorry, that magic resistance after the magic immunity is gone, isn't going to be quite as impactful as it would. It's a luxury, really.
All right. Yep. All right. This is what's going to happen. Just X. And Storm's back to base. This is what we're going to see probably for the entire Ages. So have fun, guys. Buckle in. I guess at least, but you only got about a quarter duration left on the stolen ability. But yeah, you want to tell us a story, Daniel? You got any good stories? Campfire stories, even?
Do I have any good stories?
You'd be boring around a campfire, actually. I bet. You'd have no stories.
Oh, you don't even give me the opportunity, man. All right, go on. Go on, Story Master. I want to hear one.
Story monster. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Which
Hard to come up
one?
with something on the spot. No, don't
Far
start
out.
like
It's
you've
just-
got hundreds.
It's a question of which one I want to bring up.
You're going to
The
spend
fight-
2 minutes talking about which one without actually saying anything, and then a fight's going to happen and you're going to forget about it.
I mean, the fight that I almost recently got in with a crocodile, where we kind of went back and forth, was
Okay.
far out, dude. That was a pretty
Yeah,
goddamn
Victoria and
crazy
those crocodiles.
experience. Man, oh, you got to watch out for them. Sometimes they spring out of nowhere. They come up from Queensland. Some tricky boys to handle. But that's always a good one to bring up. I don't mind the drop bear ones as well. Had some difficult run-ins with them a couple times. But
I mean, those are serious, though. Let's not joke about drop bear
Yeah.
attacks because they are just... They can get out of control sometimes. If
Yeah.
you don't believe us, have a look at the official Australia Museum. They are a real thing.
Australia moves.
They're there.
Yes, we 100%. All we speak is facts. That's it. That is the only thing we know. Never lies. Only facts.
I thought you were going to go into your Mykonos story for a second when you were put
Oh
on the spot.
no! I told you that. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
That's fine. When did I tell you that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was. Let's not do that. If we get a really long, you know what we haven't gotten? China
long
blesses us with no pause, like barely any.
Oh, you
Echoes?
jinxed it. It's going to happen.
Should not. Although Echoes is throwing into the Lena. What's
He's trying to get a BKB
zero
out of her.
damage?
Yeah, he's trying to get a BKB out of her, but she's like, well, I'm tanky, and I have Satanic, and I have Aegis. So, really not that concerned. And she immediately comes up with a 1 second or 2 second cast time? 2 second cast time on my TP scroll.
All right, your buildings are falling pretty goddamn fast. They need a way to respond to this, and maybe the Vortex to set up for XM. All right, we're seeing the Drow starting to output a decent amount of damage, so force out the Solar Guard, and with the force staff, Ava's able to get out, but the Overgrowth is there for the Dream Protector, holding 3 into place to set up for the Torrent, and the Conquer combo drags him into the Meat Grinder. Beautifully done from YBB. You couldn't have asked for better.
He's trying to do everything on his own, Echoes, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. That Lincoln Sphere has honestly saved XM a number of times now, and it really felt like they pressed the trigger to go as soon as they saw that Rubik Spellsteel off cooldown. They made sure to blink in, use the Overgrowth while he had the Torrent stolen. But I mean, he's still got a minute left on this Aegis. I don't think he's all that concerned.
They even glyph to stop the Satanic kill. Might be able to kill him with the multi-shot. XM's going to be cautious over the Pike on cooldown.
Okay. Get him to safety near the tree line. All right.
Still got a BKB to work with. Echoes. All right, there's to go. BKB's going to be forced out. Echoes doesn't have a whole lot of the mana. They're actually going to
Got the
turn to
tidal
7E. And look at XM just standing strong. This Drow Rage is starting to get a lot of the damage going inside the middle of the fights, and they'll get ZZQ as well. The Dawnbreaker will not be able to escape as the boys on YBB will cut their losses at 2.
Oh man, if Lena overextended for like another half second, just with that insane cast range on the tidal wave, they would have been able to push her back into the base. They were really just waiting for the BKB to expire, and that probably would have been a kill onto Lu, just his first of the game. Look at all that damage coming through from the Drow Ranger. It is kind of nutty what a Drow's able to do if you just let her sit back and fight, but well, you would still have to say that they're relatively satisfied on YBB. A full lane of racks gone. A tier 3 tower still fully standing in the mid lane, but it's just at the cost of 2 heroes.
And I think the issue for Dire is still going to be that you need to somehow force Solar Guardian out very early on, which we saw at the top barracks, which was a big reason of why they were able to get the kills defending mid. And I think you do have that capability because Storm can zip in, XM can, with all your attack range and your Hurricane Pike to reposition. You've got Lincolns now to provide the defensive factor. And also, we're still yet to see the shard from Xiaomo. He's not even queued it up at the moment, so you know, that could be... I guess you've got another force up on the clockwork, so I really think the play is going to be like zip in, get the Drow Ranger to force out some abilities, double force off her to safety,
and then re-go again when Storm gets the mana pool. That's really it can only happen when YBB is sieging, I suppose, because Storm needs to be kind of close to the base.
Yeah, so Out's holding on to like 4,000 gold, basically. So he's bought up, he's gone for a halberd now. I don't hate it. I kind of would have liked him to go into something like the jetpack, just because he's holding on to the gem right now. And I feel like a big portion of a successful team fight is finding out that tree and protector. So if you're able to, zip in, jetpack over the tree lines, find him out, and then use your initiation on top of the Storm Spirit, burst him down, then suddenly there's not that overgrowth turnaround potential.
Which could be really scary in the fight, considering Destiny is getting pretty close to this refresher. Look how aggressive he's playing, because the boys are going to be able to follow up. X is there, so Xiaoma well back into the grasping jaws of Blue, and meanwhile, bottom lane, Echoes is going to be okay.
Going into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. 300 gold away, not too far. I mean, is that what this team fight is going to boil down to? This eventual one that's been brewing for quite some time? It's an 18k net worth advantage that they've got still on YBB, but if you get a big Aghanim Scepter grip on the Storm Spirit, combine that together with a multi-shot and probably a stolen spell by Rubik, either Overgrowth or Torrent or Light Strike Array, that could be the difference.
He's still holding a Fairy's Trinket as well in the Storm.
It's a good item. What can we
and
say?
even Drown's got the Spell Prism, okay. I mean, that's pretty nice with Shadow Blade and Hurricane Pike, even multi-shot. 10-second cooldown. He's got that 20 talents.
Sorry.
Sound.
I find the Drow, but good 4 stuff. Look at all the good items that Radiant have. All these tier 4 items that are like the premium ones. And no one's using a Spell Prism. No one's using a Telescope. No one's using Penta-Edge Sword. Again, it's just all about survivability for them, right? You've got the lifesteal from the Paladin Sword, you've got the evasion from the Elven Tunic, and you've got the aesthetics cap for the status resistance. And Dawn just wants my... Dawn has a refresher, man! Dawn is third!
Wait, what?
I was like, they're making so much space for ZZQ. He's like, I don't know, this is just a pub. I'm carrying my team, I'm just farming away. He's playing PvE right now. This is not player versus player.
He's got that extra little bonus coming through from the Force of a Stone as well. So he's like, I'm going to be pretty vital to our team fight. Why not help out to get some extra little bit of items as well? It's a big reason why this net worth lead is 20k. And we probably have to start to mention, like, do we feel like there's going to be issues with the Drow Ranger being the only person to have net worth? Is this a game where if all the gold is in the Drow, it's a game where she can still carry?
Maybe? I mean, I'm just thinking, like, how late can this game go for outsiders? Like, if you get up to level 20, you get that little bit of extra duration on the Vortex now that you've picked up the Aghanim Scepter. If you get to 25 and you get a Shard, then maybe you get these big wombo combo bounces happening. I'm just seeing with ZZQ and his positioning as well, like, I don't think he's going to reveal on the lane at all because he doesn't want to give away this information that he has the Refresher Orb. Like, if they see a Solar Guardian come in, maybe that's going to be the trigger for outsiders to say, all right, time for us to go. But then, bam, number 2, not expecting it. They turn it around, they win a team fight, they use the Aegis and Cheese and everything else that they just picked up.
What's XM doing here? XM is just going to be caught out all of a sudden. YBB? Wait, detection? No?
Kunkka.
Anything?
Kunkka's
He's got a
got
gem to try and get the torrent. The vision's there. Drag back with the X. XM.
Maybe they felt comfortable with the vision that they had. I mean, outside had placed down a couple of nice observer wards. That's all I can think of. Maybe they feel the Storm Spirit's farm is more important at this stage.
We're going to have a force to drop a buyback out of Drow Ranger now to be able to hold this high ground. All of a sudden you kill her one more time, then that might just be all she wrote. And they're about to have multiple refreshers. Refresher Shard. Who'd give that? It's in the backpack of the Lena. Of course, she spoke about the Dawnbreaker. And saw the tree very, very close. But in fact, he's got it coming out of the courier. So all these ultimates that you have to play with, how do you team fight on Dire against this?
You don't. You don't. Like, Xiaoma, I have faith. He can do it. But he's going to need to have the team fight of his life.
Oh, what a nice setup. Tidal Wave into the LSA.
Moving on to the 4 stars.
Didn't use too much, though.
Surprisingly,
Yeah, they just used 4 staffs and Lotus Orbs, no Greaves, no BKB. So they're holding them back for a little bit, but I mean, if they could hold this without the Drow having a buyback, that would be great as well. It's 10 seconds away.
Should be. Dive bomb. They set up for the torrent. They want to commit to the clockwork. He's taking a lot of damage.
Wonder if he drops the gem.
Reacts back
so
with
that he
a
doesn't get
grasp,
knocked
but
away.
looks like he'll end up going down. He's going to be able to pick up the gem. Dry Ranger is back alive, though. Clock doesn't have a buyback, though, importantly, so they're still going to have to do this 4v5. 7E, that's an aggressive jump. Beautiful Manta from XM, and he's able to get out of the range of the Solar Guardian as well. A great start to the fight from Dai. You kite multiple ultimates. Can they look to do anything with this, though? They're going to try and target him with the Beastmaster. Second round of the Solar Guardian. Beyond, he's going to be able to stay alive long enough. They haven't gotten the kill just yet, but simultaneously, they're not onto XM. So the Dra can reposition, gets himself in a safe location where he can go back onto the Dawnbreaker. And now Lu, well, he's still got the second life to work with. Let's see if Radiant going to be able to set up a formation to protect him on the respawn. Destiny's off to the left side, but he doesn't have the overgrowth. LSA stolen into the damage from XM. And they'll hold the high ground. Boys from Dire, they'll live to see another day.
I was like, hey, wait a minute, Clockwork doesn't have the buyback? Because I saw it. When he died, he did. I think he might have bought a TP scroll or something like that out of habit. He made sure to put the Philosopher's Stone into his inventory while he was dead, and mid-fight is actually when it came up and allowed him to get that hook shot onto the Lina. But just see how important this high ground defense is. It was even a pretty good usage out of the double Solar Guardian, but again, they just weren't able to close the gap onto this Drow Ranger. She was very, very cautious to make sure that she never overextended too far. Good protection being provided there by Echoes to make sure that the Drow just wasn't going down for free. And well, she's level 24, nearly level 25. Going to have additional multi-shot waves, which would be pretty effective if that's the avenue they want to go down with the Frost Arrows. Storm just level 20, but he can get up to his level 25. I'd be feeling not confident in Outsiders to take it, but I see a really big possibility for them to be able to close out this one with a W.
We can see what can happen, though. Like, if Outsiders can kite these abilities on YBB, this is a lineup that is pretty committal. It is not easy for them to be able to disengage. They don't have that innate mobility to reset some of the fights, and they haven't itemized for it as well.
Is it just a matter of slow sieging? Like, do you go into now the... I kind of feel like Beastmaster, this is the point where you go into the Helm of the Overlord. I know it's super late, but just let Lina siege. Let your Hawks give the vision. You know, put the living armor onto them, and then Lina can be right-clicking away with her Satanic and her insane tankiness, with the additional damage coming out from the Vlad's component from the Helm.
I think what he's probably going to look for is this blink after the Hex, which will finally give them an avenue to actually instantly start fights, Hex into Raw. That's what I'm going to imagine he looks to go for next is Xiaomo. They will be able to intercept them, though. Outside on the low ground's also going to be caught out as well, so both supports will go down on the side of Dire.
This one not having buyback on the clock.
Yeah, they used it before, so it's just the Rubik, and Jama's going to buy back instantly.
They know they're keen to fight. Still having the cheese available, of course, on the Conquer. I'm just thinking, is there anyone else that would be better served given that one through to... I could imagine maybe the Dawn, just because she's going to be playing a little bit more on the front lines with that that Solar Guardian. Farm she is. Still third on net worth. Trying to find the pickoff onto the Lina to start with, but how do you get through all of this defensive potential?
And the refreshers are back up as well. Both Destiny along with ZZQ's Dawnbreaker. Got these second rounds of the important ultimates to work with. This barrack should end up going down, although the Lina's starting to be brought low, but the Drow Ranger brought back into the combo! Laguna Blade evaporates the health pool, and now the second round of the ultimates as well. Echoes will drag them back to enable the retreat, but he's got no more mana to play with. Right clicks galore, the crits are out as well, and soon the Gs are going to be dropped without the buybacks available for Dire. It looks like YBB once again will find another 2-0, and we've been questioning who that second place team will be in China. YBB at the moment, they're showcasing why it's going to be them, and
See one more defense, but I don't think there's much they can do. Mega creeps, tier 4s are falling. Throne soon to be exposed. YBB,
Cogs it back into the fountain.
whatever you can to get that extra little assistance from the fountain, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. 40 seconds till the boys are up. They'll make him work for it in the end. One last fight for good measure, for the respect of everyone, but a hell of a combo's out. Lou will cut down the life of the Storm Spirit. They might even look to go in to get some more kills inside the base. And with the G's being dropped, YBB will be victorious in our last series of the night.
Whew. Took a lot longer than I think both of us were expecting, but from the very start, we just saw how great every single lane was going for YBB. A couple of times they were caught out in opportune positions, but I mean, if you talk about tense, that's that second Roshan, right? Just will they, won't they? Who's going to have the vision control? And it just goes to show how disciplined these Chinese teams are with being able to take the correct team fights. YBB eventually just realized that they were far too far ahead for them to even be too concerned. Just TP right into the Roche, take it, and then the game was all theirs speaking. But long game for us. I want to see if Nomad and Lizard have anything to say about it, because that was a pretty damn entertaining one, especially coming off that game one, which was a lot more one-sided. What do you reckon, boys?
Yeah, hell of a game, hell of a series as well. I mean, YBB, they certainly make it a big claim here to be the number 2, or dare I say, Vici Gaming probably going to be watching this one and going, maybe we need to study these boys. But I'm not going to go far enough to say that they look better than Vici, but certainly, I mean, impressing the hell out of me.
Yeah, I would say they looked as strong as Vici Gaming, maybe even a little bit stronger coming off of the 2 games. They had really strong drafts, though, like something that Vici Gaming kind of struggled with. So if Vici Gaming cleaned that up in that department, I think maybe they're kind of even. I was pretty certain that Vici Gaming would cover the first spot, but not anymore after seeing this. YBB are strong contenders. Lina and Treant, man, just ridiculous. Overgrowth, then she gets to pew from distance. You get the armor on everyone. The amount of work that this hero is doing is ridiculous. And then on top of that, you have a Kunkka with a boat and the Dawnbreaker with heals. Like, come on. You guys should have drafted some Chen as well, and just go all in heals.
That's the thing, though. Like, you got to look back and say, like, they're not geniuses for figuring out that Tree and Lena's very good, We knew this was coming. We knew they were going to do this because Lena's ridiculous. Treant has been like the most contested hero in a lot of the regions as well. So it's no surprise to see them rock out this Treant. And the fact that they let it go, and the fact that they didn't seem to have much of a plan to deal with it either. I mean, sure, their laning phases didn't go great. Maybe if their laning phase went better, then Outsiders would have come up with a better solution and would have turned it around. But at the same time, I just don't feel like you should be allowed to get. I mean, they weren't allowed to get away with this on Outsiders. Outsiders really need to come back with a better plan than whatever this was. I wasn't impressed at all by what we saw here. So yeah, unfortunate. But game 2 does go the way of YBB and the backs of the Lu Lina. You gotta respect the Lu Lina. It's too good.
Yeah, he's one of those carries that actually loves playing, kind of like Poyoyo, kind of like Erika. Like, if you give me their names, I'll tell you ranged cores, right? Like
the Weavers, right? From back in the China day.
Exactly. Like, they just excel with those, and the meta is definitely in their favor. Like, the Lina in this game, the Nature's Prophet in the first one, like, he had a ton of impact, and it wasn't just like those run-of-the-mill.
Right. Well.
Yeah.
Production, we need to have a word. I thought we discussed this. No more Linas and MVPs. Come on, it's not allowed.
In Division 2, it's allowed. In Division 2, Linas lose, so it's allowed to have Lina MVPs.
All right. I guess I'll let them off the hook this time, but still. I mean, across the board, I think there was some great performances coming out from YBB. I mean, who was shining brightest for you, Aries? Who were you really impressed with?
So, who was I?
Your Aries.
I thank you. I very much appreciate that. Look, I felt like it was a team performance from YBB with how well they're able to kind of succeed in the early game. Probably have to give some props to Destiny with how he was able to kind of play that lane
early on the Treant Protector. I mean, in the end, he finished 7-2 and 16. I think some of the early game fights were nice. Actually, you know, I'll screw it. I'll give it to the Beastmaster solo because the itemization. I was actually quite impressed with that read. I don't think just a playstyle. I think with how he went, this kind of Greaves 4 staff really enabled them to be tanky early on. So I was quite impressed with that.
Okay, all right, I think that's a fair call. I think we saw some good stuff from everybody on YBB. You know, you don't have these kind of double smackdowns without everyone firing on all cylinders, and I thought everyone looked great. I can't watch out 70 as well, just because, you know, two different games, two entirely different heroes, two entirely different play styles, but just looking crisp, just looking really, really good in the mid lane. And I like we saw in game number 1, not losing too hard on the Mars versus the Batrider, able to turn that into a very aggressive game. I really liking their 70 at the moment. 70 and Lu just seem like two great players at the moment.
And again, the itemization, right? This game, the Blade Mail made sense from your mid laner. You know, last game we saw the Ember Spirit, who was already on the back foot, and it's like, well, they're just not going to hit you, buddy. It's not that big of a concern. This time around, it just made it like, well, if you want to focus him down, you're going to have to pay with a lot of your HP, and you know, full tank up strat works pretty well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and I think
go on.
I was just going to say in regards to kind of the leaderboard, and I know we've been speaking a lot about kind of Vici being on top and who's going to claim that second place. I think this series in particular is a really, really good test for YBB, and it kind of gives us a nice little, nice insight to where this team is going to be suited, because we, again, come into it expecting highly of Vici. But the fact that YBB pretty much just cleaned up Outsiders for China, which now looking at it, 2 losses against arguably 2 of the better teams, means that I pretty much think they can't qualify, at least be promoted now with those 2 losses. You have to hope that some of the other results go differently. And I know it's very early on, but 2 losses versus Vici and YBB is not what you want as a team that's hoping to be promoted.
There's always a chance they drop something, right? Like
yeah.
There's always a chance. It's a very slim one, though. I feel the difference between Vici Gaming, YBB, and everyone else in this region is kind of significant. I could add Outsiders there as well. Like these
maybe
3.
Maybe LBZS as well. You never know.
Maybe.
Tomorrow's a good test. We see the schedule.
We'll see. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Aries, you're doing my job for me, man. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. We will see LBZS versus Outsiders tomorrow, which is going to be a very, very telling matchup, as Elizabeth was saying. We have this top 2 very firmly in our minds, right? Vici and YBB. If anyone's going to threaten them, it's going to be Outsiders or LBZS, but Outsiders have just dropped both their games versus YBB. Previously, they dropped both their games to Vici as well. So you got to be saying, you know, they might be out of it. LBZS, could they possibly do it? Maybe Meteor coming in from the sidelines with a chair onto YBB could be possible as well. We'll find out tomorrow as we have 2 of these very, very important matchups coming out. And then we also have Cloud versus Poke as well, which I think is a very important match for like the middle standings. Cloud really, really need a dub right now. You know, they've come out of the trial of fire, absolutely scorched, their skin melting off their bodies. They really need to kind of hold it together here and get themselves a dub versus Poke if they want to stand any chance of staying in Division 2 and not having to battle through the qualifiers again. All right, I'm going to give you each of you a series. I want you to make a clean prediction with just a couple of words to back it up. Lizard, LBZS versus Outsiders?
Outsiders. How many words do you need? 1, 2, 3,
4.
tell me. Outsiders is much better. There.
Thank you very
4.
much, Danog. Second series, Cloud versus Poke with 2 words. Back it up.
Poke game good.
Game good. All right, cool. Aries, Meteor versus YBB with just 1 word to back it up, please.
YBB boss.
YBB boss. All right, fair enough. I love it. All right. Well, guys, very important day tomorrow. Make sure, not tomorrow, on the 14th. Make sure you join us on Tuesday for the next round of China Dota. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.